to do it right for our customers. Nuvama, let's do it right.
We are all united in our desire for the same things. We want our businesses to grow, our careers to flourish, and our communities to thrive. We want to meet people who energize us, share exciting ideas, and discover new opportunities.
From India to the UK to the UAE and beyond, IGF is committed to bringing the contemporary India story. Amongst ongoing global turbulence, IGF remains at the center of limitless innovation, limitless possibilities, and limitless collaboration, harnessing talent, technology, and enterprise across sectors and geographies for maximum impact. India Global Forum is the gateway for global stakeholders to invest in and benefit from India's global trajectory. Hear from industry titans, build strategic partnerships, invest in the future. Only at India Global Forum. Join the conversation at www.indiaglobalforum.com.
Good morning, ladies, gentlemen, distinguished guests. Welcome. What a thrill to be here. So just while everyone gets seated, let us say good morning and welcome to this, our IGF Summit 2025 here in Mumbai.
Yes, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, friends from around the world, welcome to the IGF Mumbai 2025. My name is Laura Buckwell.
And yes, we are back. It is bigger, it is bolder and better than ever before. Thrilled to be here in the heart of one of the world's most dynamic economies. Now the theme, as you see, Next 25, we'll discuss that over the next 25 years, this place is not just about growth, but it is about transformation too. It is a story of scale, of speed, of ambition. My name is Ben Thompson. Good morning.
And yes, a very warm welcome to you all live here at the Geo Convention Centre. And hello to everyone from around the world who is online with us right now. So thank you so much to all of you for joining us. And by the way, our theme this year is Next 25, Leading the Leap.
And so yes, as we stand on the cusp of that next quarter century, the world really is watching India. It's looking at that growing population that is powering innovation and ambition around things like tech, infrastructure, building new global partnerships. And it's pretty clear, India is not just participating in the future, it really is shaping that future too.
Now, you actually kicked things off last night with the Leaders Forum. Is there anything we need to know leading into today? What happened?
So much that we talked about last night, but I think what was so interesting, Laura, was that it was about a world that is changing and has already changed in the space of a few weeks. And what was really apparent to me was that we have a choice here. We can adapt to survive. We can work together to prosper. Or instead, we could choose to hunker down, to put up barriers and borders. And I think the message was clear that the former is quite clearly what we need to do. And that's what this session and these sessions today will be all about. It's about how we explore what the future looks like, but crucially, how to be part of that future, not letting it pass us by. And we're going to hear about how to be part of it from everyone gathered in this room, the leaders, the innovators, the investors, the visionaries who are building that India of tomorrow.
A very exciting day ahead. So let's get started. And as we all know, the power of the IGF by now, which is very much to bring people together and to get stuff done. And that, of course, is down to the exceptional team and the man behind the IGF. So it's time now to welcome the visionary behind the event, the founder and the CEO of the India Global Forum. A very warm welcome to Manoj Ladwa.
Hey, Manoj, morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, great to see you. Thank you for having us.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you ever so much, Ben and Laura, and great to have you back on the IGF stage. My dear friend, Honourable Chief Minister, Your Excellencies, friends, if I were to try and summarise the vast work of India Global Forum, work which now spans across continents, across regions, across sectors, our work is about turning ideas into intent and intent into meaningful action, to bring the limitless opportunities of contemporary India to a global audience. But let's face it, these are challenging times. It's not easy. My friend Ashish Bhai will know the markets are jittery. The headlines are nervous, and certainly there is no short supply of negative news these days. But as we heard yesterday, especially at our powerful dinner session with Minister Piyush Goyal, these are also the moments when leadership is tested, and in that process, opportunities are born. He addressed the shifting global trade dynamics, not with hesitation, but we saw with confidence and absolute clarity, and reminded us that India's response must not be defensive, but absolutely decisive. We also look forward through the eyes of the next generation, a dynamic and globally savvy next gen, which is leading the leap in some remarkable ways, unapologetically bold, ambitious, impatient to change the world. They brought fresh energy and a sharp sense of urgency to this platform. And friends, today we take those conversations further and deeper. With more than 20 roundtables taking place across this venue, we're unlocking insights and forging connections across capital, across policy, innovation, and identity. And our 3 flagship forums that will take place on this very stage throughout the day, on investment, exploring where capital flows will flow and where they should go, on technology, led by none other than Rajiv Chandrasekhar, unpacking the next and what matters. And of course, making waves, a vibrant close of day spotlighting the cultural currents, reshaping influence and impact. So friends, this is not another day of discussion. This is a day of real-time learning, honest exchanges, and strategic collaboration. This is the type of gathering only India Global Forum can curate. So as we dive in, I'll say this. Let's not just aim for fruitful discussions. Let's aim, as we always do at India Global Forum, to shift perspectives, challenge assumptions, and open new doors. Now, friends, to help us take that momentum forward, it's my pleasure to welcome someone who knows exactly what it means to turn aspiration into action. And as I said earlier, ideas into impact. A leader who believes that this state, Maharashtra's global potential, and is playing a defining role in shaping it. He joined us last year. He's a friend of IGF and our mission. And we're truly delighted to have him back with us here today in a slightly different avatar. Friends, please join me in welcoming on stage His Excellency, the Honourable Chief Minister of magnificent Maharashtra, Shri Devendra Fadnavis. And Devendraji will be in conversation with Haslinda Amin, the wonderful Haslinda Amin from Bloomberg.
Good morning. It is well known that the state of Maharashtra is the wealthiest in India. It's also super ambitious. It wants to be a $1 trillion economy by 2029. It wants to be in the driver's seat when it comes to fintech revolution. Essentially, it wants to be at the heart of India's growth story. And the man in the driver's seat is the chief minister, who's been in this position for a third time. Chief Minister, a pleasure to have you with us.
Same here, thank you.
We talked about how there's so much angst out there, uncertainty. Give us a sense of how that's impacting investor sentiment. We know that the likes of Blackstone, AWS, have committed billions of dollars to the state of Maharashtra. Are you now sensing that potential investors are sitting on their hands slightly, waiting for more clarity?
So I don't think so, because today is better than yesterday, and tomorrow will be better than today. And I mean, this all global headwinds which we are experiencing, we have also assessed that, and we feel that that's creating a new opportunity for us as well. So we are aligning ourselves as a new destination for a global supply chain. And I think our investors believe in us. So, I mean, after all this headwind started, we are interacting with our investors, and they are also confident, they are bullish. They don't feel that, something is going to impact them as much as it is talked about. And you see, these shifts are creating opportunities for which we are trying to be ready. So I'm absolutely sure that our endeavor to become a $1 trillion economy, we have already charted the path, and I don't think that these headwinds will be able to disrupt us.
So how are you positioning the state to lure the investments? Where are the opportunities? We know that the state is seeing a new phase of industrialization.
So you see, right now if you look at Mumbai is already our fintech capital. And now the fintech and AI revolution is actually captured in Mumbai. And who's who into fintech is now coming to Mumbai. And I think that in the space of fintech and AI, we are focusing more on Mumbai. If we look at the IT revolution and biotech, we are focusing more on Pune. If you look at new sectors like AV, we are focusing Chhatrapati Sambhajinagar. Now our new destination is Gadchiroli, which is fastly becoming the new steel hub of India. And I think if you look at the new industry, we are focusing more on the new industry into green technologies, into smart technologies, and we are experiencing a lot of interest because of global situation. I think the +1 policy we are experiencing here. So we are actually doing business with all the major global players. We are doing it with Toyota. We are doing it with Hyundai. We are doing it with NTT. And also the Indian global companies like Reliance, like JSW, like Tata, like Mahindra. Everybody is investing in Maharashtra.
So for those watching and investors waiting to dip their toes in the state of Maharashtra, where should their money be going to?
So I think it depends upon what is their interest. Because Maharashtra,
where would you like
Maharashtra offers a menu. So I mean, you can choose. So if like in the coastal region of Konkan, we are developing a huge port now. Today, the biggest port of India is JNPT port of Mumbai. Now we are building a new port, which is Vadhavan port, which is 3 times bigger than Mumbai, and it will be on the day of inception. It will be amongst first 10 ports of world. So that is creating an absolute new ecosystem. We are building a new Mumbai near the new Mumbai airport, which will be 3 times bigger than Mumbai. We are building a 4th Mumbai in the area of Vadhavan, where A third airport for Mumbai will come where the bullet train will also stop. So entirely a new city, a new ecosystem we are building. We are building innovation city in the new Mumbai. This innovation city will be one of its kind where we want to host all type of innovations and we want to create a city for innovation. Again, we are building a Edu city where all the foreign universities can actually house themselves. And we have already finalized 5 foreign universities which are amongst first 100 global universities. So if you look at in and around Mumbai and Pune, a huge ecosystem is being created. But apart from that, if you go to Vidarbha, a new ecosystem you can see where now solar manufacturing, a lot of solar manufacturing is being done and a lot of interests are being created there. So I think in every part of Maharashtra, there is an opportunity and not just opportunity, but we are also creating an ecosystem. If you look at our MIDC parks, our industrial parks, all of our industrial parks are well equipped. They have very good infrastructure. And we are also creating 30 plug and play industrial parks where the industries can locate themselves. And we are working more on ease of doing business and cost of doing business. So we are trying to make this investment experience absolutely hassle-free.
You talk about building an ecosystem. One of the issues is actually talent. If you take a look at India as a whole, the young people, we talk about demographic dividend, but the young people are actually finding it hard to find jobs. And also skilled labor is hard to come by. You're talking about a data capital. You're talking about a fintech capital. Surely skills will be an issue. How are you addressing that issue?
So you're absolutely right. I mean, as we all know that 65% of the data center capacity that is created in India is created in the state of Maharashtra. So we are surely the data center capital, but at the same time, we are also startup capital. I mean, the young minds are innovating in such a way that they are creating beautiful startups. So if you look at the Startup India report, which is published recently, that shows that by absolute number and by absolute investment, now the startup capital is Maharashtra. It's no more Bangalore, it's no more Hyderabad. It is Maharashtra. And fintech capital is also Maharashtra. And also in the space of AI startups, Maharashtra is leading the way. So I think there's huge talent. There's no dearth of talent. There's huge talent.
So no shortage.
Not absolutely no shortage. There's huge talent. And I think with our endeavor of creating skill manpower, we have already started a skill university. This skill university is catering to create skill in all sectors, whether it is low-end skills or high-end skills. So we are trying to do that. Recently with Microsoft, we actually trained 10,000 women in AI. So I think this endeavor of creating skilled manpower is also there. So I don't think that there will be any dearth of skilled manpower in the state of Maharashtra.
The next Silicon Valley?
I think, yes.
I like the confidence. Yeah. Your officials, Maharashtra officials, have been very busy trying to lower investments. At the recent World Economic Forum in Davos, you signed 60 MOUs. That's massive.
Absolutely.
If translated well, that could amount to about $200 billion. Give us an update. 3 months down the road, where are you with those MOUs?
Yeah, so I'm happy to tell you that 80% of our MOU are in absolute rolling. They are in action. So we have already given them what we promised. We have offered them land. They have also taken land. And we are actually helping them in taking all the clearances. So I think 80% are absolutely on track and 20% are also on track, but a little behind the schedule because they have certain regulatory issues which they have to comply. But I think, and after these global headwinds, we again interacted with them and we made sure that there's no impact on them. And I'm happy to tell you, none of them is backing out. Everybody is there.
Can you shed some light on who the investors are, which companies?
See, there are companies like NTT in the space of data. Amazon is there. Indian companies are also there, like Reliance and JSW, who are doing global businesses. So you name it, and they are there.
So we can expect a record amount.
Absolutely, absolutely.
We are looking at about what, 35%? Maharashtra accounts for about 35% of the FDIs that India receives. I'm just wondering, given the optimism and so much interest and the growth trajectory, can the state contribute more than 35% in the next 3 to 5 years? Could it grow to 50% of total FDI in the country?
So if you look at, last few quarters, it has been 40%, 45%, and 50%. Cumulative is 35%. But there have been instances in past few years that Maharashtra has received 48%, 49% of the FDI that came to India. And it's increasing. So I think, yes, absolutely it is possible that we may go to 40, 45% of the total FDI that comes to India.
There's been a lot of talk about the impact of the tariffs. If you take a look at what the OECD itself is projecting, slower growth for the world. And inevitably, more tariffs would mean slower growth, including for countries like India. In my conversation with the Commerce Minister yesterday, he said that there'll be little impact on India's growth. What kind of impact do you see on India and on the state?
So you see, Commerce Minister is more equipped to talk about that. But from the perspective of Maharashtra, we also interacted with certain experts. And in the major fields where Maharashtra is doing business, we see that there is a moderate impact, not very high. And in most of the fields, we see that there is a huge opportunity created. Like, in the textile, in the apparels, where Maharashtra is doing very well, there's a huge opportunity which is created. Even there are several sectors where we feel that a lot of opportunity will be created. So as of now, our first interaction with financial experts tells us that it's not going to impact us much. It's going to impact us moderately.
What keeps you up at night then? What are the risks you see for the economy here?
See, right now the biggest risk for the economy is climate change. Because, predominantly we are also agrarian economy. An agrarian economy is most impacted by climate change. But having said that, now we have started focusing more on climate resilient agriculture. We are working with the World Bank. We have rolled certain projects where we are trying to make our agriculture climate proof. We are trying to, we have announced a mission of AI in agriculture. And using AI modules, we want to make our agriculture more predictable. We want to make, the shifts of nature more predictable in the agriculture. So I think that is one area of concern where, ultimately much is dependent upon the nature, and that gives me sleepless nights.
There are also suggestions that the tariffs imposed by Trump may affect the farmers in India. Is that a huge concern for you?
I think, what interactions we had, we feel that, yes, there will be some impact, but we also see some opportunities, some new markets growing. So I think, there will be shift in the supply chain, and we are making us ready to, accommodate that shift. So we are not as worried as, people feel that it's going to impact.
Chief Minister, is there any reason to be concerned about the state debt? Because if you take a look at the level, I think it's tripled in the last decade. For investors sitting here, is that something they should be worried about?
They should not be, because I think in India, if you look at the fiscal health of the states, in Maharashtra is the best. Because, if you look at the trajectories set by our FRBM Act or by the Reserve Bank, not a single year we have surpassed. Our fiscal deficit is below 3%. We have maintained it. Our entire debt is just 17% of our GDP. If you look at other states, it is 24%, 25%. Actually, we are allowed up to 25%, but we have maintained up to 17%. And if you look at last 10 years, our GDP has grown from 13 lakh crore to around 45 lakh crore. So 3 times we have increased our GDP, and compared to that, our debt has not increased in that fold. So I think as of now, there is no area of concern. As of now, we are maintaining our fiscal health. And in Maharashtra, we have always tried to maintain our fiscal health because Maharashtra is known for good economy. We contribute 14 to 15% to the national GDP. And if you look at, these times GST collection figures, Maharashtra has excelled. I mean, if you look at, I won't say our competitors because they are our fellow states, but if you put together number 2 and number 3 together, then also Maharashtra is more than that. So I think this huge buoyancy we could see, it's a 14% increase over last year in Maharashtra's tax collections. So I think things are fine with the economy.
Why is there a reason to spend so much? Where are you spending? I know infrastructure is a key one.
I think infrastructure is something which we are trying to create. I mean, you can see a changed Mumbai. With all the infrastructure projects today, we are building around 372 kilometers of metro network, out of which 115 kilometers is almost complete. We have created the coastal road, which is actually changing the face of Mumbai. This coastal road will be extended up to Virar, so it will be on the western side. The entire sea link will be created, and the western side will be decongested. We are creating a multi-modal hub which will be from Virar to Alibag. So that will create an entire loop around Mumbai. So the entire traffic of Mumbai will be decongested because of that. We actually connected Mumbai with the hinterland with Atal Setu, which is 22-kilometer sea bridge. It's one of the longest sea bridge ever built in India. And that has opened up an absolutely new ecosystem now with the new Mumbai airport and the connectivity with Mumbai. As I have told you, the third Mumbai we are creating there, where this Edu City, where Health City, where Innovation City, all these cities will be built. So I think, and not just this, but we are actually creating a network of access control roads. So if you look at the Samruddhi Highway which we have created, this Samruddhi Highway has actually connected us to 15 districts of Maharashtra to the port, to the JNPT port. Now we are connecting this Samruddhi Highway to the new Vadhavan port, and that will actually, give advantage to 17 districts to have port-led development. So around roads, ports, airports, our new Mumbai airport will be ready in next 2 months. We are actually building a new airport in Pune, a brownfield new airport in Nagpur, one more airport at Shirdi. So many airports we are building, ports, airports, roads, highways, bridges. I think we are actually creating an ecosystem to make us a part of global supply chain.
Some have pointed out, though, that a lot of the infrastructure that you're building is mainly in the metro area. What's the plan for the second, third tier cities?
So I think the metro area infrastructure is more focused. But actually we are building more infrastructure in the rural area, connecting the rural area. Like I told you, Samruddhi Highway is something, it's a highway which we built in spending 55,000 crores. And now that has actually given advantage to the farmers of 15 districts because they are connected to the port, they are connected to the cities, they are connected to the market. We are again building one more access control road, which is Shaktipit Highway, which will be from Nagpur to Goa. And this will be around 900 kilometers road, and it will actually give advantage to the entire Marathwada region. And again, not just infrastructure pertaining to the roads, but for the rural area, we are actually doing river linkage. 4 river linkage projects. These 4 river linkage projects will cost us around 3 lakh crores, but they will make Maharashtra drought free. So right now, the Godavari river, the Godavari basin, it caters to 49% of Maharashtra's agriculture in terms of irrigation, and also in terms of drinking water and water for the industry. But it is a deficit basin. We are bringing water which is flowing from westwards, westward flowing rivers, which goes directly into sea. We are bringing that water to Marathwada, and that will make the Godavari basin a surplus basin, and we will be drought free. Again, in the Vidarbha region, we are actually building a 500 kilometer canal, which will be like a 500 kilometer new river, linking two rivers, and that will absolutely make Vidarbha drought free. So I think we are doing more in the rural area. However, the focus is always more on the metro area.
What's the vision? I mean, the theme says the next 25 years, but I'm not going to put that to you because you need a proper crystal ball for that. We can't even say how it's going to look in 5 years. But in 5 years, how do you see the state evolving?
See, there's an absolute focus vision which we have created. Like we created an economic advisory committee under chairman of Tata Sons, Mr. N. Chandrasekaran. 20 CEOs were part of it from diverse sectors, and they have charted a roadmap for us to make Maharashtra a $1 trillion economy by 2029. And some of the things which we are going to do is by 2030, due to our energy transition endeavor, we will be 52% green. I mean, today our energy mix is last year it was 13%, next year it will be 25%, but by 2030, 52% of our energy mix will be absolutely green. It will come from non-conventional sources. Apart from that, this entire MMR region, we have created a plan for MMR region, because we feel that only the MMR region has capability to become a $1.5 trillion economy. So we are working on that. Again, one such cluster we are creating around Pune, one such cluster we are creating around Nagpur. So actually right now what we have planned is balanced development. In Maharashtra, although Maharashtra is a very forward state, economically it's very strong state, but there are districts which are lagging behind. So now the focus is on districts. We have created district strategy investment plans. We are investing in districts so that the districts which are lagging behind will also come forward, and the economic opportunities will be created in those districts. So I think that by next 5 years, one will be able to see absolute balanced growth in Maharashtra.
All that depends on funding, and a lot of the funding actually comes from remittances. I think Maharashtra receives 20% of all the remittances that India receives, and now we're seeing a crackdown on legal and illegal immigration. Do you see that in any way impacting your remittances?
I don't see that much, because I mean, I should not be saying this, but all that is happening is not of much of concern to Maharashtra, because Maharashtra's presence in US is in Silicon Valley. So I mean, they are the people who matter the most for US also. So I don't see any problem about that. Having said that, about funding, if you look at right now, globally, the investors see a lot of opportunity to invest in India. As you have seen that so much of investors have already come to us, and every day actually we are signing MOUs with global funds to fund us, and also right now even the global banks, they are very much interested in funding our projects. So as of now, we don't see any problem around funding.
Chief Minister, we have 20 seconds to go. I'll be remiss not to ask you this question. You have said that the successor of Prime Minister Modi will not come from the state of Maharashtra. What's the basis of that comment?
No, I have said that it is not right time to think about successor of Mr. Modi, because in 2029, Mr. Modi will be again Prime Minister.
Chief Minister, thank you so much for your time today. It's been a pleasure.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. But I think you have to remain to sign an MOU here.
Well, a huge thank you there to the Honourable Devendra Fadnavis. What a true honour to have you here with us today. Thank you so much for lending us your time here at the IGF 2025. Now, please do stay on the stage. As you can see, we're just rearranging the furniture a little bit here, as we have about 5 MoU exchanges that we'd very much like you to be witness to. So please do stay on the stage. Just while we're rearranging this, though, did I hear correctly that you signed 60 MoUs over in Davos worth $200 million? So very impressive indeed. Is there anything in particular that you're excited about right now in terms of MoU signings?
No, I think I'm very excited that today also we are signing MoUs, and I think it's not stopping. I mean, people thought that Davos is like, one of its kind, but every day we are signing MoUs. So investment is pouring in, and I'm very excited about that.
Very good to hear. Right, I think it's time. So to do the honours for us, please give a very warm welcome to Kaustubh Dabse, who is the Joint Secretary and OSD to the Chief Minister, who is here with us to facilitate the MoUs. So please give a very warm welcome to Kaustubh Dabse. A very warm welcome.
It's a great pleasure to welcome the Honorable Deputy Chief Minister of Maharashtra, Shri Eknath Shinde. Ladies and gentlemen, please. So we are taking over the proceedings for the next few minutes because this is quite an historic event. It's an historic occasion, and what you're going to witness is probably something that the state government has never ever kind of endured. So let me start by first introducing the first MoU. The first MoU or the first association is with a top global company, a company which is known to all of you as Unilever. But the Unilever's ice cream business, which is substantially large, they have decided to set up their first GCC, a global capability or a competency center in Pune. And we have the global CFO of the Magnum ice cream company, Shri Abhijit Bhattacharya. We also have Toloi, the CEO of the India business. And we have Prashant Premrajka, the CFO of the India business. And we have Shri P. Anarbalgan, the Secretary for Industries. Please join the stage. Please.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Same here. Good to see you.
Please come.
Yes. Yes.
Ladies and gentlemen,
you can show it like this.
The Magnum Ice Cream Company's Global Capability Center in Pune. I'm just going to give the mic to Abhijit Bhattacharya to share his views on this historic occasion.
Thank you, Kaustubh. Thank you, Mr. Chief Minister, Mr. Deputy Chief Minister, the Secretary for Industry, senior government officials who are here, and dear colleagues and friends. Just a few words. When Unilever decided to separate the ice cream business, you know Unilever is an iconic company in India and worldwide. We were looking to set up a global competence center, and we, with an independent evaluation, found Pune as the best location in the world, not in India, in the world. And that's because it comes with an abundant talent base, which is actually great, because with companies like ours, we can help very skilled workers to make careers not only in India but internationally. So that's a great advantage. The whole story that we just heard on infrastructure makes Pune much, much more accessible globally, which gives us another big stage to come here. But it's not just about this company and coming to Pune and a new initiative. I can tell you that this drive from the government has been happening for years. So we talk about it now and India now, but this is not new to the state of Maharashtra. I remember we set up a high-tech, in my previous role, I was the CFO of Philips Worldwide, and we set up a high-tech medical equipment manufacturing facility in Pune, which Mr. Fadnavis himself had kindly inaugurated. And that was not the end of it. I think the biggest thing that keeps bringing me back here is the fact that during COVID, we were allowed to manufacture life-saving equipment, which was an example to the world because factories around the world had shut down, and Pune showed the world how you can still make life-saving critical equipment. So I look forward to this collaboration, and thank you again, Kaustubh, for facilitating this. You know, we talked about dipping toes in the water. We are in head, body, soul, and heart. And in 2 weeks from the first call, we have signed the MoU. So if you want speed, this is where it is. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. I now invite Dr. Sanjay Mukherjee, the Metropolitan Commissioner, to please grace us with his presence on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, you have heard about MOUs that are made, and we witnessed one historic one today where investments are made on stage. But what is extremely critical is about the infrastructure work which was earlier led by the Honorable Deputy CM when he was CM, Mr. Shinde, and the Honorable Chief Minister now, which is moving forward in that direction. And in order for us to really make sure that these infrastructure projects are delivered on time, and that is the reason why I said that today is a historic day, we are signing a series of investment intents where funding has closed with top 5 institutions in the country. If you remember, Mr. Fadnavis, the Honorable Chief Minister, mentioned this in one of his speeches that about $100 billion is required by Maharashtra in the next few years, and that money is required to ensure that we create world-class infrastructure. Today, MMRDA is getting into the groove and signing MOUs worth $50 billion of investments that are going to come to fund all these historic projects. So let me start by first welcoming Shri Sanjay Kulshrestha, Chairman and Managing Director of HUDCO, and his team. HUDCO has financially closed 1,50,000 crores of investment to MMRDA for its infrastructure projects. That is worth about $20 billion US.
You can show it like this. Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Yeah. Best. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Kulshrestha, for your support to MMRDA. I now welcome Shri Harsh Baveja, Director of Finance, REC, and Mr. Rahul Dwivedi, Executive Director, REC. Ladies and gentlemen, REC has extended a funding of 1 lakh crores to MMRDA. Thank you, REC, for your confidence, and thank you for extending this funding facility to MMRDA.
Yeah, I know. Work with us.
I now request Mr. Rajiv Ranjan Shah, Director Projects, PFC Limited, and his team on stage. PFC has extended funding worth 1 lakh crores to MMRDA for their projects. Ladies and gentlemen, these are not LOIs, these are closed funds. I have gone through a process, and today we are taking this opportunity, so this entire facility is available to MMRDA.
Thank you. Thank you.
I would now like to welcome Shrimati Shelly Verma, Director Finance, IRFC and team to be on stage. This is an MOU between MMRDA and Indian Railway Finance Corporation to the tune of 50,000 crores. IRFC is extended infrastructure funding to the tune of 50,000 crores to MMRDA.
Thank you. Yes, yes, yes.
Last but definitely not the least, I am going to request Shri Raj Kiran Rai, Managing Director of NAB FID and team, National Banking for Finance, Infrastructure and Development, to exchange his MOU worth 7,000 crores to MMRDA. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause. This is 4,10,000 crores worth approximately 50 billion US dollars, a little less than 50 billion US dollars. This, within the last 45 days, completes the commitment that the Honorable Chief Minister made that he is going to raise about $100 billion of capital. 50 billion has been raised from Indian financing institutions. And I take this opportunity to thank all the Indian financing institutions. I would like Manoj Ladva, on whose very fertile stage we are doing these MOUs, to join us for a group picture. And I request all the MOU holders to please join the stage for a group photo, please. The industry secretary can also join.
Come here. Please come here.
You can come this side if you want, somebody. Yeah, yeah. Up, yeah. Yeah, yeah. Please come. Thank you so much. Thank you for all your investment interests. I am not going to request the Honorable Deputy Chief Minister, Shri Eknath Shinde ji, to say a few words on this historic occasion. Manoj, you can stay on stage.
Namaskar. Jai Maharashtra. Namaskar, good morning to all. तुम्ही बसा ना समोर. All the dignitaries present here today, our Honorable Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis ji and other dignitaries, at the outset, I welcome all of you in this dynamic city of Mumbai, the growth engine of the country. I also congratulate the Managing Committee of India Global Forum for organizing this Next 25 event, which will define the next 25 years of India's growth story. Mumbai is the growth engine of the country, and we are trying to increase the power of this engine. Our government is planning to make Mumbai and Maharashtra smarter. From industrial corridors and logistic parks to digital governance reforms, Our vision is to make this state the launchpad for India's economic leap into the future, which was explained by our Honorable Chief Minister just now. आज का दिन हम सभी के लिए एक ऐतिहासिक दिन है। MMRDA देश की पहली सरकारी एजेंसी है, अथॉरिटी है, जिसके माध्यम से आज 3.5 लाख करोड़ के 4 लाख हो गए। कौस्तुभ 4 लाख हो गए ना, 4 लाख साइन हो रहे हैं। ये स्वदेशी ये सपोर्ट है और ये हमारे घरेलू निवेश के लिए भी एक ऐतिहासिक दिन है। आज हमारे आदरणीय मुख्यमंत्री महोदय जी ने हमारे महाराष्ट्र के लिए, महाराष्ट्र का विजन क्या है, महाराष्ट्र कैसे आगे बढ़ रहा है, मुंबई MMR क्या हो रहा है और कितना पोटेंशियल है हमारे यहाँ, इसके बारे में आपको बताया है। आज MMRDA विद्युत मंत्रालय की महारत्न कंपनी REC लिमिटेड, पावर फाइनेंस कॉरपोरेशन, महारत्न हाउसिंग एंड अर्बन डेवलपमेंट हुडको, मिनी रत्न इंडियन रेलवे फाइनेंस कॉरपोरेशन, नेशनल बैंक फॉर फाइनेंसिंग इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर एंड डेवलपमेंट जैसी कंपनियों के साथ MOU साइन कर रही है। ये खुशी की बात है कि इस MOU में मिनी रत्न, महारत्न और नवरत्न कंपनियां शामिल है। वैसे महाराष्ट्र भी हम अपने आप में एक रत्न है और इसलिए महारत्न और ये सब इससे MMR में इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर के विकास को गति मिलेगी। गत 3 वर्षों में दावोस के वर्ल्ड इकोनॉमिक फोरम में 20 लाख करोड़ के MOU साइन हुए। ये अपने आप में एक रिकॉर्ड है। MMRDA ने MMR रीजन का इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर मजबूत करने के लिए इस साल दावोस में 3.5 लाख करोड़ के रिकॉर्ड जो हमारे मुख्यमंत्री और उद्योग मंत्री के मार्गदर्शन में साइन हुए, ये भी अपने आप में एक बड़ी बात है। 15 लाख के लगभग MOU साइन हुए, 15 लाख करोड़। वर्ल्ड इकोनॉमिक फोरम हमारे MMR को वर्ल्ड इकोनॉमिक सेंटर के रूप में विकसित करने में सपोर्ट कर रहा है ताकि निवेश आकर्षित हो और अगले 7 वर्षों में इस क्षेत्र के लिए $300 मिलियन की GDP के लक्ष्य को प्राप्त कर सकते हैं। हमारी केंद्र सरकार भी मुंबई के विकास को मजबूती प्रदान कर रही है। मैं भारत के लोकप्रिय प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी को धन्यवाद देता हूँ और उनके कुशल मार्गदर्शन और समर्थन के लिए उनका स्वागत करता हूँ, क्योंकि उन्होंने भी कहा था कि मुंबई को हम ग्लोबल फिनटेक हब करेंगे और महाराष्ट्र ये देश का ग्रोथ सेंटर है। आज भारत ग्लोबल कैपेबिलिटी सेंटर के हब के रूप में भी उभरा है। बेंगलोर, हैदराबाद, पुणे, गुड़गांव जैसे शहरों में कई GCC है। गूगल, अमेज़ॉन, गोल्डमैन सैक्स और JP मॉर्गन जैसी प्रमुख कंपनियां GCC भारत में कार्यरत है। आज हम पुणे में भी GCC लॉन्च कर रहे हैं नए से। ऐसा ही GCC का शुभारंभ पुणे में हो रहा है, जो हमारे महाराष्ट्र के प्रगति के लिए बहुत बड़ा योगदान होगा। GCC सिर्फ ऐसे देशों में बनाई जा सकती है जहाँ पर ऑपरेशन कॉस्ट ज़्यादा ना हो और स्किल वर्क फोर्स हो। इन सभी पैरामीटर्स में हम आज हमारा महाराष्ट्र नंबर 1 में है और कई सभी सेक्टर में नंबर 1 वो मैं नहीं बताऊंगा, वो आदरणीय मुख्यमंत्री जी ने बताया है। IT, इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर, AI, डेटा एनालिसिस एंड बिजनेस सीक्रेट इंफॉर्मेशन, इंजीनियरिंग, रिसर्च एंड डेवलपमेंट, AI, रोबोटिक्स आदि का उपयोग इन सभी क्षेत्र में महाराष्ट्र को उज्ज्वल भविष्य है। GCC भारत को दुनिया का पावर हाउस बना रहे। GCC के क्षेत्र का ग्लोबल लीडर बनने का पूरा पोटेंशियल हमारे देश में है। GCC हमारे देश के प्रतिभा को दुनिया के सामने ला सकती है। भारत में लाखों इंजीनियर, IT विशेषज्ञ और कुशल युवा है। GCC का इस्तेमाल करके नई तकनीक जैसे आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस, रोबोटिक्स और डेटा एनालिटिक्स में काम कर रहे हैं। ये हमारे युवाओं को मौका दे रहे हैं कि वे दुनिया की सबसे बड़ी कंपनियों के साथ कंधे से कंधा मिलाकर काम करें। GCC हमारी अर्थव्यवस्था को भी मजबूत कर रहे हैं। मुझे विश्वास है कि आने वाले सालों में GCC भारत को $5 ट्रिलियन कि डिजिटल अर्थव्यवस्था बनाने में काफ़ी मददगार साबित होगी। मुझे इस बात की भी खुशी है कि महाराष्ट्र $1 ट्रिलियन उसमें हमारा योगदान देगा, लेकिन नीति आयोग ने कहा है कि मुंबई एमएमआर में ही एक नहीं $1.5 ट्रिलियन का पोटेंशियल है। इतना बड़ा पोटेंशियल मुंबई एमएमआर में, और इसलिए आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी का सपना है वो उसमें योगदान देने में महाराष्ट्र सबसे आगे रहेगा। गत 3 वर्षों में महाराष्ट्र में इन्वेस्टमेंट के लिए काफ़ी फेवरेबल माहौल रहा है। वर्ल्ड क्लास इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर, स्किल मैन पावर और मजबूत सरकार ने महाराष्ट्र को घरेलू मतलब स्वदेशी और विदेशी दोनों ओर से लोग पसंद कर रहे हैं। आज हमारे मुख्यमंत्री देवेंद्र जी के नेतृत्व में हमारी टीम काम कर रही है, आगे बढ़ रही है, महाराष्ट्र को आगे बढ़ा रहे हैं, और इसमें इलेक्ट्रिक मोबिलिटी, लॉजिस्टिक, सेमीकंडक्टर का निर्माण में निवेश को भी प्रोत्साहित कर रहे हैं। एडटेक, हेल्थटेक, एआई, ईवीज और क्लीन टेक जैसे क्षेत्र यहाँ मजबूत इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर, स्किल और गवर्नमेंट सपोर्ट के साथ फल फूल रहा है। एमएमआर जो वर्तमान में $140 बिलियन की अर्थव्यवस्था है, इस साल 2030 तक $300 बिलियन के लक्ष्य को प्राप्त करने के लिए 9% से 10% की दर से आगे बढ़ना होगा। यदि यह लक्ष्य हासिल हो जाता है तो इससे अतिरिक्त 25 से 30 लाख लोगों को रोजगार नए मिल सकते हैं। ये भी अपने आप में बड़ी बात होगी। इसके लिए हमें अगले 7 वर्षों में $135 बिलियन का निवेश हासिल करना होगा। As we look towards next 25 years of India journey, I take this opportunity to appeal to you to come forward and work with us. We will work together. Maharashtra is open for business, and we are here to partner with you for success. With those words, I thank organizers for giving me this golden opportunity to share my views before this August gathering. Thank you. Dhanyawad. Jai Hind. Jai Maharashtra.
Thank you so much. And it really is testament, isn't it? Oh. You know, when we talk about IGF being a place where things get done, I think the signing of those MOUs and what we just heard there really is testament to getting stuff done. This is about India being open for business and making sure that that business is done. We don't just talk about it. Things happen here. I'm aware there's a little gathering at the front, so I will persevere nonetheless while that gathering makes its way out. And I hope that so far today has been fruitful. There is so much ahead at our IGF forum today. And I just want to explain a little bit, if I can, about how today is going to work. We're going to have 3 different forums for you today. There's the Global Investors Forum. We'll kick that off very shortly. We have the Tech Frontiers and also the Making Waves Forum that will focus a little later today on entertainment and arts. And so I want to kick off the Global Investors Forum first of all, and no prizes for guessing what the theme is as we discuss what investment means in India right now. We're going to look at Trump, tariffs, and turbulence. It will be the key issue that defines not only this conference but many more to come. There is a lot for us to discuss, as you would imagine. And I want to start first of all with a look at IPOs, at capital markets and the future of Indian finance. And just while we set the stage here, quite clearly the stock market is where investors will get involved in the growth of India, but it is also about making that capital available for some of the projects that we've talked about today. And I want to get a sense of what the turbulence of the last 48 hours really means for India and how it will redefine India's place in the world. And so please put your hands together and welcome my guest, Ashish Chauhan, who's the MD and Chief Executive of the National Stock Exchange of India. Nice to see you. Please take a seat. Ashish, thank you so much. It's good to have you here. Please take a seat just while we reset the stage up here. Thank you. Thank you so much. Wonderful. Thank you. I'm delighted to have you here. And there is so much for us to talk about, so let me jump straight in. And I want your assessment, if I can, first of all, on what the last few days mean. Let's rewind a little bit here, because I think we've sort of jumped ahead and we're looking at the implications, and all of us at this stage guessing about what might happen next. Maybe give your assessment of how we have got here. Why do we find ourselves in this position?
In a way, where we are is a continuum of the past. And in some ways, the genesis goes into multilateral systems. Post, literally 1970, America was trying to win away China from the Russian orbit. And that's where they sent Henry Kissinger in 1970, 1971, through Pakistan into China to talk to them. China was very insular. And since then, China was mollycoddled by Europe and America to ensure that they break away from Russia, which they did. In some ways, at least the Americans thought. And so that's how the Berlin Wall fell and the communism is supposed to have fallen. But China created a different type of communism, which was what I call mercantilist communism. And it's, for me, China is one company, not one country. So that's how they behave. But effectively now that US has woken up and figured that in last 35 years post, last literally 1987, so almost 40 years since Berlin Wall fell, it was the rich country which other people were leeching on, specifically China, but even other countries which were also rich, like Europe and all. And now America is feeling that we have become slightly poor, and so each time when you want something from America, they're asking back something, and now people think that it was their birthright to leech on America, and it was America's duty to take care of the world. Suddenly when America asks for something in return, everyone thinks it's a blasphemy. And that's where I think we are into what I call, we have, for me always, the geopolitics, it's economics for breakfast. So when all the analysts and everyone starts talking only economics and they don't talk geopolitics, this was somewhere coming. It's just that it took so long, right?
But President Trump's rhetoric is, as you say, that for too long the world has leached off America's success. America's done pretty well out of this, though. It's the world's biggest economy. It's one of the richest nations. You know, there won't be a lot of sympathy for America's plight, will there?
Absolutely, but the way we look at, or the Americans look at us, they've lost jobs.
Right.
The West and East Coast, I think, have done well, which are trading people. The manufacturing people have lost jobs, and in the process, over the last 45 years, China has got almost 35 to 40% of all industrial activities in the world. They have killed American industry, they have killed even European industry, and naturally India was also suffering due to that. And now people who have lost jobs are coming back saying that you are teaching us globalization, but we are not the beneficiaries. There are people in America who are beneficiaries, but we are not the beneficiaries. So what about us? And in democracy, this kind of frameworks keep on coming. It's surprised that it has come after so many years.
It's how that wealth has been spread out maybe in the United States, isn't it? And so what you describe then is an end of multilateralism, the idea that the world will succeed by sharing, open borders, free trade. Is it your view that that is done now? That is over?
Yeah, broadly for me, the tectonic plates are shifting. The quakes are going to happen. The multilateralism is over. But anything to start with WTO, WHO, everything is gone. Similarly, United Nations, all of them are going to be, because they are living on the largest of US. Now, US doesn't want to be that generous. And so all this, whatever was supposed to be rule-based, multilateralist stuff, it was in a way being managed by few people against, at least today America feels that it was against America, and that's where this portion is over. So what next? And for me, when the unipolar world, which was America from 1987 till now, if it's going to go away, what will happen? What we can visualize is today, there are going to be multipolar situations. America will be there on the table. China will be there. Europe, if it remains together, might be there. India will be there because it's now the largest country in the world, largest democracy, but also a reasonably decent sized, almost third largest economy in the world. Today it's fourth, but probably this year it will become third. And so effectively you will see multipolarity and more bilateral activities rather than multilateral activities.
And we love describing this, don't we, as having a seat at the table. Is it fair to say that there may be more tables with smaller seats? Smaller tables, smaller seats, but you have a player and you choose which table you are sitting at.
Everyone will try to choose. At the same time, the largest table is America's table for foreseeable future. And you need to be on that side to just be aware.
But will you have to be at that table, or can you be in the same room and doing deals with that table?
You can try that, but if you are not on that table, you are going to go very far. And again, like yesterday, China announced 34%, and then President Trump announced additional 50%, which makes it 104% duty on China. So for me, the things are becoming very, very volatile, very uncertain, and you will have to, in a way, select sides. China doesn't import nothing from nobody, doesn't want to, right? And while America is still open. And so you need to figure out whether you want to be with somebody who wants to only take money from you, or you want to be with somebody who is actually better. And that's why I was speaking at one of the European conferences last week, and I said that America and Europe are trying to be at loggerheads like brothers, having insulted each other. And sometimes brothers' insults look much more tougher than going with enemies. So in some ways, Europe is trying to go with enemy. It will be actually a big mistake if they do that.
And amid that, you might argue, there's, while those two squabble, and while they fall out, and while they have their war of words, there are opportunities. And I wonder where India fits into this picture. What will India look like in this new world order?
No, India has always not been a large beneficiary of multilateral trade world. In fact, the WTO is largely about goods. What India has worked on is the services part, which is not part of the WTO framework in some ways. And that's where India was never a large beneficiary of multilateral world. And so when it's going away, India will have to find its own ways. At the same time, the technology part, which is coming up, which is going to be the world's future, is not easy to tax. Most of the wealth is going to be basically what I call non-material or dematerialized. And most of the wealth is going to be of experience, which is not easy to tariff. And that's going to be very interesting over the next 30, 40 years. 80% of the wealth is going to be non-material. What we are currently tariffing is actually the material world. So there is going to be a sort of a direct shift, and India is a beneficiary because most of the world's experiential stuff, whether from banking to pricing of derivatives to even virtual realities or artificial intelligence, everything, whether it is by American companies or Korean companies or European companies, are actually being made in India by their global capacity centers. Almost today also you announced several global capacity centers, but more than 2,500 global capacity centers are existing in India from the largest companies, and sometimes they have more employees in India working than their parent country. And why? Is because India is giving you that talent which is able to visualize the future and create that wealth, of course, for that country which owns the GCC, but also for India going forward.
I want to talk about capital markets because quite clearly your area of expertise as well, isn't it? Talk to me as well about, what that turbulence means for capital markets here, because, we talk about investor confidence. The Chief Minister just saying there, investors still believe in India, investors are bullish. Do you share that optimism?
Absolutely. In fact, if you've seen last couple of weeks where things have really gone topsy-turvy in the world markets, markets have fallen even in US by 12-15%, and now they're running at almost the recession sort of framework, which is 20% down. India has done remarkably well. Yesterday also when Hong Kong went down by 13%, India was down 3.5%.
Why?
It's because India has its own growth momentum. Even this year, that is the financial year started April 1, we are going to grow at somewhere between 6.5-7%. It's going to be the fastest growing large economy in the world. And large portion of India's growth is from within. And that's where there are a lot of bridges and ports and airports and roads and everything is getting constructed. That's the infrastructure push by the government. But also many more industries are being set up. In fact, in the new world order that is taking shape, India is going to play a very significant role going forward. And that's where, again, many more people will come. The other part is also interesting that most of wealth, if it is going to be exponential, it doesn't require a lot of capital to be invested. It requires some amount of capital, but a lot of brains, a lot of exposure, and a lot larger markets, right? And Indians are now coming faster to the listing space, listed space compared to the rest of the world. In the rest of the world, there is a tendency now, especially US and Europe, where large companies actually go private to the private equity, private capital. Whereas in India, large companies go to markets, and some of the largest companies in the world, like Hyundai Motors, last year in November 24, listed its subsidiary in India, $3.3 billion they took away. And this year, LG is going to list, but probably Walmart's subsidiary will list. And similarly, many other foreign companies, which are the largest in their countries, are going to list their subsidiaries in India. So you can see they know that Indian market is going to give them better returns. It's actually a larger market and very growth-oriented.
It's not without risk, though. There have been some amazing success stories of listings. There have been some flops, to say the least. How do you sort of even out the highs and the lows there? And I wonder, what is the rationale? What is the reasoning for that? Why do some fly when they list here? And some
basically,
really
it's a free market. So the companies come out, their merchant bankers or investment bankers tell them that this is the price at which you can sell. Exchanges or the regulators don't have a say at what price they want to sell it at. They can only prescribe the disclosures that the companies need to make. And some of the companies may not have estimated, or their investment bankers may not have estimated the future well. And that's why after listing, they may not do so well. But many companies actually are aware that they need to put some money on table before the list. And that's where after listing, their performance is better. So in a way, exchange doesn't have a view on prices going up or going down. Our way is to give you a framework to disclose all the requirements, and it's up to the investors to whether they want to invest in your company when you do IPO or not. And that's how we look at it. India is, in a way, a market where many companies come. Most of them are successful. Unlike, say, in last 7-8 years, 400 Chinese companies came to American markets and took away $400 billion of investors' money. Many of them did not even have addresses, let alone a business model or a factory. But they took away $400 billion, and nobody cared there. Whereas in India, we tend to be very, very sensitive to smallest sort of infractions by our companies.
And neatly, that gets me onto a final thought, because our time is up. But regulation, just a word on, where are we on regulation here? The right level, would you like to see a relaxation in the regulation to allow some of those, not maybe to the extent of what we've seen in the US, but that would free up a lot of capital, wouldn't it?
No, broadly speaking, Indian capitalism is what I call promoter-driven capitalism, vis-a-vis American capitalism or Anglo-Saxon capitalism, which is what I call manager-driven capitalism, that the owners have at least receded slightly, although they might be sort of appointing the CEOs and give them a lot of money. But broadly speaking, Indian capitalism is owned, it's owner-driven capitalism, where their prestige is at stake. And that's where India is, in a way, more technocentric framework, where Mark Zuckerberg still is a face of Facebook, and Elon Musk is still Facebook, Tesla. That's what I call owner-driven or owner-manager-driven capitalism. India is pretty much that style, and that's where I have a lot of hope that future is about people who come in front rather than run from the background. And Indian regulations are actually some of the toughest. Like America has what we call golden share, which means some people have more rights than others. Similarly, they have non-pari passu shares, which is again some shares have more rights than others. India, pretty much today, all shares have equal rights on the companies. Even disclosure standards are much harder, much tougher than what US, Europe has. And even if a company's management has a stake or an interest in a particular resolution, they cannot even vote on that resolution. That's where what we call majority of minority. So we have evolved to ensure that the conflict of interest or asymmetry of power and asymmetry of information vis-a-vis promoter manager and the minority shareholders, we have tried to resolve, and that's where more people are trusting Indian capital markets. Today, I have 210 million accounts which we service across India, and 110 million unique investors. If I were a country as NSE, I would be around 14th largest country in the world, given my number of investors. India has 20% households, which now save through stock markets, larger than France, Germany, and many European countries. Why I'm telling you this is, India has now grown to trust its entrepreneurs, and it has got that confidence that future will be much better. And entrepreneurship is what gets you more jobs, and of course, that gets you more prosperity.
Yeah, we're going to pick up on that in our next session, actually. So there's a really good grounding there, a really good basis for us to discuss. And the question about Elon Musk being so involved, so publicly involved in Tesla is for another discussion, isn't it? Really good to have you here. Thank you for your time this morning. Ladies and gents, please welcome Ashish Chauhan. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Good to see you. Thank you. Thank you. Nice to see you, please. So just while we reset the stage, a little word from some of our sponsors. He says, hopefully.
25 years ago, Edelweiss started with a vision of not doing things the same old way. Over the years, we have explored all things investment and have become better at it every year. We started off with investment banking and soon made our way to institutional equities and wealth management. Now, with strong institutional ownership of PAG as a promoter, we have grown to become a comprehensive wealth and asset management platform, also offering capital market solutions. And our fresh new perspective on wealth is reflected in our new brand identity. Nuvama is a unique brand name that brings together new perspective and prosperity, something we have always strived for. Today, we are one of the top wealth management companies in India and the company with a comprehensive wealth management platform, employing over 2,700 plus people across 450 plus locations, with a network of more than 23,000 plus partners. With significant client assets, Nuvama is the established player with proven execution across HNI and UHNI client segments. Nuvama also has 1 million customers, comprising people, businesses, and institutions, including ultra-high net worth families. While all these numbers are very gratifying, at Nuvama, nothing gives us more pride than the relationships we build with our clients and how we obsess over even the smallest of their needs. We believe in only doing what is best for them and their money, and we can back it up with our expertise, experience, and innovative solutions. The next step in our evolution will be driven by technology that will help us understand and use investment trends. At Nuvama, we believe in creating a culture that nurtures growth and learning, something that promotes leadership and an entrepreneurial spirit in everyone. We inculcate values of commitment to the client, clarity, reliability, and a desire to disrupt the status quo. Everything we have achieved so far, our vision and our values, are all driven by one mantra: to do it right for our customers. Nuvama, let's do it right. Investments in securities market are subject to market risks. Read all the related documents carefully before investing.
Welcome to the IGF Executive Circle, an exclusive global platform for ambitious leaders who value meaningful connections, real-time insights, and cross-border opportunities. Be a part of the next wave of leaders, innovators, and business pioneers leveraging India's global rise. An IGF Executive Circle membership brings with it AI-powered smart networking, exclusive masterclasses and industry insights, access to in-depth market reports and curated content, priority access to IGF events, and numerous other benefits and opportunities. ready to lead the future. Join the IGF Executive Circle today.
Huge thanks to our sponsors that allow all of this to happen. So I want to move quickly on to our next session. And this is an opportunity for you to get involved as well. I want to take some of your questions here because we're going to talk about what that new world order looks like. Because for India to be the second largest economy by 2050, it needs work, the structural reforms, digital transformation, a shift as we've seen in global trade and investment. So I want to bring together some leading experts in that field to talk about exactly that. So please let me welcome to the stage Sanjay Nair, who's the founder and chairman of Sorin Investments, Vineet Rai, who's the founder and vice chairman of Avishkar Group, Manish Jain, chief strategy officer, director of capital markets at Mirae Asset Capital Markets, and also Amit Ramchandrani, who's the chief executive of head of investment banking at Motilal Oswal Investment Advisors, and lastly Dilip Kadambi, who's the group chief financial officer at IHH Healthcare. Please take a seat, gentlemen. Come on. I'm going to stay here because I'm going to wander around and take some of your questions in a minute. But gentlemen, please make your way up here and we will begin. Apologies, we are running a little late. There's been a lot for us to fit in. Please. I'm going to stay here.
Having tea and coffee. You'll call them in.
Good. Yeah, there's people having tea and coffee. They can come back through. We're very relaxed here. Gentlemen, good afternoon to you all. It is just past midday. Thank you for being here. There's so much for us to talk about. And I should just say, I want your questions from the room. So if you have a question, stick your hand up and I will come and find you with a microphone. I've got plenty, but I feel like we've done all the work this morning. So I'm going to hand it over to you because there's so much for us to talk about. But let me kick it off first of all. And I want to take an initial response from each of you on this if I can. We've talked a lot about what the last few days have delivered, what those tariffs mean, what they mean for global economic uncertainty. I wonder how investors with an eye on India can adapt to this new world order. Sanjay, maybe let me start with you. How can investors adapt to this new world order?
I think a lot depends. Is it on?
Yeah, there we go.
I think it depends what kind of investor you're referring to. I'm not going to talk about stock market investors, but in terms of foreign direct investors, huge opportunity, what this whole thing represents. But I think first, Ben, we should just focus on what it means for India.
I don't think your microphone's
good. Is it coming?
I'm going to give you this. Excuse me.
I think first and foremost, you've got to think about what it means for India, what's going on. And I think at least my narrative is a little different than what I've been hearing for last 72 hours. I think India is going to be impacted, moderately though. 18% of our exports, merchandise exports, are to the US, and there is no way that we are going to escape unscathed. I think a lot will depend on how the private sector adapts to the change that's coming. A lot will depend how government can speed up the structural reforms. They've done a lot already, but there are a few things that are pending, need to be really put on the drawing board and executed, whether it's judicial, contract, labor. Both sides have done a lot already. Okay, let's face it. Our Indian companies have built scale. They have a certain degree of product differentiation. They've done a good job on exports. Government has done a lot on investing in digital, physical, and social infrastructure. But I think that the time for kind of hiding behind tariffs is over. Okay, and I think the private sector will have to just reset entirely their supply chains, diversify their markets, build bigger and more efficient businesses, be more comply with sustainability norms if they want to get into exports and diversify the export base. So having said that, I think that's where the opportunity is there for investors. Yeah. Foreign investors coming into India will come when these things fall in place and it's easy to set up capacity. You have the skilled labor for the right areas. I don't want to use the word ease of doing business. I think we have come a long way. But more than that, India should present for the foreign investor a real place to come up and put up a manufacturing business to be able to plug itself into the supply chain. So that's been talked about a lot, but the reality will happen when the Indian businesses and
for securing the food supply, whether it is Middle East or Europe. And I think India's farmer has a great opportunity emerging. So those who are looking at agri-tech may not have seen it as the most exciting field till now, But over the next 5 years, it might actually be a very exciting field, given the food security issues in a more deglobalizing world.
Yeah, and Amit, let me ask you that. Where are the opportunities here? I mean, we need to talk about the risks, clearly, but I don't think the dust has settled enough yet on what we've seen from the White House in terms of working out where is most vulnerable. But I wonder, maybe if you've got a sense of where is vulnerable, but where those opportunities may be as India pivots.
So, in terms of sectors, I think, while domestic consumption is going to continue and lead from the front, and there are some specific sectors like healthcare, and we have Dilip here, he'll probably talk more about it, but domestic infra is where we are seeing huge opportunity. We are seeing opportunities in retail. We are also seeing now, all of us for the last 20 crores of FII capital go out, right? And about 2 lakh crores of domestic investments that have happened within the country. So we are seeing, and all of us are new to this, right? We actually at Motilal call equities an eighth wonder, right? Difficult to understand, but the world order is changing, and I think India is going to be at the forefront. Today, there are two kinds of economies, one that are growing well, right? And the other ones that have size. India is probably the only one which has both. It's growing and with size. So we cannot be ignored. While there are setbacks in terms of tariffs, right? We believe that because majority of our exports are more on services side, and pharma will probably be impacted much lesser than other nations, and there will be huge opportunities for us to continue to lead and build new relationships with developed countries.
Yeah. Dilip, Amit mentions healthcare there. I mean, that's your field, isn't it? You've got about $1 billion invested in India. Sum up for me, what do you see India as an investment place? What is the opportunity it presents for you? Because you're investing all over the world, aren't you? But talk to me first of all about India.
So, it's a very interesting question. And if you look at India, the data tells you, you look at the middle class population, you've got over 500 million middle class population within the bracket of 5 lakhs to 30 lakhs income range. You've got insurance growing at over 20 to 25%, healthcare insurance growing at 20 to 25% CAGR. On the other hand, from a demand perspective, if you look at OECD versus India, from a bed to population ratio, we are probably at 1/5 of where OECD countries are. So there is demand, inherent demand in the healthcare market as well. And overall, to top it all, if you look at disease pattern, the disease pattern is changing as well. It's no more the cough and colds, but it's more oncology, more cardiology, more orthopedic, so on and so forth, right? So the disease pattern is changing as well. So there's a huge opportunity in India, and as you rightly mentioned, we currently have 33 hospitals, 5,000 over beds, and between Gleneagles and Fortis, and we are in the process of actually almost doubling that capacity over the next, I would say, 6 to 7 years. So we see an opportunity, and we definitely love to invest more in the country.
Yeah, Manish, it's interesting here, isn't it? Because I was talking there to Ashish at the NC about, some have been real success stories about investment into India, but we've also seen at the same time a lot of FIIs leaving. I wonder whether the worst is over. Maybe talk to me about why that's happening, but whether the worst is over right now.
So I think Amit touched upon the statistics that in last 5 years, we have seen FPI selling to about 80 billion from India. And first 3 months, we have seen about $18 billion getting out. It's a FPI net sell. If we look at the way US administration has behaved, I always assumed that they will start with the worst and things will start softening as we go along. But in between you will have this retaliation and things will take its own time to settle down. Now, from the perspective whether the worst is over or not, you need to look at from the let me bring stock market into perspective here, because that's where they are involved. Time and price wise, if we look at We are in the 6th month of correction. From top, we have corrected 16% so far. So this correction, I would say, is a PE contraction because we were kind of overvalued. And now, people may say that we have come back to the mean. EPS correction is frankly yet to start because we have not really factored in the slowdown and the cut in the EPS. If we look at the history, the EPS correction had been to the tune of 30% in next 2 to 3 quarters in the past incidences, where we have just cut only 7% so far. And also, even though some of the companies may not have the EPS cut, when the fall happens, even the strong EPS companies are not spared. Yeah. So that's from the price perspective, but if we look at from the timing perspective, COVID peak, trough, and back to the peak was 10 months. GFC was like, it took 10 months to form a bottom, 5 months we kind of struggled at the bottom, and then took another 5-6 years to shoot back to the top. So both from the a timing perspective and both from the pricing perspective, I don't think the worst is over.
It's a really interesting point, particularly around timings. I'm aware we don't have loads of time, so does anyone have a question? I know we're on out. Please stick your hand up if you do. I've got loads, but if you have a question for any of our panelists, please don't be shy. Put your hand up and I will bring a microphone to you. Everyone's being very polite. Please stick your hand up if you've got a question and I will come out. But Sanjay, let me talk to you about that issue of timings though, because, we look at what's happening right now and it has all happened. The world order has been rewritten in less than sort of 2 or 3 days. How long does it take for the dust to settle here till we've all got a real grip on what's happening and how we might respond to that?
I mean, I don't know when the dust will settle. I think, as someone mentioned, there's going to be a lot more knee-jerk reactions coming from the US. There are going to be a few reciprocal tariffs going against them, which we already saw one of them. I really don't know. I'm not an expert on how the US admin is thinking about this, but I think one thing is real, that tariffs are going to come, and tariffs are there.
But we know no one wins in a tariff. In a trade war, no one wins. Do they? Sorry? In a trade war, no one wins. The consumer ultimately is the person who loses out.
Look, again, I mean, sorry, back to the earlier point. I think we have to think about just our own country, frankly. And I think this is an opportunity if you take it constructively. We have already been, we as in the government has been actually quite smart about signing up FTAs. 1.5 years ago, Ben, I mean, if you look at the UAE, Australia, the EFTA, and now hopefully actively looking at the EU. So we're already kind of laying the foundation to make sure that the backlash on us would be minimal. And also in a world that was anyway becoming more insular, we are creating our own trading highways, right?
Yeah.
So it depends how, so I think the government is doing a really good job on that. There is, don't forget one thing, I think the colleagues already mentioned, the biggest thing that matters to us is not when it goes away or dies down. We have a massive Indian economy. Okay, so we have a buffer and an insulation if we make sure the Indian consumption and Indian investment spending by the private sector, by the government sector, and hopefully consumption comes back. That is the biggest insulation we have while we re-adapt to new supply chains, diversify the export markets, leverage the FTAs. This will all take time. I think 1 year is at the minimum, okay? I, again, am not an expert on the markets like my colleagues here, and I frankly think India is still quite pricey, but that'll be a controversial statement to make. Because the inherent, I mean, our private sector, let's face it, is gotten used to using the tax shields not as a private investment incentive, okay? We're so focused on creating, I don't know how to put it, but basically, our private sector today is very focused on return on capital, and they should be, I'm not saying that, okay? But at the same time, you've got to invest in skilling, R&D, you've got to invest in depth, not just scale, and you heard that from our minister earlier. But unless the private sector also steps up, leverages what we have going for us, the PLI, the Make in India programs, the FTA corridors being set up, the investment corridors being set up, that's how we will buffer the impact whenever it dies down. And in the meantime, you have a huge Indian economy. So I think we've got to look at it this way, but it's not going to come by, like I said earlier, assuming that we have a competitive advantage because Vietnam and Bangladesh got hit harder than us. That's a pretty bad way of looking at things, okay?
Yeah, and Amit, maybe let me pick you up on that. You know, you're nodding along there, and you know, it's about the private sector taking on more of the responsibility about what happens in future. You know, shift away maybe from some public spending and the private involvement. Is that happening? Is there enough of that? Yeah, either of you, yeah.
I didn't hear your question.
So the question being, you know, is the private sector willing to step up to the plate here? Because Sanjay's there talking about some of the challenges that, you know, face, you know, the economy and business. It's about maybe looking a bit more inward looking, making sure that skills are right, the investment's right, that people are in the right place with the right skills at the right time. Is that happening?
So I think the way to look at it, let's actually, the tariff is newsworthy. It's a very big statement. US has imposed tariff. But if you carefully look at India's total exports to US will be somewhere around 200 billion, 110, 20 billion dollars of software, which is outside the tariff, and another 70, 35 billion, so around 200 billion, roughly around 5% of our GDP in terms of. Now, you look at the rest of the economy, it's all local. And whether the private sector is willing to step up or not is actually true for us, irrespective of whether the tariffs comes or not.
Yeah.
And this debate and discussion has actually been on for some time as to is the private sector investing cycling is coming through, because the government has been investing in the ports and infrastructure quite significantly. I think there is time for us, and there are two ways to look at it. I think, as Sanjay mentioned, there is actually an economy as is, and there is a disruptive economy that we have not been participating to the extent. And we actually have that startup Mahakumbh just last week. And one of the big debates which has come out of it is, are we investing to disrupt the future, not just for us, but for the world? And that's really where the big question is coming. So for that requires a very different thought process. Just to give you an idea, ChatGPT, it was not created without hundreds of billions going there. Today, even today, we asked this question to Sam Altman that, can India with $10 million, Indian guys and $10 million, can we disrupt ChatGPT? Answer is potentially, but we do not then offer a security for our young entrepreneurs to actually imagine building a business that goes beyond. Yeah. And I think that's really where the quantum and size of our capital has to change. Just to give you an idea, cell manufacturing, to create a 2 gigawatt factory in China, just one company requires $1 billion investment. And this is a challenge for us, for the government, for all of us sitting here. Our fund of fund, the government sovereign fund of fund is $2 billion right now. So that's actually the distinction between us and what is happening in the world. And for us to actually become the second largest economy, the quantum of capital has to significantly change, way beyond anything we can at this point of time imagine. We have to also not forget China is what it is today, because it grew at 10%, and we have yet not hit 10% even once. Yeah. So I think there are challenges. The private sector probably should see this as an opportunity. This tariff war is probably sending a message to India that stable government, 7% growth rate, is potentially not good enough for us to actually become where we want to be. Yeah. And that message has to go hard and clear to all our leadership.
And I wonder how it changes, you know, what India does, and maybe it's a question for you, Amit, because, you know, Ashish Chauhan was saying that the tariffs clearly only apply to products, goods, not services. And that structural shift, and applicable in India, but as the economy, a growing part of a bigger part of the economy becomes about services, is India ready for that transformation?
Sorry, I didn't get the question.
Is India ready for that transformation, maybe moving away from manufacturing towards services that, as we know, are not yet subject to tariff?
Sure. No, so I think India is ready for it. If you look at our balance sheets, of corporate balance sheets, we are probably, in best of health. A lot of corporates have raised money to deleverage. In fact, last year, I think we saw almost 2 times the qualified institutional placements that the country did in 2023 versus 2024, right? And the amount raised was 130,000 crores, right? Which is massive. So there's a lot of desire to do primary investments. I think most of it, the sectors where we have seen this happen, EMS, defense, infrastructure, right? renewables. So a lot of these sectors are seeing huge amount of primary go in. The circulation of money is better. We at Motilal believe that this is probably going to be the year where NBFCs are going to do extremely well. The growth is going to be back. Some of the spending power is going to be back. And with all the focus, right, especially government trying to, put money back in hands of consumer, right, through tax ESOPs. So that trillion of, that trillion is going to come back in spending, which is going to see a lot of, entrepreneurs put up their primary capital expenditure and go probably a bit more aggressive on expansion than they have in the past. So while it'll take some time for that change to happen, but very, very bullish on the domestic story itself.
Yeah, Dilip and Manish, I want a thought from both of you before we finish. But Dilip, there'll be a lot of people looking around the world right now and thinking, look, where do I put my money? I need to do something. Talk to me about the risks. Because people might be trying to make decisions quite quickly. For your business, what are the risks? When it comes, and how do you mitigate some of those?
So, I think if you look at healthcare, the biggest risk I would say is it's not about demand. As I said, demand is there, right? But how do I serve the demand, right? I need clinicians, I need nursing staff, and I need to build capacity, building more hospitals, building more beds.
And do you have that? Can you get that?
So, there is an execution risk. It takes time to build a hospital. It's a very complex facility with very complex engineering, so it takes time to build it. And, ramp up of capacity is a big risk. I may think that I want to, build 1,000-bedder, let's say, in 3 years' time. But because of the very nature of the building, the approvals, etc., it can take more than, sometimes 3 years to build a facility. So I would say, execution is a big risk, mainly both in terms of the physical infrastructure and the software in terms of clinicians and clinical staff.
Yeah. And Manish, a final thought from you, if I can, in terms of what India's story has been and the branding of India around the world when it comes to foreign investment. That story has been told, that picture is painted, that message is out there. And I wonder what we've seen in the past few days, whether that story needs to be tweaked somewhat, whether the brand of what India stands for is different now.
No, I think, it's all over same again and again, and that's the famous dialogue from the movie Margin Call. So we have seen this happening in the past, and today, the panelists and we have heard about a lot of statistics which coming out that how India will be able to come out of this relatively unscathed. So from that perspective, I don't think we really need to worry too much about the India story. You look at all the fundamental parameters, whether it is the GDP, the import-export balance, whether the high-frequency indicators, all seem to be doing very well. And we are one of the highest, growing economy in the world. So frankly, you don't really have to do any rebranding. And the markets, when it rebounds, we have seen in the past that when the inflection points come, and I'm not going into the technical and fundamental details of the inflection points, at the time of GFC, India market rebounded 80% in a year. During COVID, we rebounded 35-40% in a year. So if you're out from this market, then you will really repent. And a time will come when if FPIs have to hide, they have to come back to India. So I don't think there is any change in the India story for the FPIs, and there would come a point when you will have to come back to India.
Yeah, it's a really important point. Right, I did promise some questions from the floor, so show of hands for a question. There's a gentleman over here. Let me run over here, because you've got a great lineup of speakers, so we might as well hear from them, and you can ask what you want. Let me come over to you. Excuse us. Sorry. There you go. I'll hold it. You're okay. Just explain who you are, and please make it a question, not a statement.
Okay. Myself, Sumit Pokharna. Just wanted to see the past track of Indian markets or global markets rather. We have seen 2008, then 2011, 2020. The villains may be different every time, and this time also. So, but we have seen a sharp correction, and finally the hero which turned up is the liquidity which supported the global markets, and is this the same thing which is going to happen this time? Because 2008 again, subprime liquidity infused market zoomed up. 11, 20, again the same thing is happening this time. So at one end, tariff war is there, but at the same time, Trump is saying that he is asking Fed to look for interest rates and other things. So is the same picture will be repeated this time also?
Yeah. Who for? Any other panel? Anyone want to jump in? Thank you for your question. Any more? Please show your hands while we answer that question.
Being a clairvoyant right now is a very dangerous business. Avoid trying to predict the future for some time. Wait and watch. Just one last statement. Henry Kissinger once said, making an enemy of America is not very good, but being the friend of America is worse. Trump is just proving that to everyone.
Any more questions? Everyone's being so polite. There's a gentleman. Two more over here. Right, good. Just say where you're from and please make it a question.
Hello, I am Venkatesh from Punjab National Bank. Last calendar year, we saw a record number of primary market issuances by the companies. And many SME IPOs and many corporates had raised funds through the primary market. But over a period of past 3 months, we are seeing very not much of gung-ho towards the primary market. So where we see this situation will be a bit conducive and more people, corporates will be raising funds in the primary market.
Sure. So I think it takes time for promoters as well as companies to adjust to the valuation gap. All of us have seen markets come down by about 15-20%, right? When these offerings were filed, and there are a whole lot of them, about 150 odd documents that are lying with SEBI today, right? They were filed with certain expectation of valuation. Because of markets coming down, the valuations have come down, but not all promoters want to go ahead and dilute at these prices because they are very confident of future, right? Whoever has decided to be flexible on valuation has still got that demand, right? SEBI about 2 years back did a small change in regulation which enabled retail participants to be at least 50% of the offering. Now that is retail money building India in a way, right? So and in the last 2 odd years, you've seen a lot of retail investors benefit from this cycle. There is no reason for us to believe that you will not see offerings come through. We believe that starting May, June, you will see a whole lot of primary offerings coming back to market. SME, of course, will be impacted because one has seen the maximum amount of loss in small caps. But large caps and mid caps will continue to raise money, and you will see a whole lot of offering coming out of the digital space, out of the financial space, which have relatively been quieter. Typically, you see 40% of raisings in a particular year coming from financials. Last year, it was less than 20%. So this year, you should see a whole lot of that coming back to markets.
Thank you.
I'll add one more thing here that, don't look at what happened in last 3 months. Take a big picture call that today you are a 4 trillion economy, and at some point in time you have to become 10 trillion economy, maybe in 7, 8 years, 9 years, the kind of projections government has given. Now, if you look at the number of issuances and the total money raised from the IPO market in last 3 years, and convert that as a percentage of GDP, and when you have this incremental GDP getting added in 7, 8 years, which could be to the tune of $7 to $8 trillion, and then you calculate the incremental percentage towards that, that's the kind of capital market potential we are talking about in next 7 to 8 years. So this cyclicality will keep coming into the markets. Every 2, 3, 4 years you have this ups and downs, but the larger picture of the capital market in India really remains intact for a very long time frame.
Thank you. And a final question just down here.
Hi, I'm Ankur from RBI. So considering the knee-jerk reactions that the market is witnessing these days, what are your thoughts on long-term value creation, and will that be a possible factor in terms of lowering some sort of volatility? and whether this is being considered by the industry and by the investors as well.
I think the long-term story doesn't change with short-term shocks. So the short-term shocks create short-term this thing, but there will be a re-architecting of global markets, and the world will be multipolar than unipolar that it has been, or bipolar if one wants to see it that way. It will be multipolar, and there will be a complete new architecture that will emerge. I mean, I think while we have focused a lot on the tariffs that have come from US, there is also all the free trade agreements being negotiated. I mean, we have been negotiating with the European Union for 4 years now. I think this year will conclude, because now the interest is from both sides. I think there is a re-architecting going on. It's largely going to be influencing the interim, but the long-term story for India remains intact.
Thank you. And a final question.
Hi, this is for the whole panel. They say that you buy when there's blood on the street. So have you yourself invested, or do you think there's more downward potential or maybe sideways action to the current situation?
Thank you. Good question.
No, so we see, if you look at markets broadly, right, while large caps are trading at about 19 times, which is, on an average lower by about 5% from the long-term averages. Small caps are trading at 40-45% premium, right? So one can always talk about broader markets, but the real investing happens in stock-specific, situations, and we always believe there is some value to be picked up there, and our suggestion is markets will never give you a one-time opportunity to invest. So please keep deploying as and when you get opportunities, and stagger it over a period of time to get the best returns.
Gentlemen, thank you. I've totally busted time. I'm so sorry, but I wanted to get in some of your questions, so it's not just all about what we are asking. Thank you so much. I know people will come and find you afterwards to talk to you as well. This, as we always say, just the shop window of their expertise. So Sanjay, Vineet, Manish, Amit, and Dilip, thank you so much. Thank you for being with us.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, gents. While we just clear the stage and make a bit of space up here, I want to tell you a little bit about our next session, because Anisha's going to be up with that. So much more that we're going to talk about, and I know people are coming in and out of the room, which is absolutely fine. There are some coffee and refreshments if you need them, but please welcome Anisha. But first, a little word from our sponsor, who is Nuvama. Thank you.
Wait for it.
25 years ago, Edelweiss started with a vision of not doing things the same old way. Over the years, we have explored all things investment and have become better at it every year. We started off with investment banking and soon made our way to institutional equities and wealth management. Now,
indeed, on the investment landscape in India, but I think the big question that everyone is asking right now, is there opportunity to make money in this mayhem? Sanjay believes that the valuations are still a bit expensive. Manish believes that perhaps there is still some downside as far as the market setup is concerned. But the question as to which are the areas where one can potentially make money, that's something that I'll try and decode with my panelists today. Let me welcome on stage Shiv Sehgal from Nuvama Capital Markets, Ashish Gupta from Axis Mutual Fund, as well as Rahul Jain from Goldman Sachs to help us decode just that. Gentlemen, if I can have you on the stage, please. Hi, come. Hi, please. First up, thank you so much for being here with us at India Global Forum.
Thank you so much.
Thanks for having us.
Well, I wish it was in better circumstances, because of late the capital markets, to say the least, has been really topsy-turvy. But we're talking about the long term, we're talking about the medium term and the way forward. So let me start by asking you, Shiv, Does the investment approach really change in a VUCA environment like this? And I ask you that because usually someone will go with logic and rationale when it comes to making assumptions. But in the current scenario, it's possible that rationality and reality can stay in a bit of a parallel. What's the way forward?
So I think that's a great question. I think it goes without saying, if you just take historical precedent as to what happened, last few years in India, we emerged out of COVID really well. From an investment perspective, Indian markets rallied, and what we saw was a regime where there was high return, low volatility for a couple of years. I think the coin switched in September, October of last year, where we have been going through a phase, and it seems that we were entering a phase where there's going to be a low return, high volatility. Last few days would feel, no return and high volatility. It's the nature of markets that you are not going to get both great news and great prices at the same time. If that were the case, I think investment would be a lot more easier. The reality is that I think, yes, it's very uncertain times. India has navigated, which I feel, in the last few years, which was the first global reset. I think we are going through a second reset. Fast forward a few months from now, I think India will again emerge as the second derivative boost to growth that is very much required for Viksit Bharat. There is no denying the fact that my fellow panelists will also allude to the strong fundamentals and strong trajectory that India is on. We have very low debt. Our exports only are about 1% of GDP. From every metric, and I can relay many stats, the reality is that within EMs, if you look at what transpired even in the last few years, there was a reason why India was trading at a significant premium to the rest of the world, and I think that's going to continue. We went through last 6 months in a phase where that premium kind of eroded. Valuations have corrected to a manner where there is a lot of incoming queries, I think, post this VUCA world in the next couple of weeks, next couple of days, where India will again, I think, re-emerge from this with the right beacon. And yes, there are going to be some bruises along the way, as we've seen in our portfolios last couple of weeks. But if we can come out of it in the long term without any major scars, I think that trajectory is not going to change.
Let's hope so. And that fast forward you talked about, really hope it's really, really fast forward, because a day, is seeming very, very long as far as this scenario is concerned. But, to the point that even, Manish was making earlier, that Ashish, for now, we have only seen perhaps some valuation-based correction. The multiples have now come to 19 times as far as Nifty is concerned. But maybe the earnings cut hasn't been factored yet, and that's why there's perhaps more downside. Sure. Would you concur with that view?
So, I think the market has this both on earnings and multiples, right? And again, 19 times is an average multiple and average multiple for the section of the market. If you look at many other parts of the market, if you look at the median multiple of the market, that is actually much more richer than 19 times. So I think there is certainly still potential for multiple compression. In fact, there's one chart that's I'm sure a lot of people would have seen on various WhatsApp groups that's been going. It's a chart of global uncertainty index, right? And the global uncertainty index is at an all-time high. It is higher than nearly 1.5x compared to what it was during COVID. It's nearly 2x higher than what it was at the time of GFC, right? And uncertainty really leads to higher risk premium in the market, and higher risk premium translates to lower multiples, right? So I think what we are going to see is continued derating across markets. As he alluded, we are certainly much better placed compared to our peer set, but there is going to be a global derating that is going to come through, even as we see potential of higher influx of liquidity into markets as some of the central banks turn more accommodative. On earnings front, I think jury's out. This year we started with about 18%. So FY25 market earnings was expected to grow at 18%. We are probably going to end up at around 6%. Many investment banks, I don't know if Goldman published their preview for the quarter, but some of the previews I've seen coming for the March quarter is forecasting 0 to 1% earnings growth for the Nifty. So I think there is potential for some more earnings downgrade. Next year, the earnings forecast is still about 13-14%. So I think there is room for compression there as well. So definitely, I think we need to expect a period of more moderate return going forward, because as Shiv alluded, last 4 years we saw strong earnings growth as well as multiple expansion, right? And that drove returns. And I think we probably won't have that available in the coming few quarters.
Yeah, I think the market spoiled us over the last 3-4 years, where we were just used to seeing it go one way, and that is the upside. But, you know, Rahul, we can't really, put it on just the tariffs in terms of the correction that I'm talking about, because even before these tariffs were imposed, there was this big exodus of FII money that was happening consistently for last many months. What explains that? And going forward, what do you think will be the key monitorable to watch out for that would perhaps result in a bit of a reversal in FII flows?
Sure. Thanks, Anisha. So I think to your first question, the sell-off picked up post-September because clearly we did not see economic momentum sustain. We saw right from start of last year, given elections and the heat wave, the numbers kept on getting cut. The consumption in India as a consumption economy was not coming through. The consumer companies were reporting, a subdued volume growth momentum. Credit growth momentum, etc., slowed down. There was a tightness of liquidity. So all those factors that could have supported the economy were against us, and there were headwinds emanating from there. Along with this, we saw China starting to bottoming out. Their real estate sector started to report less negative news. So second derivative was getting better. Chinese economy started, getting more traction with the government there willing to support the private sector. So clearly, the foreign investors saw a big gap up between the valuations of Indian economy with slowing growth, whereas China was, trading at a steep discount to where Indian markets were. So clearly, the money moved to the Chinese economy and some of the other markets elsewhere in the region. There was a US exceptionalism also that started, coming along the way, which also took away a lot of flows from the Indian markets. So clearly, I think we saw a lot of correction along the way. And that was not without any reason. Peak valuation, slow earnings. As Rashish rightly pointed out, I think this quarter would be, again, a very sluggish one. So therefore, I think it had to, play out. But thereafter, I think the government started, waking up to the fact. We saw in the Feb, the income tax cuts being given out, which was also, a right move from the government side, because this time around, the consumer balance sheets have been fairly leveraged. So this was the right move to give out 4, 5, 6% of the income increase through the tax cuts. We have seen the new regime at the RBI starting to support the financial markets with benign liquidity. More liquidity is being pumped. I think after a long time, we've moved into the liquidity surplus. So clearly the policy makers are waking up to the fact that they need to support the economy, which definitely starts to provide a backstop. But this came along as a big uncertainty. So therefore, what I say to your second question may not be true tomorrow about the key monitorables. I think for us, the key monitorable is, the upcoming first and the second quarter. First quarter is important because we're starting the financial year and there's an expectation of heat wave again. So does it impact the agri-produce? Does it impact the ground level jobs? We need to see that. And then, the second quarter onwards, we start getting to the festival season. So how does that play out versus the last year is also going to be an important variable to monitor. But having said that, at an overarching level, of all the major economies minus the US and the China, there are very few emerging markets that gives you a reasonable degree of real GDP growth, which is north of 5%, 6%. You take your number, we can say that 5.5%, 6% could be a probable scenario. Our house view for fiscal 26 is that of 6-handle GDP growth in real terms, even after cutting it by 40 basis points last couple of days. There are, of course, recession probabilities increasing in the US. Our house view is 45% recession probability. Like I said, tomorrow that number could be different, so don't hold me to it. But clearly, given that backdrop, a 5.5–6% GDP would entail 11-ish kind of earnings growth for the full year. Right. Let's assume that we further shave it off. We're still talking about, let's say, somewhere closer to 8, 9, 10%. So there'll be some sectors that could be a good hiding spot within the Indian economy. So if the local economy finds support from the policy makers and the momentum is not lost, so you control what you can control, and rather than focusing on the uncontrollables, and clearly what US does, what EU does is uncontrollable.
Yeah.
So I think so long as the policy makers stay put to that, I think we should be able to navigate it okay. But really it'll depend on sector to sector allocation, which the investors will have to take a view on.
Yeah, lots to unpack there and take it one by one. But to the point that he was alluding to, the China plus one factor and how, let's say, the Chinese economy bottomed out last year, and that's why the FI money went that way. But a part of the street right now believes that India could actually be a net beneficiary amidst all of this trade war, because while others have been punched with higher tariffs, we have been slapped with lower tariffs. So on a purely relative basis, we are likely to better. Would you concur with that, Shaikh? And if yes, which sectors do you think stand out in better shape versus the rest?
So I think, let's put things in perspective here. The reality is that, just to allude to your previous point, yes, FIs have been selling, and this is probably the most common talked about theme in financial markets in India. The last few months, there's been an exodus of FIIs from India. But if you look at post-COVID world, there was a world where Indian earnings grew at a 20% CAGR, 1. 2, foreigners pumped in $50 billion. So there was earnings multiple re-rating, and as we, entered calendar year FY25, there was a reset where earnings had to reset to the multiples. And what the last few months or the last few weeks have done is they've provided a root shock to the system, and we've already been going through a de-rating, which we alluded to the first part. If you look at what is happening right now, and I'm a big believer of the flow of liquidity and how momentum is going to shift. There is about, and if you do the analysis, there is about 15 trillion of European assets, European money that is invested in US assets. There's about 20 trillion from Japan, there's about 5 trillion from Canada. If you see what's been transpired with some of these countries, is that they have said categorically that they don't want to invest anymore in the US and they want to diversify. That has very profound implications for India, right? There's a reason why within the EMs, India has been the darling. I will repeat, I think India will remain a darling, because what is going to happen is, if I'm only looking at 3 countries here, and you have about $30–35 trillion. Even if a small, minute scale of that has to come into, from an asset allocation perspective in India, you're going to see India is not a very liquid market. Average earnings, average promoter holdings are north of 65–70%. As a result of which, every time you see FI inflows coming in, combine that with any period where domestics are also pumping in money, there is only one way, which is you will see the market trend up. So that was the first part of the question. Quickly on your sector part, I think it's very clear that in the short term, domestic oriented sectors will do very well, right? But I would look beyond that. I think the way the velocity of input variables is moving, I think you will see the world evolve very fast in the next couple of days, couple of weeks. There was already a chatter last night that Trump is going to, come out with a 90-day pause, and the market, rallied 6%. Of course, in 7 minutes, the tweet came out, nothing like that is sorted down, right? So the point is, it's going to be a lot more volatile. We have to adjust to that new variable, and by and large, go back to the thesis, strong quality companies, strong management, long-term thesis in India. India is going to go from 4 trillion to 7 trillion, right? Barring self-goals that we can do, which we have done in the past. But I think a lot of things are realigning for India to be the golden bird again. And I believe in the trajectory for Viksit Bharat again. And I think things will play out far better. So stick to your core, stick to what you know, stick to where you have conviction. And I think, fast forward, things will turn out very well.
Okay, back to be the time of the golden era for India, and stick to what you know. So quickly, in the interest of time, Ashish, if I had to give you $100 right now, where would you invest that, and what would be your advice right now to retail investors?
So, I think it's very important at times like these, as Shaikh said, that you need to be long-term oriented. You cannot react to news, right?
That's easier said than done in this environment.
No, because, sorry, because I believe that really this is not a time where you can react to an event. So just the other day, for example, when the first tariffs were announced, everyone thought the Indian pharma sector is a big beneficiary, and the second day it did not turn out to be true. Similarly, on tariffs, on relative tariffs, should you invest basis that, given as White House has stated, there are 70 countries where they are in trade negotiation with, right? So you don't know which way things will settle down. And these are only the first order effects. There are going to be multiple second order effects, because what has been announced is a seismic shift in policy, right? So there will be new geopolitical alliances will be drawn up. Will EU now align more with China? With Australia align more with China? So we really don't know how all this will settle. There will be second order effects in terms of what happens to the US economy. So it's not just about what happens to the trade, but as Rahul mentioned, there is 45% probability of a US recession, right? So, for example, Indian IT services is not impacted by trade, but why is it correcting? Because the probability of US demand going down has materially changed. So you cannot really take a short-term view and react to news at this point of time. You have to A, take long-term view, and B, be very diversified across asset classes. Right? I think one thing that has transpired over the last 4 years is investors have been too focused on only one equity class in India, that is equity, both because returns have been very good in the last 4 years, as well as taxation has been much more amenable. Right? So I think you need to have a well-diversified asset allocation across equity, debt, precious metals.
Can't forget gold.
Right. So you have to have a more holistic view. I think that's the only way to manage volatility. One, have a diversified portfolio. B, have a longer-term investment horizon, because you cannot navigate the short-term volatility.
Okay, diversify and look for the long-term gains. That's the word coming in. In the interest of time, Rahul, quickly, just wanted to get a better sense from you. You talked about policymakers and what they have done so far. Do you think a lot more is needed from them? Just tomorrow, perhaps you're going to hear from the RBI. Is there a possibility of a 50 basis point cut instead of 25?
So look, I guess, sorry, thanks for that question. Look, I guess, going back to various such crisis period, it's important to revive confidence in the sentiments at the ground level. So I think clearly, I'm sure the policymakers' agenda would be full of items to address, but I think the immediate one is the Reserve Bank of India's policy, which is there this week. The expectation by the market is 25, but with what's going on in the global markets, can it be higher? The odds definitely are increasing. I think. But more than that, I think what is needed is the support, continuous support to liquidity, so that there is less volatility, less unpredictability in the market. Number one. Number two, there are certain sectors which have gone through sort of a corrective phase. For example, unsecured lending, which is a big focus over the last 2 years. It has self-corrected over the last 2 years. A lot of consolidation has happened. Can there be some more support there to revive the consumption lending in the market, possibly. So I think there are a lot of these things, and the regulators have taken those steps. I think you go back to the previous policy, they rolled back the risk weights on the non-bank finance companies, they rolled back risk weights on microfinance companies. So I think, that clearly shows that they want the real money to be pumped into the real economy, and if this continues, then clearly we'll find some support at the ground level in terms of the liquidity going out there. So yeah, I mean, there's always the need for more. I think important thing is whether those measures will help the real economy or not. I think that's where, if the focus is, it should serve well to the broader markets.
Yeah, that seems to be the bottom line from all of you guys, that the structural story of India is still intact. There might be that time-wise correction and the earnings downside that might be there, but overall, if you're looking at the long term, perhaps diversify your asset class properly and look at the long-term and structural stories rather than the short-term news, which he thinks that one should completely ignore. I don't know how possible that is, but thank you, gentlemen, for making time and speaking with us. Lots of us to think about. Thanks, Shiv, Ashish, as well as Rahul, for making time for us.
Thank you so much. Cheers.
Thank you.
Perfect.
Thank you.
With that, let me hand it over to Laura. She has an important announcement to make with respect to the Nuvama Group. Laura, the stage is yours.
Yes, thank you so much to Aisha and her panel there. A brilliant session on the capital markets, navigating volatility and long-term growth. Right, before we move on to our next panel session of the day, yes, as mentioned, we have a very special announcement coming up. So, this is going to be from Nuvama, who have a very impressive 20-year track record in the capital markets, whose mission is to bridge global capital with India's growth story through investment access. So, to tell us more, please give a very warm welcome to Sanal Kumar, who is partner at Nuvama Capital Investment. A very warm welcome. Here is a microphone for you.
Thank you, Laura.
Right, please do share with us. What is...
Just before that, it's 1:10 and everybody, the cortisol dip is there, so I'll try to make this announcement and keep everyone awake.
Sure.
So just to give a quick background about Nuvama, we are a research outfit, but an investment manager. So we advise a fund which invests into India. And now the major announcement is that we are also going to tap in the domestic capital base. So we're going to launch a Category 3 AIF. But more importantly, just to talk about India, we focus only on micro caps initially. And these are, we are in the business of long-term concentrated investments. So we are not talking about many companies. We're just talking about how many fingers you have in your hand. That's the amount of companies we focus on. Even Elon Musk, at one point of time, will not focus on probably more than 6 or probably 7 companies. So we try to focus on one company. We have a person-to-portfolio approach. Each one of our co-investee companies is where we mirror the CEO with us. And that's the investment strategy we go through. And in this turbulent times, I do believe that India is safeguarded because we've got a huge local economy. You can say that we have got 36 countries to manage, 28 states and 8 union territories within India. So imagine the kind of market. We had the chief minister telling about how one state is becoming a $1 trillion economy. In only one state. So that's the amount of market we see. And we are pretty confident on the Indian promoters, the entrepreneurial ability, backed by Make in India, though it's the frugal or the jugaad approach, which is the hustle mentality. And that really gives us a lot of encouragement in investing and piggybacking them. We believe bear markets are the best time to invest. So when the gentleman asked a question, do you invest right now? It's absolutely spot on time to invest. If you miss this, you again pay a higher buck and then you waste a lot of money there. So we try to invest at the right time. And that's why we're launching the fund when it is gloom and doom across and we have super turbulence, because it's not turbulence, it's an opportunity. So that's what we believe.
Well, thank you so much for being with us. We're very excited to see how this plays out, and we'll be watching your journey very closely.
And thank you very much to IGF for giving us the platform, especially to Manoj, Webber and team. Thank you.
Of course.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Wonderful to have you here. Let's give a round of applause to Sanal. Thank you. Yes, thank you once again to Sanal Kumar there. Very important announcement. If you do have any further questions, please do make sure to speak to any of our speakers as they come off the stage. Right, ladies and gentlemen, we move on now to our next session here at the IGF Mumbai 2025, where we're now going to move from that capital markets discussion a little earlier on to the future of investment and the huge potential across India and the UAE as innovation hubs. And who better to give us the latest updates than our next guest? And you are not going to want to miss this, ladies and gentlemen. I am absolutely delighted now to be joined by the co-founder of Titan Capital and Snapdeal. You might have also seen him as a shark on Shark Tank. Please give a very warm welcome to Kunal Bal. A very warm welcome. Really wonderful to have you here. Please do take a seat. And now please give a very warm welcome to the CEO of one of the leading largest online retail platforms in the MENA region. He's the CEO of Noon Group, Faraz Khalid. Thank you very much. A warm welcome. Wonderful to have you both here. Didn't I tell you not one to miss, ladies and gentlemen? I feel a little bit far away from you, but we will continue. Now, sadly, we've only got 20 minutes, so we've got to make this quick.
Yes, sure.
So, first and foremost, just very, very quickly, I wanted to sort of make the opening question quite a quick one. But Kunal, when you look for an investment, what makes an investment particularly attractive, especially when it comes to the UAE-India corridor? And who do you think has the edge when it comes to being the global innovation hub? India or the UAE, what do you think?
So thanks for having me. It's a pleasure being on this forum. The criteria we would use to invest in a company, irrespective of whether they're catering to the domestic market in India or the overseas market, is largely the same. They just happen to focus on different markets. So the areas we would focus on is obviously in the early stages, the quality of the team. Have they demonstrated any amount of success in anything else they've done in life? Could be art, could be dancing, could be singing, or could be another venture prior hand. Secondly, we would look at, what is the, most investors would say they want to go after large TAMs, right? Like, that's why companies want to say that, hey, I'm going to be a global company from day one. What we look for is companies that are going to be very, very narrow in the beginning in terms of their focus area. So we call it a laughably small TAM. And the third area would be just the ability to generate economics, right? Unit economics in the business. Because you may want to sell to the UAE or sell to India or sell to the US, but if you're not able to make money selling it, there's kind of no point. So the criteria stay the same. They don't necessarily change. Obviously, if you're selling into the UAE or selling into any other global market, building from India, you have to have an appreciation for what that market needs. So we operate a software company called Unicommerce, which is public listed in India. And we sell into the UAE with our software. And we realize certain nuances about the market where the sales cycles are a lot longer. And so the companies that we invest in need to be cognizant of the fact that if you are going into some of these international markets, the sales cycles can potentially be quite long given they see you as an outsider. So these are some of the attributes we would keep in mind.
Yeah, really interesting. Faraz, wonderful to have you here. Great to share the stage with you again. You have been a key player in shaping the UAE's economy, the digital economy, in fact. So India has very deep tech talent, but the UAE, of course, is very much aggressively attracting global innovators. So who do you think has the edge, and what do you think is also the secret in terms of attracting and retaining talent?
Great to be here. Thank you for having us. It's fascinating because I tend to straddle both worlds. I was born here, but I live in the region now. I think at the end, what it comes down to is the world is becoming flatter and flatter. I feel like we all work, and where we live is not necessarily where we work. So I think in that sense, I think the battle for talent has become global. We're based in the UAE and Saudi, but we have offices in 16 countries, and sometimes like the total number of people in that office is 2. So as companies scale, and I think the real battle is to find the smartest, hungriest, most focused engineers, data scientists, marketers, and you'll go to all sorts of places where you can find them. I think for me personally, I think the pace of building is a function of a skilled workforce, but a happy workforce, of a stable workforce. We saw for almost a decade, it's been calmer for the last 3-4 years, but India was a very hard place to retain talent. It was an arms race, right, with all the venture capital sort of like money. So I feel like there are other places in the world which offer more stability because you get a little bit more balance, and I wouldn't comment on on your question directly, but I'll say that, yeah, like you're finding talent in very unexpected places. We recently opened an engineering center in Baghdad, and what do you imagine? But they're phenomenal STEM talent and not that many opportunities. So I feel like all of us trying to build things need to be a little bit, thinking a little bit like sort of left field, and the aperture has to be wider.
Yeah, because I was going to say you actually have quite a huge support team here in India anyway as well. So yeah, the whole ecosystem across the UAE and India works pretty well. Right, on to the next question, Kunal. Now, Union Minister Piyush Goyal made some rather scathing remarks recently. He was actually here yesterday. He's not here in the crowd today. But he recently made some remarks around the Indian startup ecosystem, very much highlighting its culture and urging better innovation, and also that we need to very much focus on large-scale problems rather than, fancy consumer products. What is your response and your thoughts on that statement?
I was waiting for the moment you would ask the question. Look, I think the minister is appropriate in his comments because largely, what leaders of a country need to do is precipitate conversation, precipitate debate, precipitate discussion, which is clearly what he's been able to accomplish. It is also clear that there are voices on both sides of the aisle, but everyone on either side of the aisle wants only one thing, which is progress for India. So those who say, hey, we don't have innovation because we haven't had the runway to invest the many billions or hundreds of billions of dollars that China and the US have been investing in education institutes, R&D centers, grants, venture capital firms, etc. They also want the best for India, as does the minister, when he's pushing the founders and the ecosystem participants that we need to go for more deep tech type ventures as compared to only consumer businesses. Look, I've built a consumer business with 100 million customers. I've built a software business which does 1 billion orders, and I've invested in many deep tech companies and many consumer companies. I feel all of them solve a problem for our country, and all of them that work out do us proud, and we must celebrate all of them. That said, we must keep pushing the boundaries and keep widening the aperture of the ecosystem, but be very mindful of the fact that there will be steps that will be needed over a long run. It won't happen overnight. If you want to have deep tech innovation in India, some of the things I mentioned in terms of investments, India invests 0.6 to 0.7% of our GDP in R&D. China has been investing 2.5%, 3%. The US has been investing even more for decades. And their GDPs are 4 times, 5 times our size. So the compounding effects of that quantum of investing in R&D over decades is what we are seeing when you see an OpenAI come out of the US or a DeepSeek come out of India or out of China. We will see our time in the sun, but we have to have the mindset that it will take time and it will take a lot of investment. I don't think there is dearth of talent. I don't think there is dearth of ambition. Once we enable the founders with with all these rails that will enable their success in these deep tech ventures, we will see those ventures come out in India as well.
So do you think at the end of the day we just need more of a balance? So to push forward with that innovation, more large-scale problem solving as well as the fancy products?
I think when a founder thinks about a problem statement, they are not thinking about balance. They are thinking about, here is a problem I have found. Do I have the skills and the ambition to pursue it, to solve it, to build something big? Yes or no? If it's a yes, they go for it. They don't overthink, is this going to be deep tech enough for me? Right. They are just trying to find a large enough problem which matches with their interest and skill set and pursue it. Right. And over time, I remember when I started, there weren't even enough consumer internet companies. So at that point in time, we didn't have role models. Mm-hmm. But once we built our businesses, it provided role models for the next generation of founders. And those who are building deep tech businesses in India right now, they are providing role models for the next generation. So with every subsequent generation, the aperture widens and more companies and more founders start pursuing such businesses.
You need that type of inspiration, don't you? Faraz, over to you. What are your thoughts? Do you have any comments you'd like to share with us on that statement in terms of more innovation, more problem solving is needed?
No, I agree with Kunal. I think, and more specific, I feel like, you know, a lot of the consumer internet companies that sort of we see around us these days are the frontline soldiers that created the whole ecosystem. You know, kids coming out of college are excited to work at startups because Kunal built the company he built, and you know, his peers have built the ecosystem in India. It's become cool to work at these companies that are not called, you know, the legacy big industry companies that you would look forward to working in. So I think there is that very, very big sort of like first like line of attack that is sort of like, and we're very lucky that we have these leaders talking so openly about it. I think, and the second thing, and my co-founder and I talk about this all the time, even in companies that have like a fair amount of capital and sort of engineering prowess available, where do you deploy them? I feel like these foundation model companies, the LLM companies that sort of like we know, like DeepSeek, OpenAI, Gemini, I feel like an incredibly larger profit pool is going to get unlocked at the product layer. So how you implement AI and its applications is going to create this enormous profit pool where a lot of innovation is going to happen, and there will be opportunities for people who are closer to the customer. So I feel like I'm personally very excited about that second wave, and I feel like this is a good catalyst to stoke that conversation, but most founders that I talk to are already sort of implementing AI in a very deep way within their companies, and it's not easy. But also, I feel like there'll be a wave of companies that come now that try to capture that opportunity, that profit pool that is getting unlocked by the huge enabler that these foundation models present. So, I mean, slightly specific, but I do think that some incredibly strong layer 2 companies are going to come through in the next decade, and a lot of them I won't be surprised if they originate in India.
I'd be interested to hear what you hedge your bets on as well. Maybe we'll get to that a little bit later. But in the meantime, I was reading that fundraising fell to 2017 levels. A few issues there, and we've also got Trump's tariffs in the mix as well. Do you think we've entered into the dark age for startups? What do you think?
Well, definitely not in India, because you know, we are just getting started here. This is still very early stages of our ecosystem. While a lot has been built, so much more is going to be built. This is not the first sort of funding down cycle, at least I have seen. This may be the 5th or 6th I have seen over the last decade and a half. And in every funding down cycle, you know, the doom and gloom narrative descends that now what will happen? But entrepreneurs are called entrepreneurs for a reason. They find a way. They always find a way. They will figure out how to be more efficient, more effective, move faster with lesser resources, maybe less headcount. And as Faraz was rightly saying, with the tectonic plate shifts in technological innovation with AI, like we are seeing in our companies, like 25-30% of the code is now being written by AI. So suddenly the need for having sort of very large teams to build out the business is no longer there. So you can probably do a lot, accomplish a lot as a company with far less people, with far less resources, which is also great because founders end up owning more of their businesses at terminal point, which was historically a challenge. I feel AI will lead to going back to that era where entrepreneurs will own 50-60% of their companies. Like in the prior session, they were saying that the average promoter or founder ownership in India in public listed companies is 60%. But I can tell you in startups that is 5% or 10% at most, because they go through so much dilution. So we have celebrated capital raises and funding cycles to such an extreme degree that we've forgotten that it is merely one ingredient to building a company. And if we need less of it to build more impactful businesses, that's good for everyone.
No, completely. Same question to you, Faraz, really.
Look, I think it is real that, I mean, easy money died like a few years ago already, we know this. But I feel like great companies will continue to get funded. Great founders will continue to get funded. I mean, as we get older, I mean, we remember being on stage like this, like 7 years ago. We were a lot younger. You know, as we see these cycles, I feel like even for investors, the opportunity to deploy capital, I mean, the number of mature professionals that you find who worked at great companies, who know consumer internet or deep tech or whatever space that you're trying to invest in, the talent pool is definitely richer. So I feel like a lot of, you'll write smaller checks, but you'll write more certain checks. And I think we're seeing that, you know, the typical Series A round, at least in the geography that I work in, is shrunk quite a bit, like by 40 to 50%. And that's because the waste goes away, and also you're more certain of like there are more experienced technology professionals in the ecosystem across the world now. And I feel like, yeah, I mean, how do I say this? Like, fewer bad companies will get funded. The great companies will continue to get funded. Mm-hmm. I think that's probably what's going to happen. So if you back yourself, you're a great idea, you have a need for your product in the world to exist, and I feel like great companies will still get funded.
Yeah, and that's the thing. You need this innovation to get the funding at the end of the day. So you've got to work towards those goals. So I wanted to quickly take a look at cross-border collaboration. What do you think are the sort of biggest challenges to really make this type of collaboration work? And partnerships and collaboration, it's thrown around all the time, but what is that real secret to success, do you think?
Yeah, I think one of the things we've been working at, I chair CII's National Startup Council, and CII is the apex industry body in India. And we have been trying to figure out a way to build the bridge between India and the UAE. And one of the fascinating things, as we've taken cohorts of founders over to the Middle East, to UAE and other countries in the Middle East, is there is an incredible amount of openness to Indian businesses, Indian startups, and Indian startups products. And also for the Middle East investor to invest in Indian startups. But there seems to be some amount of asymmetry of information, where there is doubt on both sides as to how do I enter the market as an investor or as an operator. And I think it is organizations like IGF and organizations like CII and others who have to do their part in enabling this bridge building. But I think like companies like Faraz's, companies like ours, have to build that trust for those who want to enter our markets, where they should feel that there are credible partners in the market. And, you know, sometimes investments work out, sometimes they don't work out, but it's not going to be for reasons which are ethical in nature or reasons where it leaves a bitter taste in the mouth with respect to that market. So there's obviously work to be done in building those bridges, but I think, you know, progress is happening. A lot of the brands, for instance, in India, the new age brands, I think, sell on Faraz's platform, Noon in the US, in the Middle East. So it's obviously happening as we speak.
No, completely. That leads me to Faraz, because I mean, you've got got a wealth of experience across the whole of the Middle East now, and obviously, of course, here in India. So what advice do you have, maybe for everyone here in the audience, when it comes to approaching new markets, maybe from India to the UAE?
Yeah, I mean, my guess is as good as yours, frankly, but I think I agree with what Kunal was saying. I think getting a better understanding of the actual customer need is very important. I feel like even though those markets are small, they're highly competitive because they're more generally open. So if you go to the Middle East, you'll compete a lot more with the Chinese companies. You'll compete with European sort of companies shipping directly into that part of the world. So there's this whole like information and governance asymmetry that you're sort of starting with a disadvantage on day zero. I feel like that's one factor. The Middle East is big, 400 million people in the Arab world. It's not small. GDP per capita is extremely high. It's a big profit pool. So I think it makes sense. I think if it's a part of a company's strategy to really approach that market seriously, then I think talent density is very important. It cannot be a side gig for the side gig of the chief of staff. I feel like it needs to be like a dedicated team tackling that problem. And it could work out, but again, back to the original point that Kunal made about investments, TAM is very important. For many businesses, the TAM might be too small. And if you have a finite amount of gunpowder, you might be better off just making a cannonball and attacking your core market and winning than sort of like creating lots of bullets that have no effect in various parts of the world that may actually have more competition. So, I mean, the founder knows. I mean, there's nothing I can say. They know in their heart what the right answer is. But yeah, I think the key point is that it's a big market, 400 million Arabs in the world. It's a big profit pool. But if your service is relevant, then be very serious and do it like almost as a primary thing. Otherwise, it most likely will not work out.
I've got one final question. We've got to be very, very quick because the time has sadly run out. But if you both had to exchange innovation ecosystems to operate exclusively in the other country, what do you think would excite you the most about operating there? Kunal, why don't you start us off? Maybe you've got about 30 seconds.
I feel the purchasing power of the Middle Eastern customer. Like, I think the good question to ask is, if there's one thing we could just take from the other market, what would it be? Yeah. I would take the purchasing power.
I would take the total number of customers. So India has massive TAM, but not the purchasing power. We have purchasing power, but not the TAM. So,
as they say, grass is always greener on the other side.
I think we should launch in the US. 350 million people, $70,000 GDP per cap. I'm kidding.
As you said, the grass is always greener, isn't it? Faraz, Kunal, thank you so much. What a really interesting conversation. We cannot thank you enough for being with us here today. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for our panel. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Back to
Thank you so much, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. And yes, any further questions, please do speak to any of our guests as they come off the stage as well. Right, ladies and gentlemen, that in fact concludes the NXT25 Global Investors Forum. We will be back, however, with the Tech Frontiers Forum at 2:15, discussing everything from AI and the global startup race to India, UK partnerships, unlocking AI for all as well. So please do join us after our lunch at 2:15. And we also have an open discussion as well running parallel to the forum on urban infrastructure. If you would like to join that, that is happening on level 2. Thank you so much and see you at 2:15.
We are all united in our desire for the same things. We want our businesses to grow, our careers to flourish, and our communities to thrive. We want to meet people who energize us, share exciting ideas, and discover new opportunities.
From India to the UK to the UAE and beyond, IGF is committed to bringing the contemporary India story. Amongst ongoing global turbulence, IGF remains at the center of limitless innovation, limitless possibilities, and limitless collaboration, harnessing talent, technology, and enterprise across sectors and geographies for maximum impact. India Global Forum is the gateway for global stakeholders to invest in and benefit from India's global trajectory. Hear from industry titans, build strategic partnerships, invest in the future. Only at India Global Forum. Join the conversation at www.indiaglobalforum.com.
I believe we need to focus on 3 key areas: empowerment, mentorship, and support.
We've come a long way to get to where we are today. From what started as a single dream to enabling millions of dreams. From a handful of experts to thousands in our team. From two-wheeler to becoming a financing leader, we cover the length and breadth of our nation. As India moves forward, we move forward. With resilience, resolve and determination. With a focus on digital and innovation. We are relentless in our drive as we strive to meet and exceed the evolving needs of being Bharat ka digital lender. In a market filled with increasing choice, we needed to find our unique brand voice. As part of our journey to tell our growth story, we spoke to people across the country, covering all our stakeholders from customers, channel partners and employees. We sought inspiration in their values and aspirations. We breathe new life in our brand identity, framing human stories through windows of opportunity, reflecting our vision to empower upward mobility, broadening horizons through financial accessibility. Our loans symbolize a dose of confidence, the confidence to make it happen, the confidence to take action, to form collaborations, to go further than we have ever before, to become an inspiration and hero to all. Hero FinCorp, the confidence to make it happen.
If India were a mega computer, Mumbai would be its motherboard. A motherboard that functions with a distinct human touch. A motherboard with an undying winning spirit. A motherboard that runs on constant innovation. Mumbai is now rebooting, transformed by MMR. Welcome to MMR, the Mumbai Metropolitan Region. A dynamic expanse that includes Greater Mumbai and its surrounding areas. This metropolis holds immense significance for the state of Maharashtra. The dream of embracing the quality of life synonymous with an international city. It is a dream that resonates with every citizen of MMR. The state government actively navigating towards the realization of $1 trillion economy. To transform this collective dream into reality, the MMR region, the pulsating heart of the state, requires cutting-edge infrastructure. Enter MMRDA, a world-class agency equipped to turn aspirations into achievements for every inhabitant of the Mumbai metropolitan region. MMRDA has been a driving force behind transformative projects such as the Mumbai Trans-Harbour Link, featuring India's longest sea bridge and an expansive metro network. These visionary endeavours are reshaping the landscape of Greater Mumbai and beyond. Consider the ambitious project, a city that is envisioned to be bigger than the cities of Mumbai and Navi Mumbai. This innovative vision aims to unlock the hinterland for sustainable development. MMRDA's contributions to transportation and infrastructure are poised to empower every citizen with seamless access, connectivity, and a sense of pride in our infrastructure. Our goal is to transform commuting from a hassle into a source of happiness. MMRDA aims to transform the MMR through imperatives like environmental enhancements and thoughtful social planning. Efficient decision-making and reduced bureaucracy are facilitating the accelerated implementation of these projects, ensuring minimal inconvenience for all stakeholders. Upon completion, the Mumbai metropolitan region will evolve into a space where we all aspire to live, commute, and take immense pride in. MMRDA shall achieve the dreams and aspirations of everyone and make the Mumbai metropolitan region an area that is habitable and appealing to all. This vision has been a collaborative effort between the central and state government of Maharashtra. MMRDA, rebooting Mumbai, reshaping MMR.
"25 years ago, Edelweiss started with a vision of not doing things the same old way. Over the years, we have explored all things investment and have become better at it every year. We started off with investment banking and soon made our way to institutional equities and wealth management. Now, with strong institutional ownership of PAG as a promoter, we have grown to become a comprehensive wealth and asset management platform, also offering capital market solutions. And our fresh new perspective on wealth is reflected in our new brand identity. Nuvama is a unique brand name that brings together new perspective and prosperity, something we have always strived for. Today, we are one of the top wealth management companies in India and the company with a comprehensive wealth management platform, employing over 2,700 plus people across 450 plus locations with a network of more than 23,000 plus partners. With significant client assets, Nuvama is the established player with proven execution across HNI and UHNI client segments. Nuvama also has 1 million customers, comprising people, businesses, and institutions, including ultra-high net worth families. While all these numbers are very gratifying, at Nuvama, nothing gives us more pride than the relationships we build with our clients and how we obsess over even the smallest of their needs. We believe in only doing what is best for them and their money, and we can back it up with our expertise, experience, and innovative solutions. The next step in our evolution will be driven by technology that will help us understand and use investment trends. At Nuvama, we believe in creating a culture that nurtures growth and learning, something that promotes leadership and an entrepreneurial spirit in everyone. We inculcate values of commitment to the client, clarity, reliability, and a desire to disrupt the status quo. Everything we have achieved so far, our vision and our values, are all driven by one mantra: to do it right for our customers. Nuvama, let's do it right. Investments in securities market are subject to market risks. Read all the related documents carefully before investing.
The booking app I used didn't have Agent Force, so an AI agent didn't know to move my reservations inside or know what I like to eat, which is not that.
What's up, my brother? Oh, hey, bud. We really needed this rain, right?
Agent Force helps restaurants prevent dining disasters.
Paddle on over.
It's what AI was meant to be.
We got you, brother.
I didn't use Agent Force, the powerful AI from Salesforce, so an AI agent didn't see me the fastest route to my gate, which has
changed. I'll tell the pilot to hold the plane. They got an app for that, dude.
Agent Force helps Heathrow create a first-class experience. Agent Force. It's what AI was meant to be. Oh, that's very,
Right?
This store doesn't have Agent Force, so an AI agent didn't tip off the stylist as to what I might actually wear.
Yes.
Ooh, that's a commitment. Hey, bud, what do you think?
You know, people can see you out here.
Yeah, right. Love you too. Agent Force helps retailers prevent fashion fails. It's what AI was meant to be. If my healthcare provider had Agent Force, the powerful AI from Salesforce, the AI agent would have automatically paired me with the right specialist hours ago, like Woody's did. I like it here, dude. Wow, good for you. Hey, Doc.
Feet in stirrups, please.
Wait, why?
Because you're an OBGYN.
Breathe from your diaphragm, brother.
No, Agent Force helps healthcare providers prevent medical mishaps. It's what AI was meant to be.
It's going to be cold.
We are all united in our desire for the same things. We want our businesses to grow, our careers to flourish, and our communities to thrive. We want to meet people who energize us, share exciting ideas, and discover new opportunities.
From India to the UK to the UAE and beyond, IGF is committed to bringing the contemporary India story. Amongst ongoing global turbulence, IGF remains at the center of limitless innovation, limitless possibilities, and limitless collaboration, harnessing talent, technology, and enterprise across sectors and geographies for maximum impact. India Global Forum is the gateway for global stakeholders to invest in and benefit from India's global trajectory. Hear from industry titans, build strategic partnerships, invest in the future. Only at India Global Forum. Join the conversation at www.indiaglobalforum.com.
I believe we need to focus on three key areas: empowerment, mentorship, and support.
We've come a long way to get to where we are today. From what started as a single dream to enabling millions of dreams. From a handful of experts to thousands in our team. From two-wheeler to becoming a financing leader, we cover the length and breadth of our nation. As India moves forward, we move forward. With resilience, resolve and determination. With a focus on digital and innovation. We are relentless in our drive as we strive to meet and exceed the evolving needs of being Bharat ka digital lender. In a market filled with increasing choice, we needed to find our unique brand voice. As part of our journey to tell our growth story, we spoke to people across the country, covering all our stakeholders from customers, channel partners and employees. We sought inspiration in their values and aspirations. We breathe new life in our brand identity, framing human stories through windows of opportunity, reflecting our vision to empower upward mobility, broadening horizons through financial accessibility. Our loans symbolize a dose of confidence, the confidence to make it happen, the confidence to take action, to form collaborations, to go further than we have ever before, to become an inspiration and hero to all. Hero FinCorp, the confidence to make it happen.
India were a mega computer, Mumbai would be its motherboard. A motherboard that functions with a distinct human touch. A motherboard with an undying winning spirit. A motherboard that runs on constant innovation. Mumbai is now rebooting, transformed by MMR. Welcome to MMR, the Mumbai Metropolitan Region. A dynamic expanse that includes Greater Mumbai and its surrounding areas. This metropolis holds immense significance for the state of Maharashtra. The dream of embracing the quality of life is synonymous with an international city. It is a dream that resonates with every citizen of MMR. The state government actively navigating towards the realization of a $1 trillion economy. To transform this collective dream into reality, the MMR region, the pulsating heart of the state, requires cutting-edge infrastructure. Enter MMRDA, a world-class agency equipped to turn aspirations into achievements for every inhabitant of the Mumbai metropolitan region. MMRDA has been a driving force behind transformative projects such as the Mumbai Trans-Harbour Link, featuring India's longest sea bridge and an expansive metro network. These visionary endeavors are reshaping the landscape of Greater Mumbai and beyond. Consider the ambitious project, a city that is envisioned to be bigger than the cities of Mumbai and Navi Mumbai. This innovative vision aims to unlock the hinterland for sustainable development. MMRDA's contributions to transportation and infrastructure are poised to empower every citizen with seamless access, connectivity, and a sense of pride in our infrastructure. Our goal is to transform commuting from a hassle into a source of happiness. MMRDA aims to transform the MMR through imperatives like environmental enhancements and thoughtful social planning. Efficient decision-making and reduced bureaucracy are facilitating the accelerated implementation of these projects, ensuring minimal inconvenience for all stakeholders. Upon completion, the Mumbai metropolitan region will evolve into a space where we all aspire to live, commute, and take immense pride in. MMRDA shall achieve the dreams and aspirations of everyone and make the Mumbai metropolitan region an area that is habitable and appealing to all. This vision has been a collaborative effort between the central and state government of Maharashtra. MMRDA, rebooting Mumbai, reshaping MMR.
"25 years ago, Edelweiss started with a vision of not doing things the same old way. Over the years, we have explored all things investment and have become better at it every year. We started off with investment banking and soon made our way to institutional equities and wealth management. Now, with strong institutional ownership of PAG as a promoter, we have grown to become a comprehensive wealth and asset management platform, also offering capital market solutions. And our fresh new perspective on wealth is reflected in our new brand identity. Nuvama is a unique brand name that brings together new perspective and prosperity, something we have always strived for. Today, we are one of the top wealth management companies in India and the company with a comprehensive wealth management platform, employing over 2,700 plus people across 450 plus locations, with a network of more than 23,000 plus partners. With significant client assets, Nuvama is the established player with proven execution across HNI and UHNI client segments. Nuvama also has 1 million customers, comprising people, businesses, and institutions, including ultra-high net worth families. While all these numbers are very gratifying, at Nuvama, nothing gives us more pride than the relationships we build with our clients and how we obsess over even the smallest of their needs. We believe in only doing what is best for them and their money, and we can back it up with our expertise, experience, and innovative solutions. The next step in our evolution will be driven by technology that will help us understand and use investment trends. At Nuvama, we believe in creating a culture that nurtures growth and learning, something that promotes leadership and an entrepreneurial spirit in everyone. We inculcate values of commitment to the client, clarity, reliability, and a desire to disrupt the status quo. Everything we have achieved so far, our vision and our values, are all driven by one mantra: to do it right for our customers. Nuvama, let's do it right. Investments in securities market are subject to market risks. Read all the related documents carefully before investing.
The booking app I used didn't have Agent Force, so an AI agent didn't know to move my reservations inside or know what I like to eat, which is not that.
What's up, my brother? Oh, hey, bud. We really needed this rain, right?
Agent Force helps restaurants prevent dining disasters.
Paddle on over.
It's what AI was meant to be.
We got you, brother.
I didn't use Agent Force, the powerful AI from Salesforce, so an AI agent didn't see me the fastest route to my gate, which has changed.
I'll tell the pilot to hold the plane. They got an app for that, dude.
Agent Force helps Heathrow create a first-class experience. Agent Force. It's what AI was meant to be. Oh, that's very,
Right?
This store doesn't have Agent Force, so an AI agent didn't tip off the stylist as to what I might actually wear.
Yes.
Oh, that's a commitment.
Hey, bud.
What do you think?
You know, people can see you out here.
Yeah, right. Love you too.
Agent Force helps retailers prevent fashion fails. It's what AI was meant to be.
If my healthcare provider had Agent Force, the powerful AI from Salesforce, the AI agent would have automatically paired me with the right specialist hours ago, like Woody's did.
I like it here, dude. Wow, good for you. Hey, Doc.
Feet in stirrups, please.
Wait, why?
Because you're an OBGYN.
Breathe from your diaphragm, brother. No. Agent Force helps healthcare providers prevent medical mishaps. It's what AI was meant to be.
It's going to be cold.
We are all united in our desire for the same things. We want our businesses to grow, our careers to flourish, and our communities to thrive. We want to meet people who energize us, share exciting ideas, and discover new opportunities.
From India to the UK to the UAE and beyond, IGF is committed to bringing the contemporary India story. Amongst ongoing global turbulence, IGF remains at the centre of limitless innovation, limitless possibilities, and limitless collaboration, harnessing talent, technology, and enterprise across sectors and geographies for maximum impact. India Global Forum is the gateway for global stakeholders to invest in and benefit from India's global trajectory. Hear from industry titans, build strategic partnerships, invest in the future. Only at India Global Forum. Join the conversation at www.indiaglobalforum.com.
I believe we need to focus on three key areas: empowerment, mentorship, and support.
We've come a long way to get to where we are today. From what started as a single dream to enabling millions of dreams. From a handful of experts to thousands in our team. From two-wheeler to becoming a financing leader, we cover the length and breadth of our nation. As India moves forward, we move forward. With resilience, resolve, and determination. With a focus on digital and innovation. We are relentless in our drive as we strive to meet and exceed the evolving needs of being Bharat ka digital lender. In a market filled with increasing choice, we needed to find our unique brand voice. As part of our journey to tell our growth story, we spoke to people across the country, covering all our stakeholders from customers, channel partners, and employees. We sought inspiration in their values and aspirations. We breathe new life in our brand identity, framing human stories through windows of opportunity, reflecting our vision to empower upward mobility, broadening horizons through financial accessibility. Our loans symbolize a dose of confidence, the confidence to make it happen, the confidence to take action, to form collaborations, to go further than we have ever before, to become an inspiration and hero to all. Hero FinCorp, the confidence to make it happen.
India were a mega computer, Mumbai would be its motherboard. A motherboard that functions with a distinct human touch. A motherboard with an undying winning spirit. A motherboard that runs on constant innovation. Mumbai is now rebooting, transformed by MMR. Welcome to MMR, the Mumbai Metropolitan Region. A dynamic expanse that includes Greater Mumbai and its surrounding areas. This metropolis holds immense significance for the state of Maharashtra. The dream of embracing the quality of life is synonymous with an international city. It is a dream that resonates with every citizen of MMR. The state government actively navigating towards the realization of $1 trillion economy. To transform this collective dream into reality, the MMR region, the pulsating heart of the state, requires cutting-edge infrastructure. Enter MMRDA, a world-class agency equipped to turn aspirations into achievements for every inhabitant of the Mumbai metropolitan region. MMRDA has been a driving force behind transformative projects such as the Mumbai Trans-Harbour Link, featuring India's longest sea bridge and an expansive metro network. These visionary endeavours are reshaping the landscape of Greater Mumbai and beyond. Consider the ambitious project, a city that is envisioned to be bigger than the cities of Mumbai and Navi Mumbai. This innovative vision aims to unlock the hinterland for sustainable development. MMRDA's contributions to transportation and infrastructure are poised to empower every citizen with seamless access, connectivity, and a sense of pride in our infrastructure. Our goal is to transform commuting from a hassle into a source of happiness. MMRDA aims to transform the MMR through imperatives like environmental enhancements and thoughtful social planning. Efficient decision-making and reduced bureaucracy are facilitating the accelerated implementation of these projects, ensuring minimal inconvenience for all stakeholders. Upon completion, the Mumbai metropolitan region will evolve into a space where we all aspire to live, commute, and take immense pride in. MMRDA shall achieve the dreams and aspirations of everyone and make the Mumbai metropolitan region an area that is habitable and appealing to all. This vision has been a collaborative effort between the central and state government of Maharashtra. MMRDA, rebooting Mumbai, reshaping MMR.
"25 years ago, Edelweiss started with a vision of not doing things the same old way. Over the years, we have explored all things investment and have become better at it every year. We started off with investment banking and soon made our way to institutional equities and wealth management. Now, with strong institutional ownership of PAG as a promoter, we have grown to become a comprehensive wealth and asset management platform, also offering capital market solutions. And our fresh new perspective on wealth is reflected in our new brand identity. Nuvama is a unique brand name that brings together new perspective and prosperity, something we have always strived for. Today, we are one of the top wealth management companies in India and the company with a comprehensive wealth management platform, employing over 2,700 plus people across 450 plus locations, with a network of more than 23,000 plus partners. With significant client assets, Nuvama is the established player with proven execution across HNI and UHNI client segments. Nuvama also has 1 million customers, comprising people, businesses, and institutions, including ultra-high net worth families. While all these numbers are very gratifying, at Nuvama, nothing gives us more pride than the relationships we build with our clients and how we obsess over even the smallest of their needs. We believe in only doing what is best for them and their money, and we can back it up with our expertise, experience, and innovative solutions. The next step in our evolution will be driven by technology that will help us understand and use investment trends. At Nuvama, we believe in creating a culture that nurtures growth and learning, something that promotes leadership and an entrepreneurial spirit. In everyone, we inculcate values of commitment to the client, clarity, reliability, and a desire to disrupt the status quo. Everything we have achieved so far, our vision and our values, are all driven by one mantra: to do it right for our customers. Nuvama, let's do it right. Investments in securities market are subject to market risks. Read all the related documents carefully before investing.
The booking app I used didn't have Agent Force, so an AI agent didn't know to move my reservations inside or know what I like to eat, which is not that.
What's up, my brother? Oh, hey, bud. We really needed this rain, right?
Agent Force helps restaurants prevent dining disasters.
Paddle on over.
It's what AI was meant to be.
We got you, brother.
I didn't use Agent Force, the powerful AI from Salesforce, so an AI agent didn't see me the fastest route to my gate, which has changed.
I'll tell the pilot to hold the plane. They got an app for that, dude.
Agent Force helps Heathrow create a first-class experience. Agent Force. It's what AI was meant to be. Oh, that's very,
Right?
This store doesn't have Agent Force, so an AI agent didn't tip off the stylist as to what I might actually wear.
Yes.
Oh, that's a commitment.
Hey, bud. What do you think?
You know, people can see you out here.
Yeah, right. Love you too.
Agent Force helps retailers prevent fashion fails. It's what AI was meant to be.
If my healthcare provider had Agent Force, the powerful AI from Salesforce, the AI agent would have automatically paired me with the right specialist hours ago. Mike Woody's did.
I like it here, dude. Wow, good for you. Hey, Doc.
Feet in stirrups, please.
Wait, why?
Because you're an OBGYN.
Breathe from your diaphragm, brother.
No.
Agent Force helps healthcare providers prevent medical mishaps. It's what AI was meant to be.
It's going to be cold.
We are all united in our desire for the same things. We want our businesses to grow, our careers to flourish, and our communities to thrive. We want to meet people who energize us, share exciting ideas, and discover new opportunities.
From India to the UK to the UAE and beyond, IGF is committed to bringing the contemporary India story. Amongst ongoing global turbulence, IGF remains at the centre of limitless innovation, limitless possibilities, and limitless collaboration, harnessing talent, technology, and enterprise across sectors and geographies for maximum impact. India Global Forum is the gateway for global stakeholders to invest in and benefit from India's global trajectory. Hear from industry titans, build strategic partnerships, invest in the future. Only at India Global Forum. Join the conversation at www.indiaglobalforum.com.
I believe we need to focus on three key areas: empowerment, mentorship, and support.
We've come a long way to get to where we are today. From what started as a single dream to enabling millions of dreams. From a handful of experts to thousands in our team. From two-wheeler to becoming a financing leader, we cover the length and breadth of our nation. As India moves forward, we move forward. With resilience, resolve, and determination. With a focus on digital and innovation. We are relentless in our drive as we strive to meet and exceed the evolving needs of being Bharat ka digital lender. In a market filled with increasing choice, we needed to find our unique brand voice. As part of our journey to tell our growth story, we spoke to people across the country, covering all our stakeholders from customers, channel partners, and employees. We sought inspiration in their values and aspirations. We breathe new life in our brand identity, framing human stories through windows of opportunity, reflecting our vision to empower upward mobility, broadening horizons through financial accessibility. Our loans symbolize a dose of confidence, the confidence to make it happen, the confidence to take action, to form collaborations, to go further than we have ever before, to become an inspiration and hero to all. Hero FinCorp, the confidence to make it happen.
We are all united in our desire for the same things. We want our businesses to grow, our careers to flourish, and our communities to thrive. We want to meet people who energize us, share exciting ideas, and discover new opportunities.
From India to the UK to the UAE and beyond, IGF is committed to bringing the contemporary India story. Amongst ongoing global turbulence, IGF remains at the centre of limitless innovation, limitless possibilities, and limitless collaboration, harnessing talent, technology, and enterprise across sectors and geographies for maximum impact. India Global Forum is the gateway for global stakeholders to invest in and benefit from India's global trajectory. Hear from industry titans, build strategic partnerships, invest in the future. Only at India Global Forum. Join the conversation at www.indiaglobalforum.com.
To the second part of our India Global Forum. This is exactly what I love about this event. Lots of networking, lots of people meeting and shaking hands and doing business. So it is very welcome. Nice to see you all back here. I hope lunch was good. So we are going to begin our Tech Frontiers Forum. And as you would expect, we're going to start with innovation. We're going to look at startups, big issue this week, and of course AI. Plenty for us to discuss. You will have seen, of course, those headlines prompted by Piyush Goyal's comments about the startup ecosystem. They have sort of ricocheted around the world, haven't they? And as well, of course, as those comments by Narendra Modi, his thoughts on India's place in the world when it comes to AI. That quote, "No matter what the world does with AI," he said, "it will remain incomplete without India." The words there of the Prime Minister. So I'm delighted to say we've got a very special guest joining us for this next session. So please put your hands together and welcome Rajiv Chandra Shaikh, who's a former Minister of Information and Technology for the Government of India. Good to have you here. Nice to see you. Welcome. Please take a seat. Thank you. Really good to have you here. Loads for us to talk about, and I'm delighted that we can kick this afternoon with this session. And I want to start, first of all, with those comments from Piyush Goyal. We've all heard them. We've seen them. I've seen them in the headlines in the UK before I left. I mean, the startup ecosystem hasn't lived up to its promise. He said China has left India behind. Is he right?
I wouldn't say it the way Piyush is a good friend of mine, obviously, and we agree on many things, but this characterization I don't agree with, because I don't think this is not a binary, as in there are many, many innovations that India has done and many Indian entrepreneurs have done that are not deep tech, but are in the, maybe, what Piyush was referring to as quick commerce and e-commerce and so on. So because something is not deep tech, doesn't suddenly make it any less innovative. But I think the point that he was trying to make, and I haven't spoken to him since, but if I was to say it, I'd say it this way, that the next wave of opportunities, and certainly keeping in mind and understanding that the next 5 years is going to see a lot of disruption, and this is certainly the most exciting time ever in tech, that the next wave, the second wave of innovation from India has to be deep tech-led. Yeah. And that requires a very, very different type of an entrepreneur. The same people who succeed in maybe doing a food delivery app or a regular D2C app would not be able to do so well in what is AI, semiconductor, quantum computing, electronic system-led deep tech environment. So I think it is safe to say that these aren't necessarily binaries through which we should measure success, but these are, in a sense, one wave of D2C innovation that is now going to be followed by a very, very different type of an opportunity set.
And so if that second wave is coming, you touched there on the challenges of delivering it. Is India in a position where it already has that talent, or is this about investing in new talent?
So that's the $100 million billion question. I think the world is grappling with that. When some companies in the US say, we are going to control AI, and then it takes a group of upstarts or disruptors from China to say, no, I don't think so. I think it points to the fact that these emerging opportunities require a lot of talent that are very, very different from the kind of talent pool that has been generated traditionally by our academic ecosystem.
Yeah.
So electronics engineers, physics, chemistry, all of these areas that have very little to do with traditional IT are the ones that are going to be very much in play and in demand as you move forward into AI and semiconductors and so on and so forth.
So it feels like there are two things here at play. The one is the realization that there needs to be that shift or
Correct.
that ambition, and the other is, the skill to fulfill
Yes.
it. On the former, has that message got through?
So this, I think, is worth having a debate on. I think you can argue that because the second wave is going to be a lot more difficult and requires a lot more grit and staying power on the part of an entrepreneur, that there is a tendency for entrepreneurs and startups in India to go to what is easy. And the D2C space, certainly in comparison to the deep tech space, is a lot more easier.
Yeah, it's more saturated though, isn't it?
Yeah, it is saturated. So I think the realization that the next wave is going to be from AI in new devices and semiconductors, new electronic systems, compute as we know today going to be re-architected, is increasingly being understood. But is it everybody's ball game? Is it everybody's forte? Probably not. And that is why I think you will see the next wave of entrepreneurs come from a very different part of the academic ecosystem.
Yeah. Where are they now? What are they doing right now?
Do
they exist?
So if you look at what I think is the current innovation ecosystem, which is the D2C space, they are coming from all over.
Right.
Because you need to be a good coder, you need to understand how to build platforms and apps. But the next wave is coming from universities and colleges that have made it their mission to go deep down and foster a culture of research, because science, research is going to be both these things individually and together are going to be the bedrock of the second wave of innovation. So AI, for example, is not about being a good coder. Artificial intelligence is about being very good in math, for example. And certainly you didn't need math to develop an app before. So it's becoming clear. For example, IIT Chennai is one of the IITs in India that has understood this about 4 to 5 years ago. And some of the best semiconductor innovation today in the country is coming from IIT Chennai, where you have startups that have built chips, built semiconductors, and are actually manufacturing it at scale and putting it into systems. So if you ask me where will this next wave of winners come from, I don't have a crystal ball, and I can't predict. If I had, I'd be a very rich man. So I don't have that, but I think it is clear that it will not come from the same flow of talent that fueled this first wave of innovation that we saw the last 5 to 7 years.
What Piyush Goyal's comments also highlight is the way that we will portray this as a race. But it is a global race that China, in his view, is currently winning. Is it right to see it in that way, particularly in a week when we're talking about economic nationalism, about boundaries and borders being erected, about barriers to free trade going up? Is it right to portray this as a race and there can only be one winner?
Look, let's be clear. I mean, we have to be candid. I mean, there's a politically correct way of saying, no, it's not a race and it's all very good and all of us will live happily ever after and all that stuff. But there is clearly a new battleground. And deep tech is the new battleground. There is certainly an effort on some companies and some countries' part to be the dominating player in that battleground. China certainly made it very clear with DeepSeek and what they've done with Huawei and semiconductors recently, that they don't consider themselves anymore a bystander or a spectator or a consumer in deep tech. The Americans, the OpenAI and Grok and Google have long led this race. And there is India. We have our ambitions, we have our aspirations that we don't want to be crowded out and we don't want to go back to the old status quo of being a consumer of somebody else's tech. So I think this is a battleground. There is a race. Is this a 100-meter sprint? No. Is this a marathon that will last for decades. No. I think for somebody who's been around the block in tech for 3 decades, I see this as a next 2 to 3 year race.
Yeah.
It's not a sprint, but it's not a marathon. But the next 2 to 3 years are going to be very, very defining to what the future of global tech will look like. The winners and the losers. Will there be inclusion? Will there be haves and have-nots? Will there be sufficient acknowledgement and agreement among countries to deal with the impact of these new deep tech platforms, including AI, on safety, on harm? So there are many other conversations that need to happen in addition to the ones that are currently only about innovations, about safety, trust, digital inclusion, and all of that. So I think the next 2 to 3 years are going to be very, very exciting, interesting. And if you aren't a participant today, or if you haven't decided to be a participant today as a country, as an ecosystem, the chances of being left out and are pretty high.
Yeah. And when you talk about those next 2 to 3 years, for that to come to fruition, for the promise of this place to be delivered, it feels there needs to be an address of the so-called brain drain, of talented young people leaving India because they don't feel that this is where they can do it. A lot has been talked, a lot has been mentioned about why people are going. Do you recognize there's truth in that? That bright people are leaving because they feel they can't make a success of it?
I think the opposite is true. I think actually a lot of Indians are coming back.
Right.
I saw this for the 4 years that I was minister. There was a huge reverse flow of talent back to India, especially from places like semiconductors and artificial intelligence and electronics and compute, that people were wanting to come back. They saw this not just as an opportunity to give back and contribute, but for the first time, I think, in independent India's history, they saw India actually wanting to be in the race.
Right.
From when I was a young kid engineer or a young engineer, cub engineer, it was never, India's narrative was never that India would be a place where you could innovate and build things on your own. So if you had an ambition to do something, you went off like me to the US.
Yeah.
And I think the reverse is true today, which is that over the last 10 years, the ambitions have been, in a sense, reimagined amongst young Indians, as well as those Indians who are abroad who want to sort of come back and help India sort of succeed in this race.
But is that a mindset thing? Is that about changing the mind of young people and saying, actually, you know what, if I'm going to do it, I can do it back home? Or is this about an infrastructure, a systemic thing of saying, this is a place that will nurture your talent and give you the opportunity to thrive?
Look, before I was an entrepreneur, entrepreneurship was a bad thing.
Yeah.
And everybody said, as an entrepreneur, how will you succeed in India? The red tape will kill you, and if that doesn't kill you, the government will kill you. If that doesn't kill you, the politician will kill you. That was the narrative. But we are now living in 2025, 10 years after Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji took over, and entrepreneurship and ambition have become the new normal. So people aren't intimidated by the challenges. They say, if I am smart, I have a great idea, I have the grit and determination to make this succeed, I can succeed. And what has triggered that has been the success stories. That is where I and Piyush don't agree, which is that those initial success stories of success entrepreneurship in India has triggered a complete momentum where every young Indian, and I visited 75 colleges when I was minister, you go ask a young kid today, and what are you going to do? And he or she will say, what used to be in the past was I'll go abroad and I'll get a job in Google or whatever, but now is I want to start a startup. So that shift in the psyche has already happened. Now what I am talking about is the second wave of startups requires that shift in psyche plus a little added talent and knowledge and experience. And a lot more grit, because innovation in the semiconductor space, for example, or AI, requires you to stay the course for not 2 months, not 3 months, and not just do 20,000 lines of code, but get a proof of concept, test it, make it work, it doesn't work, retry it, get back onto it. And that is a cycle which is a year and a half.
Yeah. And does the system support that? Because you might say that there's incubators that will get you off the ground.
So that's a good question. I think that's a legitimate question. Is the government system or any other system tailored to enable, stand by, support an entrepreneur in his or her journey for 18 months?
Yeah.
And that's a legitimate question. And I think there, the government, state, center maybe require a little bit more work in adjusting and adapting to from a D2C entrepreneur who requires hand-holding for maybe 6 months or 3 months to a deep tech entrepreneur who requires hand-holding and a supportive policy framework for more than 12 to 18 months.
What does that support need to look like, do you think? I mean,
part of it will certainly be capital. I think it should be easier for them to get their bootstrapping capital, which is going to be difficult from the Indian financial ecosystem because they don't understand the space.
Yeah.
So the motivation for the government, I'm not in government anymore, has to be that we have to create the first set of heroes, the first set of success stories, and then the system will adapt.
Yeah.
So I think for those first set of heroes of the second wave, the government will have to provide capital to allow them to access market connect opportunities, government agencies that are on the buy side of it. For example, if I'm a chip designer and I design a chip, manufacture a chip, I would like it if the government that procures chips also incorporates that as a standard in their products. So there's a lot that government can do to help bootstrap and catalyze the deep tech ecosystem. And once we get those first 1 to 5 to 7 to 10 companies off the ground, I think then there'll be a self-fulfilling sort of a virtuous cycle.
Is there a model that India might look at where in the world does that well right now?
Look, I'm a believer, and there are many books that have been written. Anu Bradford has written a book called Digital Empires that talks about the US model vis-a-vis the government, the Chinese model, the European model. I think the Indian model is a hybrid of many of that, which is that the government has a role and a responsibility to be an enabler, but it is really the private sector and the young Indian or the startup, young or old as the case may be, that will have to do most of the hard work. This cannot be, because of the Indian system and all the moral hazard associated with the state picking winners and losers, that it will not be that the state decides who wins and loses, but the state or the government provides an enabling ecosystem, the ability for entrepreneurs to connect to those who want their products and services and devices, and then let the battleground decide winners and losers.
The other big race, and we have a little bit of time, so I want to talk to you about it, is what Narendra Modi said about no matter what the world does with AI, it will remain incomplete without India.
It's a fact. I mean, I think that is an absolute fact. There's no ambiguity about that as well. Because when you talk about intelligence, 1.4 billion Indians, the data sets that represent Indian behavior, Indian demography, if that is not available to a model today, I don't care if it's Sam Altman's model or Satya Nadella's model or whoever's model it is, if you don't have that type of learning ability to learn from 1.4 billion Indians, it will be always half intelligent.
Of course.
I mean,
and how do you make sure that data is available to feed these models?
I think the last 10 years of what Prime Minister Narendra Modi has done with digital public infrastructure and digitalization of our economy, we have data. I would argue that India is one of the largest data repositories in the world. From health to everything else under agriculture, the entire spectrum of consumer and citizen data today is available for models that want to incorporate Indian intelligence and Indian data sets into their artificial intelligence models.
Maybe that's one of the benefits of a big bureaucracy. You have that data, you have the information. Yeah. How do you make sure that is looked after properly, though? How do we make sure that that is used in a way that is appropriate?
Yeah. So we've passed the legislation, we've recognized that problem. I keep saying we as in the government. I was in government when we passed the Digital Personal Data Protection Bill. Yep. And it's a remarkably fresh, contemporary approach to privacy and data protection compared to what the Europeans have done with GDPR. Prime Minister Modi's government recognized that innovation and citizens' rights need not be binaries, that you could do both.
But it's about proving the benefits.
Yes, and yes, exactly. So you could have innovation and deliver benefits to the citizens as well as guarantee their fundamental rights of privacy.
And people are prepared to hand over that information if they see a reason for doing so. I mean, we will joke about the bureaucracy, but is there an argument here? And we look at this big race. It's about being more efficient. You look at what Elon Musk is doing or was doing in the United States about government efficiency. Is there an element of that needed here? Do you think?
Look, I think it is safe to assume anywhere in the world post-COVID, with all the fiscal stress that governments have gone through and the additional spending that governments have had to do, and the fiscal revenue shortfalls that they had to endure, that there is a need for everybody to be efficient. The same principles that apply to companies and corporates to make the rupee or the dollar or the pound go the extra mile is true for India as well. So I think what Elon Musk is doing, I don't have any personal insight into what he's doing. Some people call it havoc, some people call it protecting the future. I personally believe every government has a moral responsibility to leave the future in a better stage than the present. And therefore, if you are a fiscally deficit country and you're borrowing from the future, you are borrowing from the future. So I think there is a need, and digital and tech is the way to make government spending, government economic management, whether it's in India or Africa or anywhere, more efficient and make the money work harder for the people rather than keep borrowing from the future to make the present better.
It strikes me that is going to be one of the keys as well in that efficiency, in that race. It's about the more efficient, the one goes faster. When you look around the world, who is India's big competition in this space? Is it a pure race between India, China, and the US?
Oh, look, I mean, I don't think this requires a PhD or a postdoctoral degree to realize that the challenge that all of us face today as democracies is that there is this race for tech, and this tech will shape the future of all our economies and all our future societies. And there are democracies on one hand that are contributing to the shaping of the tech, and there are countries like China which are authoritarian, closed, non-transparent societies that are doing it as well. So if you ask me who I want to win, who I want the democracies to win. I wanted like-minded, open societies to be leading the charge of shaping the future of tech and our economies rather than leave it to a country that is none of the above.
So the reason I ask about who is the biggest rival, because in any race you want to establish what are the rules here, what are you fighting against, who are who is your competitor, and your response I would imagine is very different versus China than it is the US.
Accepting that unfortunately, as we've seen in WTO or trade and all of the stuff that today is being upended and disrupted, the rules that were laid down are not really followed by every participant in the game. This is an interesting game because we all democracies enter the play field saying, no, we know what the rules are, we'll play by the rules. But then there comes this 100-pound gorilla who says, fine, to hell with the rules, and we'll discover and invent the rules as we go along. So that is the nature of the world we live in. And if we are people who abide by the rules, democracies are, and are bound by the people who elect the representatives, that we have to play by the rules. But the reality is, in this battleground, there is a player who certainly doesn't believe in the rules that we play by.
Final thoughts, thing you're most excited about this year?
Oh, I'm excited about everything that I see and read about tech. I believe, without being very over the top, that we are living in the most exciting time in the history of tech. And I think AI in particular this year will do things to how we live and what we see and how what we read and what we do in ways that we can't imagine. So stay tuned. It's going to be a bumpy ride.
It is. On that note, Rajiv, thank you so much.
Thank
Ladies
you.
and gentlemen, Rajiv Chandrasekhar, thank you. Appreciate that. Thank you so much. Cheers. Rajiv, thank you so much. Fascinating discussion to kick off our Tech Frontiers Forum this afternoon. So now, a key focus, as you know, of IGF is not only to address the opportunities and challenges here domestically, but also to look at India's place in the world and the special relationships that India has forged right around the world. Of course, the UK is one of them. And so with a special address looking at the future of the UK-India partnership, here is Lord Patrick Vallance, who's the UK Minister for Science, Research and Innovation, in a special video.
I'd like to thank you very much for inviting me to speak to you in Mumbai today, and I'm sorry I can't be there in person. A few years ago, I was speaking at a UK-India Science and Innovation Partnerships dialogue, recognising the enormously significant role Indian scientists have contributed to UK science. And in fact, Indian researchers are one of our most frequent collaborators. You know that today, technologists in India are making amazing strides globally, with the third largest startup ecosystem globally and producing 15% of the world's AI talent. On AI, both the UK and India bring special strengths to the table. We have particular institutions in the UK with world-class AI. You also have an emerging talent pool that is fantastic in this area. The UK is looking forward to working even more closely with the Government of India as you host the next AI Summit. And that continues the momentum that we began in Bletchley in 2023, thinking about AI safety and indeed opportunities. And we're going to hear much more about quantum technologies, a technology that is really poised to revolutionize many of the things we do, offering potentially unprecedented capabilities in computing, in the ability to network, and of course sensing, addressing pressing global challenges from climate change to healthcare. And in the UK, the National Quantum Computing Centre provides a, I think, unique opportunity to bring together the different modalities of quantum computing to be able to work out how to operate these things in practice, which technology is going to work out, and of course, to try and tackle the fundamental question of error correction. AI and quantum, alongside telecoms, critical minerals, and semiconductors, are some of the key areas of critical tech that our two governments believe we can go further in and faster in if we go together. The Technology Security Initiative aims to bolster cooperation in these technologies, driving both innovation and economic growth. It fosters research partnerships, academic and industry exchanges, innovation pilots, and bilateral trade promotion. A prime example of this being the UK-India Future Networks initiative, which brings together scientists, policymakers, and engineers across our two nations to advance research in 6G, optical areas, satellite, and non-terrestrial networks. Or we can look at something like the example of the Tata Steel's £10 million investment into the University of Manchester, establishing a centre for innovation and advanced materials with the UK's Henry Royce Institute. By working together on technologies that will undoubtedly shape our future, by doing this together, we can improve the lives of our citizens and, of course, support business. This event is a great opportunity to build these relationships, share insights, and find new opportunities. And the upcoming UK-India Week at IGF London this June is another milestone to strengthen our bilateral ties, bringing together policymakers and industry leaders to discuss the topics that matter the most in what is a rapidly changing world. So I thank you for this opportunity. I wish you a very inspiring programme and event, and look forward to meeting and working with many of you over the weeks, months and years to come.
Thanks there to Lord Patrick Vallance, UK Minister for Science, Research and Innovation. Noticeably touching there on quantum, we've got a whole special session looking at that this afternoon. Now, a special welcome very shortly. This is the first time to our former South Asia Bureau Chief of the Daily Telegraph and now Managing Director of the Montfort South Asia. That's Joe Wallen. He's a new face here at IGF, so I really hope you will give him a very warm welcome. But first, I want to talk to you about a new initiative that is launching at IGF this year. It's called Executive Circle Membership. It really will be a fascinating way to get the inside track, not only on the sessions that we run here, but really extra value that you will get from that membership. So with a little more about it, take a look at this video, and that's also followed by a couple of words from our key sponsors.
Welcome to the IGF Executive Circle, an exclusive global platform for ambitious leaders who value meaningful connections, real-time insights, and cross-border opportunities. Be a part of the next wave of leaders, innovators, and business pioneers leveraging India's global rise. An IGF Executive Circle membership brings with it AI-powered smart networking, exclusive masterclasses and industry insights, access to in-depth market reports and curated content, priority access to IGF events, and numerous other benefits and opportunities. Ready to lead the future? Join the IGF Executive Circle today. Sign up online at www.indiaglobalforum.com to join a vibrant and growing community of leaders and innovators.
I believe we need to focus on three key areas: empowerment, mentorship, and support.
The booking app I used didn't have Agent Force, so an AI agent didn't know to move my reservations inside or know what I like to eat, which is not that.
What's up, my brother? Oh, hey, bud. We really needed this rain, right?
Agent Force helps restaurants prevent dining disasters.
Paddle on over.
It's what AI was meant to be.
We got you, brother.
I didn't use Agent Force, the powerful AI from Salesforce, so an AI agent didn't see me the fastest route to my gate, which has changed.
I'll tell the pilot to hold the plane. They got an app for that, dude.
Agent Force helps Heathrow create a first-class experience. Agent Force. It's what AI was meant to be.
Welcome to Joe Wallen, the former South Asia Bureau Chief for the Daily Telegraph.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you for joining us for the next session, Sustainable Cities and the Future of Mobility at the India Global Forum. As a brief introduction, my name is Joe Wallen. I've called India home for 7 years. I think we can say 7 years not out, given that we're in IPL season. I'm the managing partner at Montfort South Asia and the chairman of the British Business Group, formerly the South Asia Bureau Chief at the Telegraph newspaper. It's always an honor to be involved with the event, and I'm excited to moderate this timely panel. Artificial intelligence is being rolled out across different sectors of Indian society, from healthcare and education to finance and banking. Our panelists join us today to explore how enterprise-grade AI solutions are transforming India's digital ecosystem and creating new possibilities for technological advancement across different sectors. So I'm delighted to welcome our 3 expert panelists to take their place on the stage at this point, ahead of our discussion starting. So firstly, we are joined by Manu Jain, the CEO of G42 India, an international organization that seeks to champion artificial intelligence as a force for good. Manu spearheads G42's strategic initiatives in the subcontinent, deploying AI-driven solutions to enhance efficiency, sustainability, and economic growth. He was formerly the Global Vice President of Xiaomi and CEO of Xiaomi India. Secondly, we have Keshav Reddy, the founder, CEO of Equal AI, who is India's largest data sharing company, processing 1 billion transactions yearly, and who is now building an AI assistant for 100 million Indians. Keshav belongs to the GVK family and is a board member of Reddy Ventures, where he has led investments in more than 30 high-growth technology companies and incubated 9 new-age businesses. And last but certainly not least, we have Vishal Misra, Professor and Vice Dean for Computing and AI at Columbia University. Vishal's past work includes building one of the world's first commercial applications using GPT-3 called Ask Cricinfo, and he is currently working on mathematic models that explain how LLMs work. So thank you for joining us today.
Thank you.
So to kick things off, now we all know that India has been a fast adopter of artificial intelligence, but where exactly have you seen the most transformative AI-led advancements when we refer to voice, vernacular, and vision?
Should I start?
Yes.
So hi everyone, my name is Manu. Really happy to be here. We at G42, we build infrastructure, which is data centers, compute, cloud, and AI models. So we started by building an Indic language model called as Nanda, which is one of the largest models here, trained on 13 billion parameters to 2.1 trillion tokens. And I actually believe there's a huge scope for a country like India, because we speak so many different languages, we have so many different cultures, for us to have our own vernacular language-focused models. I believe the biggest issue, and which is also the biggest opportunity, is the availability of good quality vernacular data. Unfortunately, most of us, our common language is English. We were ruled by Britishers for 300 years. And a lot of content that we have, which is stored, digitized, a good quality content, is still in English. And AI models, as you would know, are basically like babies. So if you feed a baby a good quality food, baby will turn out to be a healthy baby. But if you feed like bad quality food, then growth will not be good. And same for AI models, like garbage in, garbage out. And unfortunately, for a lot of vernacular languages, even for Hindi, starting with Hindi, but other vernacular languages, Marathi, Telugu, Tamil, Malayalam, Bengali, and many more, the amount of good quality data which is available for training high quality LLM or foundational model still, in my opinion, lacks. And that is a great opportunity for a lot of us sitting in India here. How do we digitize all the knowledge, all the information that we have over the last few years, hundreds of years, thousands of years? How do we digitize it and feed it to AI models so that they can give culturally relevant questions or answers to those questions? I think that's a great opportunity.
Thank you. Keshav, do you want to add that?
No, thank you so much. I'm Keshav. I run a company called Equal, which is India's largest data sharing company. We realized very early in our journey that people share data for services. So for example, for employment, for a loan, for travel, for booking something. And with the advent of, I think, AI or generative AI about 18 months ago, we realized that we can actually finish the entire task. You can say, hey, can you book me a flight or get my visa done or find me a job? And it's nothing but data put in an agentic flow and actually figure out what fits your needs. So we're actually building that on top of India's largest data sharing company. And we'll be launching our consumer application maybe in about 2-3 months. But exactly what Manu said, there are so many issues with multilingual vernacular languages when you put in AI. And they have not been solved actually, because the data in or garbage in, garbage out problem is real. So I think the most interesting part is that India has the opportunity to become the largest consumer of application AI. But the challenges remain. And I think that's something vernacular, because people, if you speak to people in rural India or Bharat, if you ever see them use WhatsApp, it's voice note, voice note, voice note, voice note. And there's a reason for that, because they can't type. They're not literate enough to type in a QWERTY keypad or a keyboard. And because of that, they feel voice is easy. So if there's one thing everyone should be working on is voice, is realistic voice LLMs that can actually converse with a speech-to-speech model. And I think that's something that we're betting on, is that anybody will come say, hey, I'm building an AI assistant. So AI assistant will say, hey, I want this in any language, and it should be able to infer it and actually go do the job for you. So I think there's insane opportunity, but obviously the challenges are there, even including like latency. I mean, all the models are deployed all over the world. So we're bringing the best to India, trying to host it here, maintain it here, and then actually run them.
Fantastic. So, I mean, you touched on their, regional language models. It's something that would help me day to day in my business life in India. Could, kind of this regional language approach and vernacular AI be India's breakthrough moment when it comes to the industry?
To me, or Vishal?
Who would like to jump in? Yeah.
Why don't you go first, Vishal?
Could you just repeat the question? I wasn't sure.
Yes, so we were discussing regional language models, and will these be sort of India's moment on the global stage when it comes to vernacular AI?
So, I mean, I'm from Columbia University. My name is Vishal Mishra. So I live in New York City, but I keep coming to India. So I'm involved with some stuff that's happening in India. And what you had said that I built one of the first commercial applications using these language models. I started building it in summer of 2020, and it has been running in production since September 2021, almost 15 months before ChatGPT arrived and the whole world sort of woke up to what these things can do. So, you're talking about Indic languages and the sort of lack of data and the problems with that. But even when it comes to English, there are several problems. So, when the day when ChatGPT got released, because I'd been working with these models for a while, people started asking me, what is this thing? And I said, think of these LLMs as the most knowledgeable and helpful entity you can ever encounter, but with early onset dementia. Because it hallucinates, and that problem has still not gone away. So besides solving the problem of getting data to train these models, you also need to make sure that they provide you with the right kind of output. Right? Don't think of them as some sort of a database that you can do a query and get the right answer. They need to be an interface to the actual data. And so I think that's where India should be focusing on. India should be building systems that actually do justice to the potential of these models. When people use it in the wrong way, they get wrong results and they get disappointed. It's very easy to build a demo using these models over a weekend. But then to get it to production level, that takes a lot of work. And there's this whole term called prompt engineering, which I don't like, because engineering used to mean, you're building data centers to provide 5 nines reliability or take man to the moon. Prompt engineering with LLMs is more like prompt fiddling. You change one word, something else changes. So first we have to bring these models that we can use them in production levels. And then, the language problem gets solved. But what India has really has the opportunity, which both of you addressed or both of you mentioned, is the ability to scale. The number of consumers that India can bring to this technology, and so that it can help improve it significantly, is tremendous. And that's where India can really be the leader in the world.
So moving on from that, Vishal has been based at Columbia. It gives you an interesting insight when you look at the AI industry in India. And to what extent do you believe that India should collaborate more closely with the West on AI research? Or should it focus on building its own AI ecosystem to rival that of China or the United States?
So in the US also, there's a lot of debate going on. There's one camp which is saying, no, we should shut down everything. There should be all sorts of regulations. And then there's this other camp who's saying everything should be open source. Everybody should be collaborating. So I'm more in the open source camp. So I think a lot of the research, cutting edge research that happens in the universities and even in these labs, India could be using them. Right? So collaborating with people in the US to build even foundational models, I think that's a good idea. Now, building applications on top of that, India has been fantastic at the application layer for decades now, right? So I think if you sort of marry this ability to build real good foundational models with India's talent at building applications, I think that's the right way to think about it.
And Manu, in the current global climate, what must India do to build AI infrastructure and solutions that could solve the unique problems of the country and realize the dream of Viksit Bharat? How can India become a producer of AI and not just a consumer?
So adding on to what Vishal basically mentioned, like if you look at historically, we as India, we have been consumer of internet. Like we have not built a lot of pure tech applications. And whether it is like WhatsApp, whether it is Google, whether it is Facebook, Instagram, any of these things. We basically used applications and technology which was built by the West, and we were the largest consumer for almost all these companies. The largest market for them outside of US is probably India. Now when it comes to AI, which I think will be even a bigger transformation as compared to what internet and mobile internet was over the last 20 years, we should ensure that at least some part of it is locally here, and starting with data sovereignty. So I think Prime Minister made this statement some time ago saying that we should not be exporting wheat and import bread. So can we ensure that at least in the world of AI, we don't export data outside? And even though we use the same open source LLMs or the models which have been built by the West, but at least the data sovereignty remains here, which means all the data for Indian users remains here, point number one. All the inferencing happens locally here on servers and large compute clusters sitting in India. And then using this, we basically build applications. I wouldn't go into this huge debate of whether India should build its own LLMs. I think there's some merit in doing this. But there's also a huge merit in just building applications on top of existing open source LLMs which exist in the world. And adding to what Vishal basically said, there are like some beautiful LLMs which are open source. And we believe that the Indian users, Indian entrepreneurs, Indian founders can basically start building great applications similar to what we have done over the last 10, 20 years. But the key is how do we ensure sovereignty of data for each of these applications and each of the vernacular LLMs that we build over here in the country.
Brilliant. So I think we've got time for one final question, which I'm going to ask to each of you individually. So to round up, if India could achieve one major AI milestone by 2030, it could be in deep tech, it could be in healthcare, it could be in governance, what do you believe it should be?
Should I start? Yes, okay. I think two. One is in education, like education for all. And now you're hearing about many of the countries who are mandating that AI should be taught from grade 6 onwards. I actually think it should be compulsory, similar to how we teach computer science, how we teach mathematics, how we teach different languages. AI should be an integral part of, if not grade 6, at least starting grade 11, 12, it should be compulsory taught to every single kid. So point number one. Point number two, I think there was a lot of debate over the last few days on ease of governance and governance. So can the AI be introduced in governance to make it more easy and for entrepreneurs and founders? I think that would be the second one.
I think if there's something in the next 5 years at least that we would be focused on or would love to see, it would have to be like what we're really working on right now, which is an AI assistant. We think that if you look at like the usage of AI, the 1% really uses it well. Most of India doesn't know how to use it. They have no means to use it easily or in their day-to-day work. So our ability of building an application AI assistant or equal AI will be so simple and so easy for an average person to use it that they'll use it for like booking tickets, taking a flight, sending messages. It'll be like a WeChat meets an AI assistant today. And so that's the direction. So we're actually launching something in calling first, because that's a big pain point today. And then we'll get into other categories. But I think our vision is very aligned to where the AI direction is going. And it's very funny, like back in the day, we would think of months as new innovation. Now it's like weeks and days. Every week you wake up and everything has changed. We've changed our architecture of our product 3 times since December. Because every week there's something else, there's something new, it's become cheaper to compute, it's become easier to use some, RAG was there, now there's no RAG anymore, then there's, because the amount of context you can set is increased, open source, so it's insane in innovation. So I think just being able to build a very simple way for everyone to use it is what we are working on.
And Vishal?
So I'll put on my kind of academic hat and pie in the sky. there's a lot of talk going on amongst the big players in the US of AGI, Advanced General Intelligence. And I personally believe that just scaling these LLMs will not achieve it. You need a different way to think about it, change the architecture to really truly achieve what's called AGI. Once you have AGI, then that can be an incredible strategic asset for the nation. You could do things like, disease cure, invent sort of new things, find new materials. All sorts of things could be done if somebody gets that AGI right. So I think India has enough talent, has enough people who can sort of put their mind to it and work on it. So 5 years from now, if you want to have a big thing, think of ways you can achieve what's called AGI. That would be my sort of...
Thanks, Vishal. So just apologies if I can ask a final follow-up question to that. So when we look at AI governance, where does India stand in terms of kind of setting up that framework? And what next steps could the Indian government take around AI? Perhaps one for you, Vishal, or you, Keshav.
So I mean, I've worked with the Indian government on regulations. Network neutrality, I was very involved in those regulations. I think right now AI is still evolving. So instead of having AI-specific regulations, you have to look at the applications. And everywhere AI is being applied, all those sort of verticals and sectors have their own regulations. So India should just be looking at strengthening them rather than having a sweeping AI regulation. So it should be very light touch. Focus more on data governance, provide incentives to share data. But I think getting deep into AI regulation before this technology is really evolved, I think that would be a mistake. Just look at specific verticals, specific sectors, and have something AI specific, just strengthen them instead of having a broad AI regulation at this point.
That's amazing. Actually, for being a data company, we think about this all the time. And so all our transactions are consented. So there's something called the account aggregator, which the RBI released. We are the largest account aggregator in India. And that is all consent-based sharing. So 1 billion transactions are all consent-based. So consumer knows he's sharing it for some purpose for some time, and then it gets deleted after. So the DPDP Act it's come at the right time, because now they're going to lay that framework across industries and a seamless way for you to know where it's going and how to handle it. I think Rajiv Chandrasekhar was one of the early pioneers also in writing about it. And so we do a lot of work there. Actually, the early, Justice Sri Krishna was on our board because we believe like data and governance has a lot of work to do, and we have to be actually at the forefront of it. So really excited by both of them coming at the same time. AI models obviously have to have governance frameworks so that there's no hallucination, there's no things you cannot control. But apart from that, when a consumer is sharing data, it has to be kept separately as a memory where it's used only for certain use and actually let go after. So that's how we're building our architecture, because you can't let the memory get stored in the LLM and then you don't know what it thinks and what it does after that. But yeah, very excited.
I think I have one suggestion, and maybe from taking an example of UAE. So our group is based out of UAE, Abu Dhabi. And you'll be surprised, UAE was the first country in the world to come up with an AI ministry many, many years ago. And today, if you look at a large number of companies, including our company, one of the board seats or board observer seat is actually reserved for AI. So when we have a board meeting, while there are 5 board members, the 6th board seat is actually for AI and questions would be asked. So AI is becoming so important and so relevant, and this is not only for our company, for multiple companies within Abu Dhabi and UAE. So one suggestion that I have for the government of India is maybe the time has come to have our own AI ministry here in the country. AI is such an important thing and will be the most important thing that we will see over the next 10 years, much more than what we saw on internet and in the last 20 years. And maybe hence the time has come for us to think of our own dedicated AI ministry to help build all the AI infrastructure and AI governance for the country.
Well, exciting times indeed, and thank you to our 3 panelists, to Manu, Keshav and Vishal, for joining us today and for their fascinating insights. I'm afraid that's all we have time for. I'll now hand over to Priya Guha, the non-executive director at Reach PLC and the Herald Investment Trust, who will be moderating our next panel. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Yeah, brilliant. Thank you so much. Really interesting. Yeah, thank you so much, chaps. Thank you.
What can a bank bring to the world? At Emirates NBD, we empower people, companies, economies, countries. Proudly born in the UAE, leading the region, expanding globally. Investing, innovating, delivering, giving back, paying forward. We believe in creating opportunities for prosperity. We are Emirates NBD.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Priya Guha, and I'm going to be moderating what I hope will be a really insightful panel to complement what you've just heard in the theme of quantum computing and exploring how we unlock new frontiers in this amazing emerging tech space. So let me introduce to you the panelists that we have with us today. So on your right, we have Jonathan Lee-Smith, who's the Executive Director of UK Quantum. Next to Jonathan, we have Kapil Jaiswal, who's the CTO for Quantum AI Global. We also have Kanishka Agiwal, who is the Vice President Sales for QPi AI. Now, we were hoping to have Ajay Chowdhury joining us virtually, but I believe there might be a delay there. So why don't we carry on with the conversation, and if Ajay is able to join us virtually, he will join us on the screen. In which case, Jonathan, I may turn to you just to talk a little bit about UK-India collaboration in the quantum space. We have a really great opportunity with the Indian National Quantum Mission and the work that you're driving in the UK. So what does that collaboration look like? We have perfect. Okay, hold that thought. Ajay, it's an absolute pleasure to have you join us. Thank you so much. So Ajay probably needs very little introduction to many of you as the founder of HCL. But Ajay is here today in his capacity as the chair of the Mission Governing Board for the National Quantum Mission. And Ajay, I know we've only got you for a few minutes, so if I may turn to you first of all, just to share with us a little bit about what the exciting opportunities that you see are for the Indian effort in quantum computing, and what key challenges you need to address to achieve the vision that you've set out by 2030.
Thank you for inviting me. What I'd like to mention is that the National Quantum Mission got going early last year, and we've set up 4 verticals within National Quantum Mission, one for computing, one for communication, the third for sensing, and the fourth for materials. And these have been set up at 4 institutions in the country, and they've been adequately funded to take forward the research. In addition to that, we have created a very strong program for supporting startups. There are close to about 109 quantum startups in the country, and we are giving them funding and mentoring for taking them forward. And thirdly, we are working very deeply with the universities to create an undergrad program which we have launched already, and an MS program in quantum technologies will get launched in July this year. So we're making good progress, and we look forward to collaborating with other countries in creating joint IP out of India. We have a large amount of scientists involved in quantum technologies. Although the mission was launched last year, but there was a pre-mission project that we had started, where we have created a large amount of capability, and we are close to about 700 scientists that are working on quantum technologies, and close to another 300 to 500 people working in startups. So that gives you a good view of where we are today.
Oh, thank you, Ajay. That's a fascinating overview of the work with a really strong team of talent behind you. I know you do have to duck out at some point, so thank you for your contribution, and we appreciate you joining us. And maybe, Jonathan, I can come back to you on that question about how does the UK-India collaboration look like, given the work that AJ's just set out in India?
Thank you very much. So, well, highly complementary, I would say. If I just back up a little bit. Well, first off, about myself, UK Quantum is the association for the UK's quantum industry, so I represent all of the quantum technology companies operating within the UK. Now, you heard earlier from Minister Valence that quantum technologies are identified as a strategic topic within the UK. And indeed, we've just completed 10 years of the National Quantum Technology Programme and are now looking ahead to the next 10 years. And the key elements for the new programme going forward is the focus on 5 very purpose-driven missions, and I think this is really where the alignment with India comes. There's one on quantum computing, one on quantum networking, one on quantum position navigation and timing, really around clocks, distributed sensing, and also probably the different one here from the India missions is around quantum in healthcare. But if I think about a task force, I think the most obvious purpose, obvious goal for a task force is to look at our respective strategies, look at it from a missions point of view, and determine where really are the overlapping priorities, where are the sort of the mutual capabilities, and focusing on how we can help each other delivering on our respective missions.
Fantastic. Kapil, if I may turn to you, one of the things that I'm sure that you're considering in the business climate is how regulatory frameworks adapt at pace to emerging technology. How do you think the UK and India could align regulations and their intellectual property frameworks to enable smoother collaboration?
Yep. Thanks for the question and thanks for inviting me here. Once we look at the regulatory landscape with relation to the deep tech, the future, I will say our economic vibrance, financial resilience, and the military power. These are going to be the derivatives of the, say, quantum and AI and these kind of technologies. Most of these technologies is going to have a dual use and certain amount of regulatory framework, both the import and the export controls are likely to emerge. What is important here is that the democratic countries which align with each other's values and the ideas of a fair world, which are getting aligned together, they should develop a framework where they are easily able to share the progress, synergize our efforts, because quantum is a very diversified space. Even if it's quantum computing, there are 4 or 5 different verticals which are happening. One of them probably will succeed. Similarly, in the quantum communications, people are following different approaches to that. Which one of them will actually succeed in future? It's better that the countries which have a common view of the world align themselves, synergize their resources, harness their power rather than wasting it on multiple fronts, and once they make the breakthrough, joint collaborative breakthroughs, they share the goodies. I think that's the way we will be able to optimize our resource allocations and get a better outlook to the world.
Thank you. And Kanishka, if I may turn to you. We've talked a lot about quantum computing already, sure. And we talked a little bit there about quantum communication, but quantum has so many other applications. What are you seeing in spaces like navigation, sensing, quantum cryptography? Tell us a little bit more about the opportunity space here.
Sure, thank you. And in fact, I think for the benefit of the audience here, right, one of the biggest questions we continuously be asked is, what can quantum do? Can it run my Microsoft Office faster? No, it can't. Can it run a particular game faster? Probably not. So it's really not those applications that are hitherto known to you, right? But look at some of the other applications that you might have. So if, as kids, I'm sure all of you have done puzzles which had a sort of a traveling salesman sort of a problem. Traveling salesman is a person has to visit about 5 or 6 places. How can he efficiently go visiting all of those 5, 6 places without traversing any route again and again? Now, if I suddenly make those 5 or 6 places to about 40,000 destinations with a load factor of a truck that's moving with so many parcels, and I suddenly change that with the weather variables, the traffic density, now it becomes a really complicated multivariate problem. typically these problems don't have a finite solution. When I say finite solution, there isn't a solution, there are multiple solutions, and you would come up with probably one that has the most mean and median. So you'd run an experiment multiple times and see which routes does it come up with, and look at the routes that are most feasible and keep coming again and again. So if you look at statistics, a quantum problem is always a statistical problem. You look at the mean and medians of the problem and say, look, I think route number 6 and 7 have the most frequency of occurrence again and again every time I run this experiment, so I'll push that out. Now start extrapolating this to every other problem statement that you have. Think of drug discovery. In the pharma world, as you're looking at a palette of 100 molecules that are put out there, and they want to get to a stage 4 clinical trial, how do I know which one of these molecules will hit there? That's again a probabilistic sort of a problem statement. I would run all of those molecules and then say, okay, look, these are my 6 molecules that probably have the highest probability of getting to the stage 4 trials. I'll speak about these 5 or 6 molecules right now. We do the same thing in the defense sector. Defense is right now looking at quantum sensing, communications, quantum key distribution. These are ways of making sure your communications are absolutely secure, they're not eavesdropped, and at the same time they're not broken later when you have quantum computers that exceed a certain qubit. So that's a bigger application, which is where, to Jonathan's point earlier, right, there can be a stronger government to government interlock, because this is where between the UK and India you've got a fairly friendly dispensation between the two countries, and it becomes very easy for you to exchange information that are related to NACSEC. So that is our primary set of applications. Of course, there's a ton of other applications that come out, both in the space of material sciences. There are today car manufacturers that are looking to model their cars on quantum computers. So a big bunch of applications that I'll pull up. And just as I was listening into the other panel before this, large language models today are being trained on GPUs. The day you get to a better quantum computer, which is slightly error-free or a lot more error-free, you'll have LLMs actually being trained on quantum computers at a much more energy-efficient manner than it is today being done on GPUs, and much faster as well.
Thank you. And in your answer there, Kanishka, you touched on something I'm going to come back to you on, AJ, if I may, which is the point about UK-India collaboration in this space. Under your work at the National Quantum Mission, what do you think the moonshots are where actually there could be UK-India collaboration?
Well, actually, we made excellent progress in India on quantum communication. But the area that we believe would be of great value for us to collaborate with is quantum computing. Our best quantum computing capability in the country is around 25 qubits at this moment, and we want to get to 1,000. So how do we get to that 1,000, and what technology do we use? Are there any steps by which we can leapfrog from where we are to where we want to be? So I think this is really would be an area where we could have a joint collaboration. We could create IP in India, working together with our scientists and UK scientists, and labs that are working on this so that we can take this forward and leapfrog.
Thank you. And if I may, Jonathan, ask you a similar question, which is, if you had a clean slate where you could define what the greatest opportunity is for UK-India collaboration over the next sort of 5 to 10 years, what would you identify?
Well, really it's across the board. So I'll pick on one that hasn't really been touched on, which is around the quantum sensing market. Arguably quantum sensing, so looking underground, detecting gases, clocks sort of fall under that category, are seen as one of the earliest opportunities for quantum technologies, but they struggle with being a broad category with lots of niche markets, which makes it very hard to develop high-tech, deep tech when any given segment is actually relatively small. And I think that's where collaboration between our countries, i.e. for a total much far greater market, could provide a lot of help, I think, focusing on things like transport infrastructure, telecoms utility deployments, those sorts of things. So that's a real priority. I mean, that's in addition to the quantum computing, and I will say quantum networking as well, because that's a particular area within the UK.
Yeah, absolutely. And maybe, Kapil, I could ask you a similar question. And if you had that clean slate, where would you want the collaboration to be happening?
Yeah, so I will say I don't have a clean slate. What has happened, the UK government has just identified 10 specific areas as part of their national quantum strategy. And once I look at those areas, what emerges very, very clearly is the quantum networks. They have got a specific project for sensors, they have got a specific project for photon sources, they have got a specific project for quantum networking. So I think that's one area where at the moment I look out of 10, I think 6 of those startups or the research efforts are towards the network. So I think that's where the area where I would like to collaborate in that direction, because we ourselves are kind of a company which is working on the quantum router and quantum internet. So that's the area of immediate I look at the collaboration opportunities.
And Kanishka, would you also say quantum networks, quantum sensing, quantum computing? What would be your wish list?
I'll put in, as I was mentioning earlier during the roundtable that we had in the morning, right? I think I'm more interested from the commercial side of it, right? Which is access to markets. Access to markets from both ends. The access for UK companies to have an access for talent base that sits here in India, the research centers that sit here in India, access to that. And vice versa, which is the Indian organizations having access to markets as well as partners in the UK. I think that would be a good symbiotic relationship for it to begin in. Typically, we've seen, especially with nascent industries, you need a bit of support and hand-holding across the border. And as they scale up and you've got strong partnerships built in, then that becomes a bit of a network multiplier effect, because you can then join go-to-market into other countries. You've got possibly a system integrator sitting here, researcher sitting somewhere else, and a strong startup sitting somewhere else, and together becoming a hub for delivering these solutions out.
And does that include a sort of quantum passport to allow people to work overseas?
Hopefully, we should be able to get there someday.
Anything that makes it easier. Yes.
Sorry, please say that again, Jonathan.
I was going to say anything that makes it easier for mobility of people and talent. Yeah.
You heard it here. There's a quantum passport coming, hopefully, team. I'm afraid we're going to have to draw this to a close, but thank you so much for a very fascinating insight into the world of quantum computing, and particularly the opportunities that lie in the UK-India partnership. I hope you'll join me in thanking our wonderful panel, AJ, Kanishka, Kapil, and Jonathan. Thank you so much for your contributions today.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
And I'm going to hand over to my colleague Anisha Jain for the next session.
Thank you.
Floor is yours, Anisha.
Thank you. Thank you, Priya, and all our panelists for breaking it down for us. What exactly is the revolution as far as quantum AI is concerned and the practical applications of it. But we're going to shift focus now away from digital infrastructure onto physical infrastructure. And to do just that, I'll be joined by the Metropolitan Commissioner at MMRDA, Dr. Sanjay Mukherjee, who will join me on the floor. But before we do that, a sneak peek into what exactly the brilliant work MMRDA is doing. Let's take a look.
If India were a mega computer, Mumbai would be its motherboard. A motherboard that functions with a distinct human touch. A motherboard with an undying winning spirit. A motherboard that runs on constant innovation. Mumbai is now rebooting, transformed by MMR. Welcome to MMR, the Mumbai Metropolitan Region. A dynamic expanse that includes Greater Mumbai and its surrounding areas. This metropolis holds immense significance for the state of Maharashtra. The dream of embracing the quality of life is synonymous with an international city. It is a dream that resonates with every citizen of MMR. The state government actively navigating towards the realization of $1 trillion economy. To To transform this collective dream into reality, the MMR region, the pulsating heart of the state, requires cutting-edge infrastructure. Enter MMRDA, a world-class agency equipped to turn aspirations into achievements for every inhabitant of the Mumbai metropolitan region. MMRDA has been a driving force behind transformative projects such as the Mumbai Trans-Harbour Link, featuring India's longest sea bridge and an expansive metro network. These visionary endeavors are reshaping the landscape of Greater Mumbai and beyond. Consider the ambitious project, a city that is envisioned to be bigger than the cities of Mumbai and Navi Mumbai. This innovative vision aims to unlock the hinterland for sustainable development. MMRDA's contributions to transportation and infrastructure are poised to empower every citizen with seamless access, connectivity, and a sense of pride in our infrastructure. Our goal is to transform commuting from a hassle into a source of happiness. MMRDA aims to transform the MMR through imperatives like environmental enhancements and thoughtful social planning. Efficient decision-making and reduced bureaucracy are facilitating the accelerated implementation of these projects, ensuring minimal inconvenience for all stakeholders. Upon completion, the Mumbai metropolitan region will evolve into a space where we all aspire to live, commute, and take immense pride in. MMRDA shall achieve the dreams and aspirations of everyone and make the Mumbai metropolitan region an area that is habitable and appealing to all. This vision has been a collaborative effort between the central and state government of Maharashtra. MMRDA, rebooting Mumbai, reshaping MMR.
Okay, so rebooting Mumbai as well as reshaping MMR, that truly has been the motto of MMRDA. So let me welcome on board Dr. Sanjay Mukherjee, the Metropolitan Commissioner, as promised of MMRDA, to deep dive with us as to how exactly are they looking at doing that.
Hi.
Hi, please. So you've promised some big things in the video that we saw, the kind of last mile connectivity that you're working for, how you're looking at rebooting the entire city. But you are in a job where you can't look at 2 years, 3 years. You have to look at the long term, the next 10 years, 20 years. What exactly is your vision, let's say 25 years down the line?
Thank you for that brilliant question. In fact, infrastructure itself is a long-term thing, and so MMRDA essentially is a long-term organization. And all the projects that they do, they have a gestation period, then they have an implementation period, a construction period and an implementation period. And so we have prepared a master plan for the MMR, which is a planning cum economic master plan, and that plans to take MMR into a $1 trillion economy by 2047. 2047 is the year which has been declared by the Government of India, led by our Honorable Prime Minister, as the day, as Amrit Kal. So as we move towards Amrit Kal, the target is to take MMR to a minimum level of a $1 trillion economy. That is what it is. Now, the various figures, facts, whatever the think tanks have given, it is expected it will cross this. It might go even more, maybe up to 1.5 trillion.
Wow.
But the plan that MMRDA has prepared, along with the Niti Aayog Government of India, is a conservative plan. And in that conservative plan, we have identified, we want to raise make MMRDA a $1 trillion economy. Now, how do you do that? So, do you have, one can paint a picture and one can say, ki, bhai, aisa hoga. But in this case, it is not like that.
Mm-hmm.
It's a very, very specific roadmap. So there are 7 growth drivers which have been identified. Some of the growth drivers are, for instance, the services industry,
fair.
that needs to be developed. The ports, so port proximate development, needs to be taken over. Tourism, media, entertainment, that needs to be taken up. Affordable housing for all, talent retention, ALTAs. So we have identified 7, growth drivers. Now to do these 7 growth drivers, there are essentially 8 policy shifts which need to be needed. These 8 policy shifts will come in the form of change in the housing policy, change in the industrial policy, change in the services, the way we look at services. So there are 8 sectors which have been identified, and there will be 8 institutional shifts. On that, we have identified the institutions which will take this up. For instance, there is the MMRDA, which will be the leading institution, but of course it will be supported by organizations like the CITCO for Navi Mumbai region, and MIDC for the industrial development of this region, MAHDA for the housing development of this region, so SRA. So all these institutions have also been identified, and a specific list of 37 projects have been identified. Now with these 37 projects, we have also identified what is the gross value that will be added. We have identified the total employment that will be generated, and thereby, as we take MMR, currently the GDP of this MMR is $140 billion, and this is to grow, by 2030, it shall grow to $400 billion.
Wow.
And by Amritkal, it will cross $1 trillion on the current dollar exchange rate and at the current prices. So we have not taken a nominal values and inflation and all these things into consideration. So that is how the plan has been prepared. Now, what is MMRDA doing right now? Because what we are doing right now is a foundation on which these things will take up. So right now, the most important thing that we are doing, so we are a planning agency, so we make plans. So we have a plan for Mumbai, we have a plan for the Mumbai metropolitan region. But more than that, we are focusing on connectivity. We have a philosophy that Mumbai should be connected within minutes. And therefore, we are building a network of arterial roads. So we do the larger roads. The smaller roads are done by the local authorities. So we are doing a network of arterial roads. And there are 7 ring roads, which we will be taking up. Some of the work is complete. Some of the work is under progress. And the remaining ones will happen in the next 3 months. So that's how we'll start in the next 3 months. So that is how we have planned this. Second is, so this is arguably, I would say, one of the largest ever attempted road network.
Of course.
The second thing is that we are attempting to make with what I would say is arguably the largest metro network undertaken by any given agency at any given single point of time. 337 kilometers of metro line are being built. Now when we see that metros, the first metro was built way back in 2008. And then in 2015, when MMRD entered into the metro sphere, then this was totally new because there was a Delhi Metro.
Correct.
And there was no other organization which was
doing metros.
So we got the technology, we got the people, we got the staff. And as you go around Mumbai, you see lots of barricades. But those who are original Mumbaikars, they will also notice that barricades are being, removed. And we hope to commission more than 23 kilometers of metro line this year, more than 50 kilometers of metro line the coming year. So in this way, in the next 2-3 years, we intend to complete this entire metro network that we are constructing today. Then after that, now once you are connected, so then the whole region that gets in, and so that will start developing. If this development has to happen, then this development has to happen in a planned way.
Of course.
So for that, MMRDA is today the largest special planning authority in the country. It is the largest development authority in the country, the 5th largest in the world, but in the country, we are the largest special planning authority as well.
Sure.
Right, and so we are making the development plan of 2,200 plus square kilometers.
Wow, that's
On
massive.
this, we have more than 11 growth centers which have been identified, and each of these growth centers will be based on a particular theme or the natural economic driver will become the focus point on these growth centers. Then the biggest problem in Mumbai is land. It is slums. So MMRDA has now entered into the realm of slum development. The government of Maharashtra has introduced several agencies as a part of this master plan that I spoke about into slum development. We are also one of them. And in fact, our slum project is moving at a very large pace. And the target that we have kept for ourselves is that by 2030, Mumbai should be reasonably slum-free. So that's the target that we have kept. In addition, we are doing what is known as the Mumbai 3.0 project,
right,
which I am sure all of you have heard about, and the Honorable Chief Minister would have spoken of it. And in one of the projects, he said this is a second After Vadhavan Port, this is the second most important project. So Mumbai 3.0 envisages creation of a full new city where MTHL lands on the other side of the border. And that whole land has been created, and therefore the whole further development of Mumbai can happen on that side. Because essentially now, what is happening is that from Worli and Shivdi, you reach New Bombay in about 15 to 20 minutes.
Yes.
So that is the time that we have saved. So that part will be developed, and that will be a fully planned city.
Sure.
We are focusing on, like Mumbai today is the financial capital. It is also the capital in, say, we are the startup capital. We are also the, data center capital.
Correct.
We are the animation capital. So all these type of third and fourth generation industries. The focus will be on third and fourth generation industries because essentially this is an urban part. So that is, all these projects are on the anvil. And all these projects, along with these 37 projects that I mentioned, which is a very large report, and I think it will take about 2 hours to explain that. But it is available on the internet, right? And everybody has spoken about it.
Sure.
These is something that we will take and make MMR into a $1 trillion economy as we reach Amritkal.
Yeah, no, Dr. Mukherjee, you've set yourself some, tall targets, right, from last mile connectivity to some redevelopment, etc. How are you looking at executing that, in the sense that earlier today we saw the MOUs being signed with a lot of partners as well? What kind of partnership do you expect from the private sector? How's the financing of this going to be like?
That's a very important question. And since it is Mumbai, and since this is the financial capital of the country, therefore the bulk of the investment has to come in from the private sector. That is number one. Number two, the private sector has to have a role. Even in the works that we do, the private sector will be the contractors and they will execute the work. Third, we actively engage the civil society. And we actively encourage concurrent social audit of our projects. And all our things are moving towards a net zero. So as we are doing this, we generally, in the good old days, so you had money in the bank. And after you had money in the bank, you would take up a project. And as depending on the money in your bank, you used to pay for the projects, and the projects used to got done. Today, we don't think like this. We think that this project is going to last for so many years. We think that the project is going to generate this type of revenue. Therefore, this is the viability quotient of the project at present prices. And then we do a financial closure. So today, what we did, so before that, we went to Davos, and there we raised $40 billion of foreign investment.
Wow, $40
Videshi,
billion.
as Honorable DCM said, Videshi.
Yeah.
And then here, actually, as far as the Deshi thing is concerned, Indian thing is concerned, we are doing it from a long time. So this 4.07 crore, which is actually a line of credit, because it's a steady commitment. But what we have done here, we will use the money. This is not to be spent over 1 year or so. It is 5 to 7 years, and this money will be used as it is required. And the interest rate shall be determined by the market forces. So that's how we have kept it flexible, so as to enable us to do the projects properly. So that's the financial part of it. The second part of it is land acquisition. So we are doing land acquisition. We have very interesting models of land acquisition. We acquire land by the act. We acquire land by consent. We acquire land by land for land models. We acquire land by negotiations. We acquire land by something called as a pass-through policy. So we have a whole, basket of products. So the landowner, he has an option of choosing
what he wants to do.
Second thing is that very key thing is rehabilitation. And I would like to say, rehabilitation is something very, very key to our hearts. We cannot just do projects, and we cannot.
You can't just uproot people.
Yes. So we have a very, very robust rehabilitation policy. Every person who is dehoused by an MMRDA project either gets a house or he gets money. He gets a financial compensation for that. So we have that. We also have a very, very strong sustainability plan in everything. So if we cut a tree, then we plant certain trees in return of that.
Sure.
So this green environmental thing. So all these things are planned. So first is the project and the DPR, then the engineering plan, then the procurement plan, the financial plan, the social impact assessment and plan, the sustainability plan. All these things are done. And once you do all these things, then you go ahead to execute a project. And I'm happy to tell you that today all projects of MMRDA have almost achieved financial closure. And these other plans, as we talk about, are not only completed, but they are also getting executed.
No, I think it gives me a lot of confidence to hear how, a lot of these metro projects are likely to be completed over the next few months and years itself. And of course, how thoughtfully you're going around expansion, because you need to think about all of these factors before you make that commitment. Thank you, Dr. Mukherjee, for making time and speaking with us. It would have taken us a lot more time to perhaps go through the entire report, but a brief overview is really appreciated. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, with that, I'm going to hand it over to Joe Wallen. Thank you so much for being a kind audience. Yeah. Thank you.
25 years ago, Edelweiss started with a vision of not doing things the same old way. Over the years, we have explored all things investment and have become better.
I believe we need to focus on 3 key areas: empowerment, mentorship, and support.
Hi, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you've had a great afternoon so far. It brings me great pleasure to introduce our latest planner, Sustainable Cities and the Future of Mobility. So welcoming our 4 guests to the stage, we have Peter Chun, the Chairman and President of the World Smart Cities Forum, Dr. Ajit Aras, the Executive Vice President of Sharp Singapore, Akshay Singhal, the Founder and CEO of Log9 Materials, and Chandra Bhushan, the CEO of the International Forum for Environment, Sustainability and Technology. Now, we all know that India is home to some of the world's largest metropolitan areas, yet the percentage of Indians living in urban areas is projected to increase to around 50% by 2050. Now, Chandra, as the country's urban planners and local municipalities face a significant scaling up of infrastructure to meet this growing demand, How can urban design integrate sustainability and climate resilience from the ground up?
Thanks, Joe. I work at an environmental research and innovation organization. And one of our job is to project future, how the future of urban India is going to look like. I'll give you a few statistics. We possibly have 30% of our population living in urban area if you define urban area as municipal border. But if you take a different definition of urbanization, then you find that maybe we already have about 40% of our people, if you include peri-urban areas, living in cities. And half of those people are actually staying in settlement you will call as unplanned. So half of India is planned in some way, quote unquote, half of India is unplanned. Now this population in next 10 years, maybe by 2045, half of India is going to live in cities. That's the first statistics. The second statistics is, we already have about 5,500 urban local bodies, out of which there are only 250 which are large. So the majority of urban Indians live outside big cities like Mumbai. And there we are not thinking about what smart and sustainable is going to look like. And number three, those areas where India is actually growing have very poor urban governance. Now, if you are thinking about smart, sustainable cities, we have to talk about smart, sustainable governance. The weakest link in India's urbanization is its governance. I generally ask people, can you name the mayor of your cities? And you will be surprised to know 99.9% of Indians cannot name mayor of their cities. They can name chief minister and prime minister, but they cannot name their mayor. The most important government functionary, local government functionary, which has direct impact on their lives. Now that is the fundamental problem of urbanization in India. All sort of infrastructure you can get. You can get the best investment that you want. But till you get your governance right for 21st century, the urbanization challenge in India will continue.
Thank you, Chandra. And Peter, so bringing an international perspective from World Smart Cities, how could international partnerships accelerate the development of smart and sustainable cities in India? And what lessons can India, Southeast Asia and Europe learn from one another in tech-driven urban transformation?
Well, we've been actually working on a lot of different smart city projects around the world, and we do believe India is another destination because a lot of potentials and everything. There's some kind of requirements. We request the guidelines for the municipalities. For example, the MMRDA and World Smart Cities Forum, we actually agreed on the building of the new smart city project in Mumbai during the World Economic Forum in Davos last year. We do so. In terms of the kind of financial, perspective, it should be kind of co-related. The MMRDA, they need to, work on how they actually just bring the budgets and everything, and from the domestic perspective. And we are also working on the kind of the strategy how we can bring the money from public and private sectors around the world, and that which needs some kind of traction. So we are providing three things. Number one, we design the master plan. The smart city is a little bit different from the conventional urban development projects. Smart city is, we need to see who are going to be in the city, right? So we need to focusing on the characteristic of the people and the households. That we design it something different, because you cannot see smart city outside. So you can only see maybe 20-30% of the entire shape, but 70-80% the function of the things is, we define it as a smart city. So the municipalities like MMRDA, they need to spend more time working with us and how we can open the doors to build up, the better policy and any kind of incentives for foreigners. And so we are trying to utilize the human resources here in India. And secondly, we are also utilizing natural resources like water. So water in Mumbai means you have a port, you have a river, You have also some problems with water. For example, we are focusing on the water purification and also the kind of the utilizing water some kind of as an attraction point, and also the edible water in the future. And what we're trying to do is we're creating some greenfield project in Mumbai to attract maybe 200 as a beginning, as 200 international tech companies in. And because I always asking the same questions to my friends, Indian friends actually stationed in the UK, US, and they want to just keep going on with their business over there, but they cannot. They're reluctant to say they want to go back to India because you know they say there are a lot of potential in India, but more potential, more business opportunities in the US and UK. What we're trying to do is we're trying to convince them, hey, the next stage is definitely in India, but we cannot say everywhere in India. We're focusing on prioritize exactly the city like here in Mumbai. We also have another project in Uttar Pradesh. We're signing a big ceremony tomorrow, but I think as of now, Mumbai has a lot of potential to be just moving on.
Thanks, Peter. And when we talk about potential, I mean, there's a lot of debate currently around air quality in India's major cities and vehicle emissions being a major contributor to that. So Akshay, is the current pace of investment in electric vehicles and transport more broadly and battery tech sufficient for an urban mobility revolution in India? And if not, what might need to change?
So while vehicles are blamed quite a bit when it comes to air quality, I think they only account for at least double digits of the whole problem. But yes, when you talk about city level vehicular pollution, it's significant and it definitely has a big impact on our lives and health. With respect to EVs, they solve a big part of the problem in terms of solving for city level vehicular pollution, at least in its current form. For absolutely getting out emissions from vehicles, it requires clean energy to be solved for, and then clean mobility to be solved for. Both have to go hand in hand. But at least clean mobility directly solves for city level vehicular pollution. A lot has been done and a lot of conversations have happened about what is required to drive electric mobility. Now there are two aspects to it. One is being able to self-sufficiently adopt electric mobility in India, and the other is general adoption. So I think on the adoption part, we have made a significant progress where, especially in the last mile segment and the logistics segment is very, very amenable to adopting electric mobility. If you look at, for example, three-wheelers as a segment, which is very common in India, it has almost reached about 50 to 60% of EV adoption, and a significant part of inventory on the road is electric. And that's the only segment which is purely commercial in nature. So nobody uses three-wheelers primarily for their personal use. It's completely logistics-driven segment. So adoption in the commercial use of EVs is something which is very high and it's on the increase as we speak about it right now. Personal segment is also picking up more and more, but there is a lot of ground to be covered on the personal use of electric vehicles. One of the other aspects on personal use which has delayed, so there are three factors which are affecting the adoption of EVs for personal use case. One is definitely charging infra. So it's not just about your very heavy DC fast chargers which are always spoken about, like the big chargers that are required. But even the basic slow chargers that would charge your car at home overnight, that is a problem in many Indian cities, right? For example, I couldn't buy an electric scooter for my sister for 2 years because our housing society didn't allow for a connection to be provided for that charger, right? So those issues are predominant. And if you look at all major cities, I think Mumbai has one of the lowest adoptions of personal use case EVs as compared to Delhi, Bangalore or Chennai, primarily because there is no proper parking first of all. And then if you have parking, availability of power for charging your vehicle is the lowest over here. So that becomes a very big challenge. The second aspect was about affordability of EV versus a fuel car, which now has become very, very lucrative. So EVs are coming almost as close to in pricing as compared to a same category of fuel car. And the other aspect is that if you take a same category of EV as compared to a fuel vehicle, it gives you 2 classes higher comfort level and driving experience. So in that sense, it is already affordable. I would argue that EVs are more affordable than a diesel or a petrol vehicle. Our third angle, which is definitely there, is the resale value. I think financially speaking, that is a big consideration for anybody who's choosing to buy a vehicle. And there's a lot of, so to say, like lack of clarity when it comes to what I would be able to sell this asset for after 5 years or 4 years or whatever I'm trying to kind of give it away for. Because the prices of EVs are constantly crashing, which is good for first time adoption. But that also means that the resale value takes a huge hit because the new vehicle is actually lower in price than you would like to sell the old vehicle for. So I think these three challenges are in the works, but there is significant adoption that is already happening.
Thank you, Akshay. And actually, over to you. So, kind of to link from the previous question there, which policy and financial innovations are needed to mainstream EV adoption in India and other emerging markets?
I think Akshay already pointed out that the EV price as kind of a significant entry barrier, which is of course getting down. But to extend on that, there is also a secondary or second capital investment that's required with EV at times, because over a period your battery might need a replacement, right? Which with the ICE cars was not known for. So we may need different type of financing models, not just for adoption, but also to upkeep or maintain the vehicle. So that brings it slightly different point. And coming to EV, I would just like to shift the focus just from a four-wheeler or a two-wheeler personal use EV to a three-wheeler EV, as you mentioned, right? And I think that puts a good piece in a bigger picture of let's say social mobility, right? Because just now Mr. Dr. Mukherjee's sharing was very much impressive to me personally, because I grew up in Mumbai, right? And we used to call Bombay back then, right? But anyway, I grew up in Mumbai, and to really see the plan of, I think, already 3 metros operating, 7 coming up under construction, and another 2 or 3 in planning, right? And as Akshay, you mentioned, the three-wheelers has been an important part of Mumbai life. Probably that's why people don't own as many as two-wheelers, in Mumbai per capita compared to maybe Delhi or Bangalore, right? Because we had a good, what we used to call public transport. And the definition of good may change from country to country or city to city that you stay in. And so what the one key piece of information or point comes is the connectivity. Okay, once you alight from a metro station or a train station, how do you get to your last mile or last 2 miles of connectivity? And there is where I think the 3 wheels and so on play an important role. There is where the bus transport plays an important role. And then comes information. Okay, and disclaimer, we do displays for information, so I need to talk a bit about that. But when we are connecting or jumping from the train to bus or the other way around, the key point is what kind of information you have to make that decision on the spot and increase the overall experience. So that's, I think, to me, key points to add.
Okay, brilliant. So we have sort of a short time left. But if I could ask all of you a very quick last question. We've had quite a few interesting panels today looking at artificial intelligence and how might AI play its part in creating sustainable cities. If you could just have a quick soundbite from each of you, possibly.
My first point is that I think we need to differentiate between electrical mobility and sustainable mobility. Okay. Electrical is a part of sustainability, but not the complete one. Now, AI will affect 3 parts in mobility segment. The first is there is environment and public health aspect, looking at air pollution, and MMDR chairperson was here and he was discussing about everything, but the fact is Mumbai is one of the most polluted cities right now. Okay, how do we use technology to reduce? Second is digitization. Mobility will be hugely affected by digitization. And third is automation, which will look at skills and jobs and manufacturing. Now, if you put all 3 of them together, I believe that in next 10 years, vehicle ownership model, the model of users of vehicle, things are going to be drastically different than what we have. And that's where I think the role of technology, AI, machine learning, digitization automation, everything will come together.
So if I might give my take on it, I think I see sustainability, or at least climate change, the cause of climate change primarily is linked to energy, right? So all emissions, if you kind of keep on going back and as to where the cause really is, 70% of all emissions come from energy, right? Whether it's energy being used as fuel for vehicles, or electricity for EVs now, or it is your general energy being used at home or industries or whatever it is. So at the end of the day, problem comes from energy, a significant part of the problem, right? And in the case of energy, a significant challenge comes from energy management, right? I think many places we have surplus energy at given points of time, but the problem more is of when we need energy, we don't have it, and when we don't need it, we have a lot of it, right? So I think AI can play a big role in energy management, right? When all our vehicles also get connected and we have predominantly EVs going around on the road, how do you charge so many electric vehicles, right? What is the best way to dispense energy to all of them? And they should all be available when the consumer wants to use it, right? But at the same time, you cannot charge all of them at one go and all of them fast. That would lead to a huge energy power requirement on the grid. So I think AI has a significant role to play on energy management, whether it's for vehicles, whether it's for our cities, buildings, or whatever it is.
Brilliant, thank you. And Ajit and Peter, just a very quick soundbite from yourselves.
Okay, a quick one then. So I think one of the, just extending on what you mentioned about energy, managing or optimizing the locomotives where they are needed, is one of the very important part of especially public transport. Yeah, and AI can help us to understand the movement patterns of the city, right? At what time of the day and so on, and therefore optimize the movement of locomotives. And of course, a lot of efficiency depends on the occupancy rate of any type of mode of transport. So I think that will what I'll add.
I think maybe everybody is actually just gave kind of examples, and we are actually working on AI-driven smart city at the moment. We already just built Cognicity back in Canary Wharf Financial District in London. Back then, the AI concept was actually fintech, data analytics. Right now, we're actually trying to consider AI as a tool. But if you actually have a kind of long-term shot, I think it's a kind of stage 1 or 2 out of 10. So we don't know exactly where the AI goes eventually, because even we have a kind of AI tools in Microsoft and OpenAI and the DeepSeek from China. We're trying to make the city as kind of how AI can be embedded, how the AI can solve. We're not talking about Skynet from the movie Terminator, but I think maybe some kind of cases like the logistics in harbor, autonomous vessels and connecting the harbors in one point or another. And that's kind of the thing we can see any kind of possibilities into the commercializations in the future. So
thanks, Peter. Well, I'm afraid that's all we have time for. So a huge thanks to our 4 panelists. Thank you. To Peter, to Chandra, to Ajit and Akshay. I really appreciate your insights, and thank you all for listening. I'll now hand over to my colleague Laura Bagba.
Thank you.
Thanks. Yeah, well done.
A huge thank you to Joe for that very kind introduction to our next panel. And yes, global trade, ladies and gentlemen, is at a crossroads. And globalization is being redefined, as we know. So it's time now to talk about reinventing supply chains for a disruptive world. And as you can see, we have a stellar lineup of guests here to tackle this subject. We have Siddiqa Kumar, who's the co-founder and COO of Linkit. A very warm welcome. We have Raj Chodanka, who is the chairman of RRP Semiconductor. Great to have you here. Yeah. And Akash Gupta, the co-founder and CEO of Grey Orange. So thank you so much for joining us. Sorry, I'm a little bit out of breath. I just ran backstage to be here. Right, I want to start off with Akash. Given the recent tariffs, let's start off with the tariffs. From the Trump administration, what do you think India needs to do now in order to pretty much leverage its position and to make sure to catalyze on various emerging opportunities, such as the China Plus One strategy as well? What are your thoughts on all of that?
Yeah, so I think there are two aspects of it. One is how do India builds its own technology to kind of power its own manufacturing. So that's one very important aspect of it. Instead of importing technology or likes of that for manufacturing, which needs to grow and I'm sure will grow. The second aspect is also given the diversification of manufacturing that we are looking at over the next few years, it's also opportunity for India to build the right technology and export it, right, to the likes of even US or Southeast Asian countries and different European countries, which are going to take manufacturing as an important part of their mission in next few years.
Definitely. Is there anything in particular you're worried about right now? When we're in this sort of like unknown phase with these tariffs that have been announced. Is there anything you're concerned about most?
Yeah, I think we'll still have to see how all of this settles down. In fact, we as a company, we ship a lot of robotic technologies to US and Europe. Right. We do have robots in ship at this point of time, which we don't know when they land, what tariff are they going to expose to. So yeah, I think there is a lot of such concerns that are there today. I think we'll pretty much have to see how things evolve, how things settle down. But overall, I see this as a pretty good opportunity as the manufacturing diversifies, a pretty good opportunity for deep technology companies in India.
Very well said. Raj, I'd just like to throw it over to you now. Now, if you think about it, when we take a look at supply chains, it was in fact, let's take it all the way back to 2020, the pandemic. So it was actually during the pandemic where a lot of these vulnerabilities within supply chains were actually pretty much exposed. So what do you think, is there a systematic weakness, do you think, that still prevails from that time, that we still haven't got right?
Good evening. Yeah, I think the issue, with all due respect, that probably I think the entire globe could not address is, most of these established captive vendors who would actually contribute significantly to the making of a complete system. I think those were the ones who suffered and could not be retrieved. And we lost a lot of these vendors, which actually now comes to light when we try to bring in some very advanced technologies like semiconductors or defense manufacturing, and then it's difficult. I mean, it's not anyone to blame at, but the situation was so bad that most of these vendors, sometimes they take years to actually establish, and they just had to walk away because of this pandemic. And that is one weakness which I think, with all due respect, by default could not be addressed. And recovery of this is very difficult.
I mean, it was very much a learning curve, wasn't it? And it made us get things right at the same time. I mean, the rate of technology now, because of that, has been actually quite phenomenal. So, I mean, we'll get to that in just a couple of moments in your next question. But I'd like to head over to Sadiqa now, the co-founder and COO of Linkit. Now, speaking of weaknesses, although India's logistics sector is very much booming, of course, one thing that we really need to think about when it comes to supply chains and the ultimate sort of, where is the weakest link in that chain? And it's always the last mile. And this isn't actually just a problem here. It's like a global problem all over the world. So why do you think this last mile issue still hasn't been resolved? I mean, people have been talking about this for a very long time now. Why isn't it done yet?
So there are demand and supply side challenges. On the demand side, we look at order volumes just generally overall being lower. and that makes it difficult to come up with, let's say, return on investment into technologies that can help you with, the last mile delivery problem. And that's not something just for tier 2, tier 3 cities in India, but if we looked at less densely populated countries, even in Europe, like Norway, for example, there are certain Amazon Prime services that they don't have available because of that same demand side issue. But we see that there is a lot of growth coming up. In fact, I saw some of Zomato's statistics that the city of Anand in Gujarat and Patiala had the highest per capita orders, much higher than any metro city in India. So the demand side problem, I think, will eventually, we'll see over the next couple of years as something that will probably alleviate itself. On the supply side, there are 3 problems. So there's cost, there's data, and there's like a tech resource problem. So the holy trifecta. So from a last mile delivery perspective, you rely a lot on addresses, having good addresses in, mapping technologies such as Google Maps. And you can't find good residential addresses. You can't find, to some extent, Delhi, Mumbai, the metro cities have great data. But when you start going down the tiers, it becomes more challenging to find those PIN codes. So we did, with a logistics tech firm, we did work with Bharat Petroleum, and they operate a lot in tier 2, tier 3 cities. So in a city like Lucknow, we had to put in different technology tools in place to be able to actually map correct residential addresses so that the last mile optimization algorithms and the routing actually works. The second issue becomes cost. So, for real-time traffic, you rely on Google Map APIs. Those are really expensive. It really increases the cost of providing that last mile delivery optimization. And then that becomes sort of a challenge as well, especially when you're looking at low margins, which e-commerce is. And then lastly, it is a implementation resource issue. You're working with so many other vendors who are providing that last mile delivery service to you, imposing that they follow the routes that are there, use the apps, provide good data input. All of that is a challenge. But, with services like Zomato, Blinkit, we see a lot of that change sort of happening, whether they're bringing a lot of riders, customers, delivery people, all are getting more comfortable with the use of technology.
And it's such an interesting point that, it still hasn't been mastered yet. Yeah. So we'll see how that develops as well. Akash, back over to you. Speaking of disruption and delays, what is the key to avoiding this? Is it a matter of partnerships? Is it diversification? Is it upgrading infrastructure? What is the key to all of this, do you think?
Yeah, I think 2 things. Firstly, partnerships are definitely going to help. At the end of the day, there is a lot of key technology, the key infrastructure that needs to be built. And I think that would happen through the right partnerships. And another thing I think which is going to be key a little bit more in midterm, not in short term, is key investment in education at the grassroots levels. I think we have leapfrogged, for example, in compute, right? We went from PCs to being the largest consumer of mobile phones and likes of that. And I think there is a leapfrogging to be done in skill and education as well, right? We might just go from kind of having basic computer skills to pretty much AI skills or advanced manufacturing skills and likes of that. So I think there's a leapfrog needed in skill and education as well, along with those right partnerships to build the right infrastructure and talent.
Yeah, no, very well. So yeah, as you mentioned, education, talent, upskilling, reskilling, always very important. Raj, back over to you. We spoke earlier a little bit about the pandemic, but it was the global chip shortages very much also exposed India's reliance on imports at one time. And the government, of course, is very much pushing for local semiconductor manufacturing. How long is this going to take? When is it going to become a reality? What are your thoughts on that?
I think, to be very honest, India is really moving very fast. I think really thanks to our Prime Minister, who actually got in a lot of subsidies at the state level and the central level. And if you see, I mean, a company like us, we are mainly to defense manufacturing, but today we have a OSAT facility established. We make QFN packages for Zurich customers. DECA Technologies USA has come into India. They've tied up with us with the TTLA. So next year, beginning of the year, we'll be having parts for Qualcomm and Apple being made here in India. Generally, I think India is moving very fast. There are companies who have been awarded subsidies who are moving at a very rapid pace. There are some companies who have also come into the arena like HCL, Hiranandani, and many others who have come in. In the state, we are the only ones now, and I think Adani is also planning to be one of our captive semiconductor industry manufacturing. But to be very honest, I think 2 years down the line, we would see import substitutes in India. As far as we are concerned, all analog devices chips will be made available in India within the next 2 years or earlier. And Tata's is moving at a very active pace, Micron is moving at a very active pace, so is Keynes and CJ Power. So I feel, ma'am, that we are moving very fast, and I think in semiconductor industry probably we will be almost leading in terms of making components available, chips available for local market and global market. And the fact remains is that most of the technology, global players from US, Taiwan are very happy to interact with India and bring that technology to India. The biggest hindrance of setting up the infrastructure was taken over by the government by offering state and central subsidies. So the idea is to have an infrastructure debt free and just invest in the working capital is a perfect win-win situation for India. And I think we will be very happily placed in the coming 2 years in terms of semiconductor industry.
Well, we can't talk about supply chains without talking about blockchain, of course. So, Siddiqa, blockchain in logistics, of course, has very much been hyped up for many years now, and people are very, very excited about this. And at pretty much every conference we go to, there's always a chat about blockchain. However, mainstream adoption in this area still remains slow. Is it really a game changer? And when is this going to be mainstream, do you think?
So blockchain is interesting because, of course, a couple of years ago, blockchain was the buzzword. So it's before people started talking about AI and Gen AI was when people were talking about blockchain. And I think it was like a buzzword that people liked to use, but they didn't quite know what it meant. So it sort of overestimated its impact in global supply chains. So blockchain was to create sort of like an Excel or a ledger that could not be changed. So it had its maximum benefit when multiple companies kind of came together and said, we're going to have a common database. Now that never really happened. I mean, we had Maersk and TradeLens being one of the most successful blockchain initiatives, which again then other, large shipping lines like a CMA, CGM said, hey, I'm not onboarding this, maybe I'll create my own, and then TradeLens kind of disintegrated. We launched a blockchain-based transport management system as well. We were also on the Hyperledger Global Showcase and so on. We had companies that were really interested, but again, I think the theme that we've discussed today is a lot of garbage in, garbage out. So even if you have blockchain, you still, what needs to be really sort of pushed and enforced across companies is the, what kind of data is going in and what kind of validation do we have and the veracity of the information that's going in and then being stored in those ledgers. So I think the cost was too high. I think the benefit was a little overhyped. And I think we're kind of moving, particularly I think post-pandemic into being more self-reliant and more independent than collaborative in certain areas. So yeah, I think that's sort of put the pedal, or taken the foot off the pedal of blockchain for mine.
Sadly, our time is up, but I wanted a quick fire question with you right at the end. If you had to predict the single biggest supply chain disruption over the next 5 years, what would it be? We've got technology, policy, or geopolitics. Raj, what are your thoughts?
Policy.
Policy?
Technology.
You think technology?
Mm-hmm.
All of the above.
There you go. Brilliant. And if you want to find out any more, you can always speak to any of our panelists as they come on off stage, as time is never on our side, sadly. But we cannot thank you enough. A fascinating look there into supply chain disruptions. Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for our panel. Thank you. Thank you so much. Oh, yes, we'll quickly get a photograph. And yes, thank you so much once again. Well, ladies and gentlemen, as India charts its course over the next 25 years, a new era of industrial transformation is taking shape, powered by clean energy. And at the heart of this evolution is the need for world-class ecosystems that can support innovation, investment, and global competitiveness. So it's time now to hear from a key industry voice on India's industrial future. So to do the introductions, let's give a very warm welcome back to Anisha.
Okay, thanks Laura for that introduction. Without taking much more time, let me welcome on board my next set of panelists. Dr. P. Ambalagan, he's the Secretary, Industries Government of Maharashtra. He's of course the IAS as well. Mr. Tajpur Sampath Kannan, Managing Director, Whitpark Private Limited, as well as Prasanna Sarambale, CEO Data Center Business at Sterling & Wilson. Hi gentlemen, thank you so much for making time for us. Hi.
Hi. Sit here.
Yes, please.
Thank you. Ninga modal andha pokom. Ninga da modal.
Hi.
Yes.
I'll sit here. Hold on, 13 minutes?
Okay, so we have heard about the disruption which is happening in supply chain. We have heard about the digital infrastructure taking shape, the physical infrastructure that MMRDA and Mumbai is looking at doing. But it's time now to figure out how industries are going to play a role in this and what exactly is needed to kind of bring that kind of spur as far as Industry 4.0 is concerned. Before I come to you, Doctor, I just want to bring on board Mr. Kannan as well as Mr. Sarambale and try and understand from them, from the industry point of view, what are the big barriers you believe which are limiting the growth, if I must say, as far as the scale of new gen industries is concerned? What is your wish list like if you had to put something to Doctor right here?
Yeah. As a semiconductor manufacturing industry, it's a new era of industry to our nation. We need to develop our skill set. Initially, we need our skill set, skilled engineers, trained engineers to scaling up the industry for the future of next 25 years. Apart from this, we need an uninterrupted power supply. These industries are required a huge power consumption as well as the water requirement. What are the infrastructure is to be required for these industries in an uninterrupted manner. That is the main thing. And then this industry market is very good. India is having a very good market in this. We have a potential of, you're already importing more than $100 billion value semiconductor chips and allied products last year also. So we have the potential to manufacture and everything. Even we can give employment opportunity for nearly 1 million engineers in India in this sector in the upcoming years.
Okay, so skill set is something that we need to develop, power as well as making sure that the infrastructure is right there because the opportunity is huge as you're talking about. Fair enough. Prasanna, if I had to ask you, what is your wish list or what do you think is the big barrier which is perhaps limiting the scale right now?
So from a data center industry perspective, as the data center industry caters to the digital economy or the digital revolution or the digital world which we exist in today, from an impediments point of view for the industry to flourish to the maximum potential, the digital infrastructure readiness, which is one of the important parameters which we need to look as a country. When I say this, today US, which is the epitome of the digital growth, from a data center industry, it is a 18 gigawatt industry, whereas India is just touching 1 gigawatt. So that's the journey. So digital infrastructure readiness, of course the policy agility in terms of regulatory agility which requires the support for that kind of digital infrastructure growth. And third, maybe in the same lines as semiconductor industry, the talent gap. Because it's when you're talking of the AI infrastructure, the talent gap also needs to be on the similar lines. So the digital infrastructure readiness, the policy agility and the talent gap, which needs to be addressed on priority.
Okay, so digital infrastructure, policy gaps, as well as the talent gap. Dr. Anbalagan, what would you have to say, to the ask that these guys are making? Some of them sound very basic. Power, infrastructure, talent gap, but I'm sure they're a lot more difficult to execute than talk about.
For any, for investment, so you need a basic land and you have an electricity and water. Basically for any manufacturing, for the way. Of course, for a tech-based industries, you'll have a manpower, like skilled manpower, skill set. Like I'll just respond to Mr. Kannan's query. Typically, we look at what exactly the power scenario of the state. We have close to around 45,000 megawatt of installed capacity. Roughly around 70 plus is like a thermal, and rest is like hydro, solar, and wind. The government has a massive like transition plan. Maybe in another 3 to 4 years, we will be adding up another 30,000 megawatt in solar alone. And secondly, we will be decentralizing the agricultural power supply. So close to around 16,000 megawatt on a peak time. So that much capacity of the transmission infra will be available for the transportation of the export of the power. So secondly, if we look at like a very typical requirement of a data center or any like new age industries, like maybe connectivity, power, maybe downtime, you have like electricity, they say 99.9998. So absolutely, even in entire country, if you look at Mumbai, though it's been serviced by only 2 main lines, one from like Babaleshwar, Padga, and another is from Talegaon, Kargar. But still, absolutely, you won't find any issue of power in Mumbai, because redundancy is being also created through a hydro from Koina to Kargar on a Konkan route. So the massive, close to around 1.5 lakh crore is being spent in another 5 to 6 years on a massive electricity infra, basically distribution networks and also transmission networks. So power we will be exporting, so we will be ending up close to around 80,000 megawatt in another 5 to 6 years. A lot of pump storage is also being planned. So probably Maharashtra will be exporting power to all others. Even now we have power supply. Secondly, skill set, if you tell the number, post-metric output of our state is close to 1 million. And we look at the technical graduates which are related with engineering, polytechnic, IT is like a 2 lakh. The skilling is also being taken on a very, very massive scale. The government is planning the mega data center park with 5 gigawatt of like capacity close to Mumbai, where you are also going to get getting a innovation city in 300 to 400 acres. Typically, there are some infrastructural challenges like effluent treatment system, because even like if you look at semiconductor, solar wafer, you need a huge volume of water, and also you also end up with waste.
Correct.
So government is also gearing up to do such sort of like specialized infra in a specialized zone. For example, Nagpur, we are looking at such special infra for that.
Okay, so you're not only looking at expanding, you're making sure that it's sustainable expansion and it's something which is ready to gear up on a very scalable model. But Dr. if I had to ask you, this morning we of course heard from the Chief Minister, we heard from the Deputy Chief Minister, the kind of investments that they're looking at attracting. We are hearing from the semiconductor and the data center industry, but which are the other new age industries that the state of Maharashtra is looking at attracting right now?
So one is like semiconductor and also downstream electronic products, and we have a solar wafer and battery energy storage systems. Majority of them lithium based, and also we are also working with one firm, probably non-lithium based battery BESS. The huge storage systems and entire value chain of solar, and you have entire EV and entire ESDM thing. Of course, semiconductor is a main component. We have 3 to 4 companies signed, and data center close to almost 1 lakh crore we signed an MoU, and there have been various stages of implementation. You name from like starting from apparel, leather, footwear to almost semiconductor. Both like in I would say display, hardcore semiconductor, and also solar wafer, ingots, modules, everything, cells. And also green hydrogen, everyone looks up to the green hydrogen, then downstream integration with ammonia. And Government of India also has come up with a scheme where like they identify some 11, 12 companies. Probably there will be also off-take agreement with those companies, so that like to begin, to start or to nudge a system that way. So probably Mumbai, Nasik, Pune and Nagpur, Nasik, these are the centers where like lot of offtake can be taken. Lot of things also been looked up for a storage, transportation of that, typically for a thing. There is also thinking to have a hydrogen hub or hydrogen probably city, and we see coal is normally the least way of getting a coal's maximum potential is by burning it, like combustion.
Correct.
But now people are going to do, we have like a huge 2 investments signed where like the green steel is going to be produced using a coal gasification. And second is the coal gasification again will end up in a syngas, the entire downstream hydrocarbon basically which you will be otherwise getting from a crude also been signed. So close to around 182 billion USD investment was signed. Out of that, I am happy to share that close to around 80% of that are onboarded, and 26 companies have been allotted land from Maharashtra Industrial Development Corporation. That way the state is geared up to that.
Yeah, because we always hear about all of these MOUs getting signed and there's always that gap in execution, but you're making sure that all the land acquisition and other clearances and issues and ease of business is something which is a priority for the Maharashtra government right now. But, Mr. Kannan, if I had to ask you, as far as semiconductors are concerned, for instance, there's a lot of, investments being put as far as India is concerned in that space. From the demand point of view, are you any bit concerned, or do you think India has huge potential and huge role to play in the global demand and supply chain as well?
No, we don't want to think about the global market. Global is geopolitics and uncertainty. Many things are happening due to that. A lot of things, US and China plus. In India, we have a lot of potential. We have already importing, so we can develop our system. Even we can another 10 semiconductor industries can come up in the country with the fabrication. Yeah.
Okay, clearly, so there's a lot of demand that you really need to look at and not worry about what's happening across the globe because it's
we don't
outside
want to
your
bother
control.
about. No, we don't want to bother about outside control. India has the potential. We can make our own Make in India chips. It will be a sustainable chips for our entire system. We can make our chips. We will be thriving on this.
Perfect. When do you see that happening by?
In Maharashtra, we will be going to give our first chip on 2027.
Okay, so 2027, perhaps when we meet in a couple of years, we'll be,
Yes.
you can bring around that chip with yourself and we can
Yes.
probably have a look at that as well.
Made in Maharashtra.
Yes, absolutely, made in Maharashtra. Prasanna, but if I had to ask you, data center is the new buzzword in town, right? Everyone is talking about setting one in India, but with the kind of disruptions that we're seeing in industry, whether it's AI-led, whether it's tariff-related, do you really think Indian industry is geared up for that and manage the disruptions?
For sure. I think if you look at even the Asia-Pacific countries, what India's data center capacity today, of which 60% is Maharashtra for strategic reasons, has been the infrastructure what is being made is of all global standards as we currently make data centers for Microsoft or many of the hyperscalers. They are of the same standards which are globally practiced. So from the readiness of the industry or the way we are gearing up to have this digital infrastructure, I don't see any variance in what is being made in India, which is different from what it is in any other countries globally. So I personally feel I think it is not a challenge at all. The point is now as we move from 1 gigawatt to a 3 to 5 gigawatt, the scalability which is required across the country and especially in Maharashtra, we just need to see how the talent nurturing is done because this is high power and high cooling requirements for new age GPUs which are coming. So that is also getting worked on, but I think we'll overcome that also very shortly. I think we are geared up for that.
Okay, so we're geared up for that. But before I just wrap up the conversation, last word from you, Doctor. We're talking about how the new age industries are likely to look like in 25 years. What's your own vision for that? And if you had to make a pitch to, let's say, the private sector right now to come and invest in Maharashtra, what do you think is the USP that you're offering versus other states?
See, basically, now, as far as incentive is concerned, I think everyone offers the almost by and large same.
What are you doing differently in execution?
Secondly, but capacity to honor the commitment. Capacity to honor the commitment is with our state. That is what I want to say. Secondly, the robust infra and skill set is there. And we will also put up a policy which is like very simple to understand. And we need to bring in lot of like very simple compliances. Basically, there is a pre-commissioning compliance, post-commissioning compliance. If you look at like Government of India is also looking into that. Basically, otherwise, bring in the best ecosystem and you have a policy backing and continuity in policy, and whatever commitments given by the sovereign has to be honored, and absolutely with the skill set which the state boasts, we don't foresee any issues on that.
Okay, clearly they're very confident on every front, whether it's ease of doing business, investments, land acquisition, as well as the skill set. Maharashtra has the capability of doing that. We're just waiting for the investments to then happen and the execution as far as 2027 of the semiconductor is concerned. Thank you, gentlemen, for making time and speaking with us today.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. With that, okay. Just get it. Okay, let me now hand it back to Laura. Of course, she has an interesting discussion lined up, the experience economy, travel and tourism in a new world. I'm looking forward to this one.
Yes, it's set to be a good one, that is for sure. And yes, we move on from clean energy to one of the most exciting shifts in global travel. It's the rise of the experience economy. And no longer is travel just about ticking off destinations. Today's Indian traveler is seeking something deeper, personalized, meaningful, and transformative experiences. So to tell us more, I'm absolutely delighted to welcome someone who lives and breathes this exact space. Please join me in welcoming the co-founder of Dream Set Go, a pioneer in bespoke travel experiences, Daniel D'Souza. A very warm welcome. Do take a seat. Wonderful to have you here. Yes, a brilliant session, this one. I've been looking forward to this, actually. Now, as we've mentioned, India is now among the world's fastest growing outbound travel markets. Now, you have also 25 years in the travel and tourism industry as well. So with your collective experience, and now that you're leading Dream Set Go as well, how have you seen the Indian traveler preferences evolve over the year? And maybe within that, tell us a little bit more about Dream Set Go and what you do as well.
Yeah, I think, thanks Laura. I think it's great to be here. The outbound travel has been exploding over the last few years, right? I mean, it's this whole experience economy that has taken over in the last, I would say, 12 to 18 months post-COVID. This whole, the younger, affluent, who's trying to, put experience over everything. And this surge is not accidental, right? Today, India is about 1.4 billion people, and 2/3 of that are, below the age of 35. So the whole connection with the Western world, with the affluence that happens, or the aspiration that happens outside India, that's completely driving this whole experience economy. Look at what happened, with Coldplay, right? And Coldplay was in Bombay. I mean, they opened the tickets and it all got sold out, and eventually they had to have 6 different shows, 3 in Bombay and 2 in Ahmedabad, and it was all sold out, right? So there is this whole, urge to combine events and experiences with travel. So we see the big change that we are seeing post-COVID is that people not only want to go and see a destination or enjoy some regular sightseeing, but they want to combine either a music event or a sporting event of their choice, so that they're able to enrich that whole experience with their family. I think that's broadly what we are seeing. And also you have to understand that today in India, about 12 million people take home more than a million, in terms of monies, right? So there is this whole ability to spend in terms of whether they want to go and watch a match abroad, an EPL match, or going for the Wimbledon. So at Dream Set Go, what we do is we're trying to enhance the fan experience, right? So we are offering sporting options from tennis to, to watch a Grand Slam or go watch a cricket match. So people travel for the Champions Trophy in Dubai. We had quite a lot of people who went to watch the India-Pakistan match in Dubai, more than 1,000 plus. So these are experiences that have become part of their bucket list, which they really want to kind of enjoy and use. Yeah.
100%. Now, I was reading some quite interesting figures, actually, because the sports tourism industry, this is a global figure, is projected to reach 1.8 trillion US dollars by 2030, and that's a compound annual growth rate of around 16%. So a lot of traction here as well, a lot of potential. So tell us a little bit more about what you're doing at DreamSet to make sure that you very much strengthen India's presence in this space, because there's so much potential.
Yeah, I think at DreamSet what we're trying to do is, so we've divided our business into live, experience and play, right? So we have packages where people go to watch live tournaments. It could be a football match, it could be a cricket match, it could be tennis or whatever they want to see. And from the experience bit, we're trying to combine, for example, when people went to watch the India-Pakistan at Melbourne. So we hired the entire Victoria library, and we had, to relive the whole Venkatesh Prasad, and I'm not sure if you would know about, the rivalry between India and Pakistan. So we had Venkatesh Prasad and Amir Sohail doing a, chat show before our clients went to actually see a match, right? So we combined sporting with experiences. So that's the whole experience bit, where we either try and do a masterclass for our clients before the match, or for our corporate clients. And also now we've kind of gone into the play arena where you can travel. Pickle and paddle is quite big in India now. So people are traveling to Bali to play paddle. So we have packages where there'll be coaches actually who train you there to play paddle. Then you spend 4 days at a court, and then you have sessions with them. And you actually, combine a vacation along with some sport. I think that's broadly what we do. Apart from that, we also our whole objective is to make sports better in India as Dream Sports as a group. So if we want to enrich the whole fan experience, like F1 is big in India today after this whole Drive to Survive series on Netflix. So everybody wants to go and watch an F1 race, right? So for example, at the Abu Dhabi race in 2025, we've taken over we've branded a lounge called it the Dream Lounge at the finish line. So you can actually see the winners, the constructors, you can see the winners lifting the trophy. It's much better than a paddock experience, right? So at every step we are trying to kind of enrich the experience. At the IPL, which is very big in India, which is going on, if you get a chance, you should go watch an IPL match. But at the Rajasthan Royals in Jaipur, we've kind of branded a whole lounge called the Dream Lounge, where what's the best seat in the stadium, where about 100 people can actually watch a match with very, very high-end hospitality. We'll get players into the box to kind of spend time with the clients. So all of that stuff. So you're trying to enrich the whole experience. Or even if they travel abroad, let's say they want to watch a Manchester United or a Chelsea game. So we get our clients to actually see the first teams train, sit near the pitch side, have a legend come and talk to them. So completely giving them an overall wholesome experience and not only just seeing a match.
I mean, these packages sound absolutely incredible. So I'm presuming this is sort of like more on the luxury end of bespoke sort of packaging. What's the sort of affordability? Does it go from one extreme to another, or are you in a specific bracket?
Obviously, these are expensive experiences, but largely targeted to the upper part of the pyramid, right? In terms of, but again, we cater to mostly from the middle to the upper part of the pyramid, where, like say, if you want to combine a sporting experience with a legend coming and speaking to them, it obviously costs money, right? I mean, so, and these tickets are not easy to get as well. So our ability to procure them and our ability to kind of combine that experience for few of our corporates or individual clients, yes, they are expensive, they're not cheap, but yeah. But I think most of these customers, at least we're able to get access to all of this.
Definitely.
I think that's where we come in.
Because that's the thing, it's like the racing, my goodness, over in Abu Dhabi, the tickets are like gold dust.
Yes,
so it's amazing that, the access you have sounds very impressive. Now, you mentioned some of the different sporting events that interest the Indian traveller. It'd be interesting to know sort of how that's developed, because when I think of Indian sort of sport and sporting heroes and things like that, it's always cricket is obviously number one. Yeah. Hockey comes to mind. I know India has an amazing hockey team and things like that as well. You mentioned like a further interest in racing and paddle as well. You mentioned.
Paddle is big.
What would you say are the top 5?
No, I think cricket is religion in India, right? So that's not going to change. So if you look at 60 to 70% of our clients are all going for cricket. But I think if you look, we were just reviewing our numbers and we saw that there is almost almost 60 to 70% growth on all the sports that we did last year, right? So cricket, tennis is very big. So Grand Slams like the Wimbledon, the French Open is quite big for us. F1 is really picked up, a lot of interest in India. And these are not only above the age group of 30, 35. Now children who are watching these series on Netflix or any of these programs actually drive their parents to go see a race. So we have our customer segment has actually dropped to about anywhere between even 13 to 18 years old, right? So they are influencing this whole. So F1 is big. There's a little bit of golf that we do. So we divide it into spectator sports and participative sports, right? So golf, for example, in London, we've taken 2 boxes for the India-England Test match at the Oval and Edgbaston.
Nice.
Really upping the experience to go and watch. So I think those are things that we are trying to do. We are also working with schools to see if kids can go, train with these specialists in grounds like with the Nadal Academy in Spain, or go and train at play on the practice pitches at Lord's. Those are opportunities that we are creating for our clients.
I mean, that's incredible. That's every sort of kid's dream. It's every adult's dream, I suppose, as well. Yeah. And as you mentioned, a lot of this passion and interest starts in your childhood. So, you've got the rise of Netflix and all these different influences and things as well. We've only got a few minutes left, and I really wanted to touch on AI and immersive experiences. How are you leveraging this type of technology to tailor-make packages for your clients? Are you using that yet?
See, today, anybody who wants to plan a holiday does not ask his friend anymore, right? He asks ChatGPT, right? Where should I go? So AI is kind of, I'll just give you an example of what Dream Sports does. Actually, they're using a lot of AI in terms of creating this whole immersive experience for our customers. So what we see happening over a period of time is, we'll be able to actually make a client go through the entire experience before he buys it. He can decide through AI where he wants to sit in the stadium, which is the view that he wants to have, which is the part that he wants to kind of participate in, or even through VR and AR, give him statistics of while watching the match, the different stats on like if it's football, what's the status of the game, who's going to score what. If he's watching F1, he can actually get a view of the driver's dashboard, things like that. So that's where AI will play a larger role. Although in travel, I think it's gone leaps and bounds in terms of there are airlines which are using it to reduce emission by reducing contrails. There are, the biggest problem of baggage handling has been relatively solved with using digital facial recognition. Booking.com, for example, is using it to give better options, preferences through AI, chatbots to speak and solve clients' issues 24/7. So I think AI will eventually play a larger role, but I think in our category, because humans still play sport, so I think it will be a mix of both.
Yeah, because if you think about these live events, they're all over the world at the moment. It's free for all. You can, pick and choose as you like. And then suddenly you've got the rise of AI and technology, and people are worried, that everyone's going to become quite isolated because they're just going to be on the screens and things like that all the time. However, on the flip side, there'll be too much of that. So people will really crave human interaction and experiences and travel and being with other people. So it's like the rise of different types of events,
No, I think, post-COVID, because people were locked up and, couldn't speak to each other. But I think that's driven this whole experience economy in some way, right? Because why is there a surge of people wanting to go to live events? Because they want human connection, right? They want to talk to people. They want to be surrounded by people who are enjoying the same experience. Because I think somewhere people want those kind of connections with humans. And I think that's going to still continue to drive this forward. While a lot of people spend time on their phones and other stuff, but I think that's actually driving this as well in some way or the other, because they need that human connect at the end of the day.
Definitely. I've got one last question for you in the last 20 seconds. Can you please give us any type of sneak peek in terms of any type of international sporting stars that might be coming to India as a part of one of your curated experiences? Anything you can tell us about?
No, I can just give you one name. I think we are getting Usain Bolt down this year. So he's going to spend 3 days in India with us exclusively. So we are trying to combine experiences around his visit, and I think it will be a great opportunity for people who get a chance to meet him and hear him on his experiences. And he's a great legend, and I'm sure that will make a big difference to many people's lives. Yeah.
Brilliant, absolutely amazing. We cannot thank you enough for being with us here today. We're very much looking forward to seeing how this all pans out, and Usain Bolt very soon in India. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for Daniel. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Lovely to meet you. Thank you so much. Quick photograph. Yes, thank you so much. Right, I am now going to continue with our last segment. However, I think we are going to do a quick clear of the stage just before I introduce our next guest. And yes, we have a brilliant session coming up next as well. And we're now going to take a look from travel and tourism to the AI-powered workforce. And it's time now to welcome a true visionary in the field of technology and work. Now, just before I throw over to our next guest, however, just to let you know that we will be finishing our Tech Frontiers Forum. This will be the last session in Tech Frontiers, and then we are going to move on to Making Waves, where we're going to be talking all about creativity, arts, and culture as well. So please do stay with us. We have some brilliant actors, producers, and directors as well coming up just after this final session for Tech Frontiers. And yes, as I mentioned, our next guest is here to update us on how all AI, automation, and digital platforms are changing the way that we work, the importance of upskilling, reskilling, and flexible talent. So the question is, will we be able to future-proof our careers to stay ahead of disruption ahead? Well, it's time now to find out. We just have one more chair to get off the stage, and he'll be coming up in just a moment. But yes, this gentleman is a true visionary in the field of technology and work, and he is here to wrap up the final session of Tech Frontiers. So without further ado, let's welcome our next guest, Matt Barry, the CEO of Freelancer. A very warm welcome.
Thank you for having me. So I'm here to give you a quick insight into what's happening in the world of work today. I run Freelancer Limited. We are trying to build a mini Amazon of services. We have businesses in labor, payments, and freight. And today I'm going to talk to you about Freelancer.com, which is the world's largest crowdsourcing marketplace. We have 80 million people from around the world doing work for consumers, small businesses, and very, very large businesses, all the way up to NASA, doing all sorts of crazy things online. Now, we're trying to solve a $1 trillion problem. There are 5 billion people on the planet who need a better job, and the rest of the people on the planet need people to do things for them and get things done. And so what we do is we connect the two through our marketplace. And if we get to the next slide, I can show you the rest of it. The clicker has failed. So what we do is we connect entrepreneurs and businesses large and small from around the world. If I can have the next slide, please, on the decks. The clicker's not working. Here we go. Oops, it's gone all the way through down to the end of the presentation. Okay, sorry about that. Okay, so we connect to 80 million people around the world. What's remarkable about this is we have 30 million people in India. So India is actually the powerhouse here in terms of talent on the platform. And what we do is we help entrepreneurs and businesses basically create the future. So make products and services of the future, start companies, do startups, and basically take their large companies to the next level potentially. So we help entrepreneurs really solve these problems. And at the same time, we do something truly remarkable, which is we help freelancers from all around the world, and many from emerging markets, and the largest demographic from India, really rise up, start businesses as service providers, and help companies from all around the world compete with the likes of Amazon and all the other big companies that are out there, and really change their lives in the process. One of the big things we're seeing right now is we're seeing the third big wave, I think, of business transformation sweep through the world. So for those of you who remember 1994, 1995, that was the year the internet went mainstream around the world, mostly in Western economies to start, and then rippled through the rest of the world. And businesses went online to reach customers. And they did that by building websites. And so web development is a very large category of the work that we do on our platform today. The second big transformation that came through was with the smartphone revolution, which was app development. The third big one right now is AI development. And I guarantee you, in 2 years from now, you'll look back at this and you'll go, oh my God, you've got a glimpse of what's going on. AI will be answering the phones for businesses large and small to do things like take a booking and put it in a calendar, to process a credit card for a sale, to do support, or to do outbound lead generation. If you go to freelancer.com/AI, you can get a taste of what you can do. And that's the third big wave of freelancers helping businesses all around the world getting things done. And there's some pretty amazing demos to check out for yourself. This is a real map of our workforce around the world. The white dots are where people are, the pink are where jobs being posted, the blue are jobs being performed. And you can see India is at the center of the universe here. AI is really transforming the workforce here in India because the skills are going through the roof. You could be an average copywriter before, you are now an exceptional copywriter with GPT and with Claude. You could be an average illustrator, now with a Midjourney and with Stable Diffusion and likes, you're an exceptional illustrator. And this is going through every single white-collar job you can think of, and the big thing that's happening right now is with programming. So with the likes of Windsurf and Cursor coupled with Claude Sonnet and the likes of that, or Gemini 2.5, you're seeing now programmers are having the tooling come to them, are having their sort of mid-journey moment where they're going to be AI-powered software development. That things are going to go really crazy, where you're about to come to a freelancer, you're about to say, I want to build a business rather than I want to build an app, and we'll set the whole business up for you, including all the programming with AI-powered freelancers. We operate in 33 languages around the world, 38 currencies around the world. And really, we're seeing some pretty amazing things happening right now with the transformation, not just in terms of the lifting of skills, where we used to have the widest range and sort of the lowest cost, because on demand, you only pay for freelance talent when you need it. So you'd never fire someone. You'd always just keep them around and use them later on down the track if you had a project coming up. But also what we're seeing, so we're seeing widest range, lowest cost transform to widest range, lowest cost, also higher skills. Because with AI-powered freelancers, you're getting basically the skills being lifted right through the roof. The other thing we're seeing is we're seeing a big lift in liquidity. So there's two ways of getting work done on the site. You can get a project done where you post a title, a description, and people bid on your project. On average, 51 people bid on your project when you post it. But with contests, for example, we saw a lift in contest entries up by 60% in the last year, thanks to AI tooling, helping people come up with contest entries and submit them. And you can do contests from $10 American right up to the biggest thing we have running on the site right now is $6 million US for gene editing in the central nervous system of humans with the National Institute of Health and NASA. So at the very, very high end, we do breakthrough innovation for enterprises, and I'll show you a little bit in a second. But we're seeing a very, very big lift in liquidity come through from the AI tooling, helping freelancers not just produce high quality content, but do so very, very, very quickly. And that's across all the different skill areas. So you can do things like design products, you can get products manufactured, design houses, you name it, and mechanical engineering, and you can tap into basically all this talent. The other thing we're starting to see enterprises create their own talent clouds using our technology. So in our enterprise division, for the likes of Deloitte, we have built a platform where 72,000 US consultants are on the platform, and they can hire other Deloitte consultants from all around the world to work on projects that, tapping into skill sets they may not have locally, as well as tapping into a very curated, high-end, qualified, approved talent network of freelancers to get work done. We also have a Moonshot Innovation Challenge program where what we've done is, because connecting up the 80 million people we have on our platform, we can now use that as an innovation search engine. So what you can do is you can have a challenge, and you can put it out to all the minds out there around the world to do breakthrough innovation. And if you've got a large conglomerate, you may have trouble with inertia, trying to actually get people within that organization to do breakthrough technology or breakthrough innovation. Here's an example of the gene editing challenge. We've awarded about half the prize money so far. There's about 100 different academic results that have come out as a result of that, and that's over a multi-year program in the field of biotechnology. We've just done something to help figure out how to refuel spaceship in low gravity environments with our venting challenge. That's just completed. We've also done something recently to track debris in orbit, and how do you not just track it, but how do you remediate it? For example, do you use lasers to try and knock it out of the sky or what have you? So we, at the very, very high end, can do some very, very, very sophisticated work. So no matter what your enterprise might be, we can solve those issues for you by tapping into the global genius of 80 million people. And of course, you only pay the winner, and we do the whole challenge design for you as well. The other thing we're doing, which is quite interesting, and India is a big powerhouse of this, is training the next generation of foundational models. So working actually with Tech Mahindra locally, we actually have 130,000 people working for one of the world's largest foundational AI models, helping with the training of that. So, obviously these large AI systems now are consuming huge amounts of data, but to get very, very good and high quality, accurate results, you need to have skilled experts look at the output of that AI and actually effectively do the RLHF training, reinforcement learning for human feedback training. So we do that across a range of different projects. So we can marshal, for example, up to 25,000 people per day to work on a foundational model for tuning. And we can do that depending on what you need. We can get a variety of skill sets, like you might need to have a biology degree or economics degree or a history degree, which is where all the foundational models are heading as we speak. And as I said before, we do it at Tech Mahindra locally, working with some of the largest foundational models in the world. Also locally in India, we have done work with Hewlett-Packard to build a field services network to help with computer, laptop, printer, server repairs. So if you break your computer, printer, laptop or server, you go to the HP service center, you call on the phone, you log a ticket, that gets routed into our system, which is integrated, and we have a whole turnkey solution where we've trained, we run the dispatch, we run the operations, and we do the field services. And what we do is we provide an overlay capacity for surge. For example, in the monsoon season here in India, you need to have more laptops being repaired. We tap into a network of field service engineers we've built, and also we provide white space capabilities. So in remote and regional areas where they used to batch up jobs to go out and do the repairs, and that would mean missing SLAs because they had to wait for enough jobs to come in, we fixed that by using freelance talent on demand and a dynamic network. So that's a pretty amazing thing, and this runs in I think about 28 or 29 cities here in India. Another big thing we're doing is with government, and all governments have a universal problem, and the universal problem is they have a lot of people on unemployment benefits. Now, what governments have figured out is the lowest 20% socio-economically in the workforce that are on benefits, it's very, very hard to get them out into the workforce, into full-time employment. In fact, the best way to do it is through micro-employment through the cloud. And so you kind of, because it might be in rural areas, remote areas, maybe there's mental health issues, maybe it's a mother who hasn't gone to the workforce properly because they're looking after children, maybe it's someone who's retired, maybe it's someone who's disabled, etc. and so on. And so we have an accelerator program. We work with governments, for example, with Bahrain right now. We have a program running where we have the top freelancers on our platform train the people who are on benefits through effectively an international freelancing certificate, and we help provide them access to jobs. They have paid internships with some of the top agencies on the platform, and we give them paid employment through that, get them on their own 2 feet, and help them into the world of work, working online through both online jobs and offline jobs, right? So not just your typical freelance jobs or moonlighting jobs as you might have in India, but also a whole range of jobs. So that's pretty exciting, and in fact, Kerala in India actually has one of the most advanced programs in thinking about this out of the whole of the world that we've actually seen. So props to Kerala. And just to finish up, I thought I couldn't leave without talking about tariffs. One of the world's largest, actually Chinese, $1 trillion e-commerce company, I won't mention which one it is, has been using us for about almost 2 years now in trying to find new markets, because obviously now there's some challenges with the United States market. And so they want to, for example, culturally adapt as well as localize their marketing campaigns, their products, and so forth to be able to tap into new markets. So they come to Freelancer to do that. For example, in Latin America, in you might maybe Ecuador, you need to find people who know how to culturally adapt advertising campaigns, marketing campaigns, localize the actual product literature, and find influencers on TikTok or what have you in the local market in order to promote what they do. So it's a pretty crazy world of work out there. AI is not going to be taking people's jobs, but it is going to be turbocharging people's jobs in terms of their skills. And we're seeing some pretty amazing transformations. And I really do think as well, this is going to lead to an explosion in micro-entrepreneurship, right? Where just like you go out in the street here in India and you see all these little shops, one person's repairing scooter seats and one person's doing travel or this, that, the other. It's going to be so easy now. The trend is getting easier and easier and easier to start a business, find talent online to help you with that business, through Freelancer. That talent is now turbocharged with the use of AI, so you get a very, very high quality talent on a very low budget because A, you're tapping into emerging markets, and B, it's on demand, and it's pretty amazing in terms of the products and the services and the future that's being created through our platform at the same time as helping the service providers basically start their own companies. So it's a pretty amazing space to be in. Thank you for your time, and remember, India's the powerhouse of all of this, so I'm really glad to be here, and it's been a great conference, so thank you.
Matt, Barry there, wrapping up the Tech Frontiers Forum for us very nicely indeed. Thank you so much once again. And yes, if you do have any further questions, please make sure you speak to any of our speakers as they come off the stage. Now, as I mentioned just a little while ago, we have our Making Waves Forum up next. That's the evening agenda as the part of IGF 2025. So we're very excited to get that going very, very soon. And as we set the stage, I think it's time that we reminded ourselves what exactly makes IGF so special.
We are all united in our desire for the same things. We want our businesses to grow, our careers to flourish, and our communities to thrive. We want to meet people who energize us, share exciting ideas, and discover new opportunities.
From India to the UK to the UAE and beyond, IGF is committed to bringing the contemporary India story. Amongst ongoing global turbulence, IGF remains at the center of limitless innovation, limitless possibilities, and limitless collaboration, harnessing talent, technology, and enterprise across sectors and geographies for maximum impact. India Global Forum is the gateway for global stakeholders to invest in and benefit from India's global trajectory. Hear from industry titans, build strategic partnerships, invest in the future. Only at India Global Forum. Join the conversation at www.indiaglobalforum.com.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, as I mentioned, we are now going to change the pace a little bit as we move on to our next forum titled Making Waves. Now, this session is a special collaboration, by the way, with the Ministry of Information and Broadcasting, covering new age media and the art of storytelling, as well as the cross-section of business and the arts. Now, we also have a whole host, as I mentioned, of actors, producers, directors, and digital creators with us for this next segment. So it's going to be a very exciting couple of hours ahead. And Making Waves, which is the title of our forum, of course, is also in the lead up to the Waves Summit, by the way. That's going to be held from May the 1st to the 4th this year here at the Geo Convention Centre. Right, to kick things off, ladies and gentlemen, and to talk about India as a global content hub, please join me in welcoming actor, producer, and author Vani Tripathi Tikku. A very warm welcome.
Good evening. Thank you, Laura.
First, a big round of applause for all the peers, our seniors, filmmakers, storytellers, directors, and lovely friends who've managed to come all the way to join us this evening. Thank you so much. 2004 marked as a transformative year for India. We actually ended up making 200,000 hours of original content. But this content wasn't just about films. It was about many, many, many types of storytelling. It was the streaming services, the OTT platforms. It was about radio. It was about journalism. It was also about podcasting. So with this new normal of content, this new normal of storytelling, what is it that we are looking at today? The content explosion is not just about volume. It's about India's dynamic creative spirit, which is driven by rapid technological advancements, and types of stories that we are able to tell. We are not just intrinsic to one language. It's not a monolith. Many, many, many languages today find global appeal, whether it's Odia, Bangla, Marathi, Tamil, Telugu, and even dialects spoken all across the country. At the heart of the evolution of the digital revolution is many, many, many realities: production, post-production, and reshaping the stories, how they are conceived and how they are told. Technology has made content creation more democratic, and we will be speaking about the democratization of content today in the session that I will host after giving this little address. And also we will speak about this amazing forum which will position India as a global powerhouse of media and entertainment, Waves. Amongst us, we have the CEO of Waves, Achal Malhotra, who will be there joining us a little later on the forum. We must also remember that OTT platforms have not just democratized content, they've also changed the way we consume stories. I know during the perilous time of COVID, what was in the palm became collective consumption, which is we were watching our Netflix and our Jio Hotstar very much on our smartphones till then. But when, during this perilous time, we got together as families, the way we consumed stories also became more democratic, it became more collaborative, and it became all-inclusive. We will be looking at that inclusion also a little later, as I speak with two trailblazers from the industry just after this. Also, accessibility has opened up a treasure trove of all kinds of content. Today, we do think about those who are impaired in their faculties of consumption of content. We do think about those who probably have visual impairment or who have disability about hearing. When was the last time you actually saw a film and you actually didn't just hear it? You also read it and you also saw it. You saw it within the very parameters of opening doors for this storytelling, which is diverse, which is inclusive, and it's collaborative. Advanced technology solutions like smart dubbing and subtitling have broken these language barriers, making it possible for global audiences to engage with content in their preferred language, not the universally preferred language. Inclusivity in storytelling has improved, with streaming platforms and cinemas incorporating features like audio descriptions, closed captions, Indian Sign Language, and accessibility to people with disabilities. On the production side, we are hit by this big new normal called AI, and AI will be one of the main focuses of Waves, which we will be seeing, which is going to be spearheaded by our Honorable Prime Minister, Shri Narendra Modi ji, very much here in this convention center, 1st to 4th of May. When you look at cinema today, you also see the prowess of not just AI, you also see the prowess of CGI and VFX. We got international recognition recently when we saw a film like Mufasa almost produced very much in one place and studios in Bangalore, showcasing India's capability for post-production and high-end post-production. On that note, I'm joined by somebody special, a friend who's sitting in Manila right now. Quite a few of you will recognize him, as he used to be the senior vice president at UTV many moons ago. He has broken domestic barriers, lives in Singapore now, is very much a producer par excellence, looks at India from the outside, and also talks about capabilities of India as a global superpower when it comes to content. Moy, are you there? Hello, Jyotirmay Saha, how are you doing today? And what are you doing in Manila, sitting so far away and yet being able to speak to us? Audio, tech team, Moy's audio.
That was me. Apologies. Good evening to everybody. Thank you for having me, Wadi, at the India Global Forum. Well, I mean, we produce a lot of, as you are aware, we are one of the most prolific producers of content in all of Southeast Asia. We have extensive operations in Manila as well. So I'm here on work on that. Yeah, let's go ahead.
Said you've been here for many years, very much as the epitome of creating stories from India. And now you live in Singapore and you produce content which is globally renowned. How do you look at this breakthrough which has happened over the years as far as India as a content hub of the world is concerned?
Well, I mean, at the time at which I worked in India, which was many, many years back, and it wasn't, I have to kind of admit that it wasn't really for a very long time because I had come to India from Singapore. But it was one of the richest experiences that I'd ever had in my life, right? So at that time, the Indian content industry was, the international content that we were making. India was still at its very, very nascent stages. In all the popular markets that we would travel, Western markets, people found it hard to believe that there are large companies creating content in India. Of course, 20 years later, 25 years later, it's very, very different. India is recognized not just as a huge global content creation hub, it's also recognized as a global content investment hub. So I think that's very exciting, and with the advent of digital platforms, you just mentioned just a little while back that language isn't a barrier anymore, and we feel that Indian content is, if it's not already mainstream, it's going to be mainstream very soon everywhere in the world.
And whenever we meet in Singapore, we speak about solutions to challenges around us and also opportunities which challenges create. What is the biggest challenge that you think India faces today in terms of the explosion of content creation which is happening? And what are those small little, from the macro to micro solutions we could be looking at?
I think, especially in the what I would call the content export business, there aren't really any challenges. I think most of the challenges are cultural. And let me kind of explain what I mean by cultural. You see, when you're creating content, there's no such thing as a crossover content, right? There's content that you create where the stories that you tell are, if it touches you in some manner, then it spreads, right? So whenever you create content, you always choose a home market where you expect that content to perform best. Now, the only issue is, and that's not really an issue, that's actually a boon, that the Indian market itself is so large that Indian content producers haven't really had much need to think outside of India because the domestic market presents a fabulous opportunity already, right? If you look at countries like Korea, which are substantially smaller compared to India, the reason why some of their content has spread so well is because they have tried and they have made lots of efforts, and over the years have managed to create content, introduce cultural elements that work even outside of Korea. And therefore, it's pretty much content made for export. But India hasn't reached that stage where it needs to do that. And that's probably the only so-called challenge, but it's not really a challenge if you ask me. I think it's perhaps a strength.
Thank you so much, Moy, and gives us a lot of food for thought. Thank you so much for giving us time in the middle of a hectic schedule that you are, following, sitting in Philippines. And we hope to see you at Waves, in May, and hear more about all the collaborations you're working on, whether it's content for young people, which is your forte, the AVGC sector, which is a champion sector for India and the Indian government right now. Thank you so much for your time.
It's my pleasure. Thank you, Vani.
Thank you, Moy. I think that's a very important part. What is this complex that we talk about till we do not get, some kind of validation from the West? How many awards did we get? How many times did we get nominated? What is it that we feel that there is something still amiss when it comes to our own positioning as a country of kathavachaks, storytellers? That is what we are. Every nook and corner of this country is stories and stories and stories that need to be told, whether it's Madhya Pradesh, or it's Orissa, or it's Maharashtra, or it's Rajasthan, or it's the Punjab, or it's anywhere in the country, including the Northeast. So I think what Waves is going to do, it is going to create that hub of content creation that we have. Can we go to the Waves slide, please, tech team? Which is not just going to be a bazaar or a forum to get many, many, many paradigms of creating content together. It is also going to be a Mahakumbh of content, which means that it's going to create parallels of every possible paradigm of content creation, as I said, whether from radio to journalism to newscasting to OTT to films to series to television, so on and so forth. The key features of the summit are going to be the global media dialogue, where media and entertainment leaders from all across the world will deliberate on the future of the industry, an opportunity for innovators and creators to come together, and also fast-track leadership. Now, this is something most content summits or conclaves don't do. It is actually going to be quick on its heel and fast in its approach, and that is what it's going to do, to create a hub for content creators all across the world. Waves will also present opportunity for companies to participate and seek B2B collaborations. They will also set up pavilions and showcase Indian intellectual property. The summit will be marked by Create in India challenges. Another innovation, you come, make a film, create it, and there it is, ready for marketing right there. Waves will allow India to establish itself as a market leader in the field of media and entertainment and become a resilient voice that acts as a bridge between the global north and the global south while displaying our rich heritage. We will know about more about Waves by the end of this session. And as I said, CEO Waves is with us today, and he will be guiding us through as to what will be the hallmark of the summit. Now I have two trailblazers to call on stage, two people who define the way content is consumed, the way it is inspiring people all across, and the way India is becoming the epicenter of a global campaign of storytelling. First, he's a director and a storyteller par excellence. He believes, and this I know from my college days because he used to be my senior in college, he believes that the core of every story in India is India. It's our culture, steeped in our consciousness, rooted in who we are. And that story becomes a journey in every film, every series that you see of his. The music that most of these stories have are also those journeys that he takes together in terms of that beautiful storytelling narrative that he unleashes as a tapestry. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Imtiaz Ali.
Hello.
I think Imtiaz is having a chamkila day today, and we will talk about how chamkila his day is. The second trailblazer is a person who's given India a voice globally when it comes to media and entertainment. She stands as a global powerhouse of creating stories. The corporation, the streaming service she belongs to, has completely changed the way we look at content around us. And these stories are million and billion. She sits with them in her pocket and unleashes it like a jadugar every single day. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Monica Shergill, Vice President, Content, Netflix India.
Vani,
thank you so
much.
much. Yes. Please have a seat. Yes.
Sit. Please. Should I sit here?
Yeah.
Okay, guys. So let's first congratulate them for sweeping all the awards for Amar Singh Chamkila. I think a story which never would have gotten made if it was another time. It's also the time that we belong to, which is this consciousness that both of them, trailblazers, have. Let me start with you, Monica. Today, when we look at the slate and the tapestry of Netflix India, it's also stories which are local and they're going global. There is a conscious effort to position India right in the middle of the storytelling narrative of the world. When Netflix started about more than a decade ago, things were different. And within the next 2-3 years, you started to see that change, which is now unleashing into this big tapestry. Tell us a little about it and how you are able to get these gems out every now and then.
I think this moment is thrilling, where we are right now in the journey of storytelling across the world. We have never experienced a time when a story coming from any part of the world actually has a global audience, and that audience is just waiting for something to completely blow their mind. And here is a wonderful confluence of creativity and technology that has really given the opportunity to creators to not be limited to where they are. And the biggest creative leap in this has actually been, the resurgence of hyperlocal. What we used to say, our stories are meant for a country, our audience, and yes, they are. For us at Netflix, it's so important to make stories for our audiences in India. But nothing stops those amazing, beautiful stories, where someone like a creator like Imtiaz, with his powerful voice, can actually explore language, culture, music, identity, an artist's journey, and can make it in the way that he had imagined it till the last minute of that film and bring it, and then it is in the hands of an audience that is not just limited to valuing it one way or another. Can I reach that story? The story is reaching them. And I think that is the most beautiful thing. And I feel that for us at Netflix, just being in this moment and being able to enable such culture-defining storytelling from India to India and the world is, I think, the best thing that's happened.
But Monica, how do you balance this binge watch, syndrome, which is obviously working very well, but you are creating stories intrinsic to an audience which is ours, and yet there's a global perspective to it. How do you balance these two approaches together?
The most honest truth is that you don't think about a global audience. There isn't something called a global film or a series or a documentary. There's nothing called global. It's the audience that as they discover and they love and they talk to people, they create a global phenomenon. You cannot, sitting anywhere in any part of the world, say, oh, I'm going to create a global film. There's nothing like that. Even Hollywood has realized that there is nothing like that. You know, more and more what's working on Netflix is these stories that are so true to their local context, to their country, to their language, to their culture. And when they can universally appeal, when they touch you, when they touch, the people who are watching, and then, the conversation builds. So we don't set out to look for anything global, but the more true we are to our context, to our story, to the creator's vision, and we enable that, magic happens. And I always feel, success is not something magical or mysterious. It's really the result of consistency, of bringing the best, sort of intention to something and valuing really what the vision is. And like for us, it's really important to do that.
I mean, that's a very interesting and a very magical thing to say, to be able to, respect the vision of the creator and the creator. I mean, Chamkila was a story that probably was very difficult to tell. I mean, imagine a folk singer scorned by society, the politics of the time tearing him apart. He's known for things which today we will say, oh my God, what is this that he's singing about? And yet, you go ahead and tell this story, Imtiaz, with such ease, with such beauty. And again, constantly that you say, the rootedness of the core of our storytelling, which is India. Tell us how this journey was.
To begin with, I feel, thank God for the universality of mankind. It's like when you are in a queue in London Eye, and you see families from all kinds of countries, and the kids pestering the mums in the same way, in a Scandinavian family, just like an Indian family, it's all the same. You realize that there is something which is universal. And to discover that, just like the great saints of India and Kabir used to say, you have to actually look at yourself. And at least as a storyteller, I don't have to worry about what everybody will like. I mean, I can worry about it, but the way to find it really is to find out what I would like. And specifically in terms of a storyteller, to figure what I have to say, what do I have to give or offer. And as Monica very rightly said, there is no universal story. But the story has to be mine in some way for me to tell it. Similarly, there is no global audience. Everybody is a person, and every group is a certain group of a certain sensibility. So I think as far as Chamkila was concerned, I could attach to a lot of things in his life and in the life of Amarjot and in the life of this moving caravan, which in a very different way, Monica and I and people like us are also a part of. We see art, we get on stage, we have a thrill of performance, and we see what that does to the world. And sometimes we get from the world conflicting opinions. We feel that we are creating something which is getting a very diverse view. And here we see a certain face of the world. These things happen to all of us. At some points of time, we feel that there is some hypocrisy that we have to go through with. These are the points that attracted me to Chamkila. And that's what I tried to bring out.
But Imtiaz, when we look at the traditional format of storytelling and creating films, there's always this question, what is popular appeal? What will people like? There always used to be a given formula, this will work, this won't work. But stories like Chamkila, stories that we see like Black Warrant on Netflix, they actually befall that logic of what was called the given understanding of the audience. So what is it? Are we actually bursting out from that traditional formatting of creating stories, or there is something else which has become inquiry? I want both of you to respond to that.
Well, for instance, looking at Black Warrant, which like blew everybody's mind recently, I feel at every point of time, Monica, this, like ever since I've been in the film industry, I've been told that formula is not working. So there has been no time where people have sat and said, oh, the formula is working, so let's make movies like that. And thank God for that. Because if the formula was working, none of us would be here making movies. Like, we came in at a time when people said, we don't know what is working, we don't know what kind of film will work, nothing is working. So we came in and out of desperation, we said, we know. Give us a chance to make films. And, and we did what we could. So again, the same story, that it's not working, and thank God that it's not. But Black Warrant was, I guess, I don't know how you approach it, but then when I go onto Netflix, there is so much, right? There is so much. It's like a buffet which has so many items that you might just feel sated looking at it, So I have to decide in a micro way of what to watch. She has to decide in a macro way of what to put on the table, which will break through. So I think this is an instinctive decision that an audience member makes, but let's hear from you how you decide.
It's it's the simplest question and the hardest question to answer. I don't think there is a formula again to making that decision. You just know it. And I'll go back to Chamkila actually, Imtiaz, because Chamkila, when the conversation happened, you had a script, and what was on the page was really very engaging, but half the film was in Imtiaz's mind.
Yeah, that's true actually.
It was, and there is something that, we say when you feel, at Netflix, there's a term that we use, when you feel that something is uncomfortably exciting, It's risky in a way, but you know that it could get loved by a lot of people, and you feel that urgency to put that story out. Like there's a feeling that you get, which you can't define. It's the feeling that a creator gets. It's a feeling that an audience may have when they're watching. The same feeling a creative exec gets when they're reading something and they're seeing the vision of the creator, and they're thinking that, my God, this is something which is special, and yes, I can't see everything, but this can deliver a magic which can go beyond and really become something that even you can't control. And that's the feeling that we had, when we saw it. It wasn't an easy decision. I won't, since you asked about how does the decision happen, because a lot of times you feel there are so many safe things around you, and very well written safe things, and you're like, yeah, this is reading good and it's safe, and it'll do its job. But then when you have to say, yes, this is good, but I'm doing something else, I'm picking something else, because there is something in it that you can't define, you can't put a finger on, and that when you get that tingling sensation, and you know that you're on to something, and you're scared, you're nervous, but you're also excited, you have to go for it.
So this instinctiveness that you're talking about, right? We're talking about how instinctively you react to stories. There is also a certain comfort level which has come in telling uncomfortable stories.
Yeah.
Our stories are more real. Our characters are, and I'm going to use this word and not be judged, uglier. By uglier, I mean the hourglass figure of the heroine and the gun-toting, gun-toting hero with 35 goons, gone in a minute, is suddenly started to looking redundant, which means, what are we exploring around us? Are we becoming more sensitive as a society? Have we started to explore more when it comes to storytelling? And is that what is becoming the reflection of Indian storytelling globally?
Well, I feel when you were saying this, I would like to take all of us and this time and this moment of opportunities and place ourselves in the whole history of storytelling in a country like India. We have perhaps the oldest and definitely the most profound culture of storytelling. As we were discussing, and I can't emphasize this enough, that we learn everything from storytelling. We learn the code of conduct, our belief systems, everything is based on storytelling. And the profundity of it. I mean, I need not go on and talk about Mahabharata or the Bhagavad Gita, but you will see that if we are coming from there, and if each one of us understands that kind of profound and realistic storytelling, multi-layered storytelling, then actually much of what we have been able to write and produce in cinema has been just like somewhere getting there, but not quite there. I think we have to go back in order to go front, as far as the Indian context of storytelling is concerned, really.
You know, I honestly feel that there's always, and like Imtiaz was going back in time from a storytelling perspective, I feel that whenever there's a shift in mediums, new medium is coming, there's always this feeling that, oh my God, what are we losing? I think as human beings, we tend to focus on what are we losing more than what are we gaining. So I think earlier, when you would tell a story, it would only have a certain amount of access. No matter what the creator would try, no matter what, any medium would try. I mean, and I hope to God that we expand the number of theaters and, all kinds of, because we are a large country and people enjoy storytelling and we should tell more, and we have a very rich history and culture of that. But I feel that the moment that we are in right now is the moment where every person out there who has a story has the ability to tell that story. Everyone has a phone, everyone has some device or the other, most people, and it's about the quality of stories that we are telling. From an India perspective, we are such a large country with so many different kinds of stories, whether we take inspiration from one thing or another, whether we look at the world and we say that, and by the way, Indian audiences, as we have discovered on Netflix, are one of the most experimental, diverse, curious and amazing audiences. I think as streamers, storytellers, creators, we have to use that opportunity enough. Any story which is a good story, one of the first audiences that laps it up across the world is Indian audiences. I don't think we give them credit enough.
So that's a very valid thing. What about the Indian diaspora? We do know that a lot of content from India is consumed globally by also the diaspora audience, which is very much a part of the global bouquet of the unraveling of the India story. How do you think today, with realistic stories, with more and more things being said and spoken about what's happening in India, all these amazing stories which are going out, is the diaspora also changing in its own insight and in its inquiry? Or is it also breathing along with, this waves, as in the wave of storytelling that we are talking about today?
I think if I can answer it very shortly, Indian diaspora, actually, okay, this is anecdotal, don't hold me to data on this, but I feel that the Indian audiences in India are changing faster versus the diaspora. The diaspora watches a lot of Indian content, but there was a time when the diaspora was the key bridge to watching. But I think the way we are seeing Indian stories working in Spanish, in Portuguese, in Arabic, in Thai, in so many different languages that we sub and dub in, and we see across the world, and last year we've had an Indian title in the global non-English top 10 every single week. and working in multiple languages in dubs and subs, that tells you that it is beyond the diaspora. And I think that's very that's an incredible high for me, for my team, for the creators that we work with. I mean, Imtiaz
is there a favorite story that
Melbourne
you want to tell for the diaspora, for the audience?
The award in Melbourne for Chamkila.
Oh yeah. Of course. But not only that, Monica, I would also like to say that when we decided to make Chamkila a direct-to-digital film, that was a time of consternation for all of us because we hadn't done it before. But there are terrific advantages. There are so many things that I learned. And it's not as though every film that I make will be direct-to-digital. I mean, you know, there is... But as she said, there is opportunity of telling a story in the way that it deserves to be told, because there is like more vehicles, there are more, and everything should grow, I feel. And reaching across to the diaspora and to to various groups of audiences abroad, people that traditionally don't watch Indian movies, has become possible. And even in Melbourne, as she rightly said, there were awards that we received for Chamkila. And that's actually quite nice and overwhelming. And it's not, now this is happening so frequently. It's not that one incident when Raj Kapoor's car was lifted and taken from place to place in Russia. But that kind of visibility is now available. And therefore, I feel more as a maker, we have to figure what is precious in us, what is unique to us, and that has to come across in our stories.
I want to go on talking for the rest of the evening. I'm being signaled for being out of time, but before we leave, there is this one dialogue from Chamkila which is like a value for life.
Oh.
Jab tak hum hain, stage par hain. Aage? Mohit, the producer of Chamkila is right here.
My God, the
who's
writer
my
of
batchmate from
Chamkila is
college.
forgotten.
Mohit Chaudhary, are you here?
Actually, that's where it ends.
जब तक हम के स्टेज पर हैं, जीते जी मर जाएं, इससे तो अच्छा है कि मर कर भी जिंदा रहें. So this is what it should be. Our stories never die. We are all finite human beings, mortal. But stories are immortal, and that is what the beauty and the celebration of storytelling is to this beautiful country and to the beautiful people that we are called India. Thank you so much, Monica Shergill. Thank you, Imtiaz Ali, and thank you for being such an attentive audience. This doesn't end here. You have many more trailblazers coming after us. And I'm sure Laura is going to announce the next panel. Thank you, Imtiaz.
Thank you, thank you,
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, an excellent session there. Thank you so much to Vani and her panel for that brilliant update. Exploring the depths, as I mentioned, of arts, culture, experience. And yes, we continue now with my next panel, ladies and gentlemen. And India, of course, has a very rich and diverse tradition of storytelling, as we all know. Please do come on up to my panel. I'm going to be introducing you in just a moment.
Do you want to sit in the middle?
So the question is, and this is the question we're going to be answering actually in our next session, how is India seizing digital opportunities to become a true creative leader? So that's what we're going to be finding out. And I'm absolutely delighted to be joined by Manisha Advani, who's partner, producer, and the CEO of MA Entertainment and Motion Pictures. Thank you for being with us. We also have Shweta Bajpai, who's the Group Director for FinServe, Media and Travel at Meta. Thank you so much. And Vipul Agrawal, who is the founder and CEO of McAfee, also joins us here today. Right, I wanted to throw out my first question. Now, I don't know how many of you have used this on ChatGPT yet, but there's a function where you can put your photo in and there's a trend of Ghibli-style images. I literally did this half an hour ago to make sure I sort of understood exactly what it was. Quite impressive. I mean, 2 seconds and you get this amazing sort of cartoon character image. However, the co-founder has basically come out and said that AI art is actually unethical. It raises a very, very big question, which is what I wanted to lead into. So, is there a place for AI in creative spaces?
Well, maybe I'll go first
Yes,
with
please.
this one. I think that there is place for technology, and artificial intelligence is that new tech toy that we are grappling with, we're trying to learn more about in the place of creating content. What's interesting is how empowering it is, because you can literally be 30 minutes before you get onto a platform and you could be experimenting with it and feeling like an artist. Now, the question is not the application of the technology as much as the fact that what are the rules around that application. And I think that because it's a new tech, it's pretty much like when they first invented the car. They weren't sure which side of the road it was going to be driven on, until a rule was formed societally and we agreed that this is how we would drive. And we advocate the fact that if you don't follow the rules, you bear the consequences of it. So I think it's the same thing with technology. It's just that when it's a new toy, which is so democratizing, that it automatically will get that kind of attention.
And that's the thing, it's fun, right? That's the whole point of it, is to have fun with this all, but is it a threat?
Yeah, given I come from a tech platform, and since the creative person's already spoken, if you think about the whole creative process as a value chain, I think there are parts of the value chain which are fairly repetitive by its nature, right? Think about doing story writing, right? Somebody thinks about the idea, puts the story together, but what if you have to make it into a script? Now that can be a repetitive process that the AI can actually take care of. What if you had different story elements, but there is a way to do editing? You probably don't need a lot of science to put it all together. AI can take part of that. The issues I think that we are facing with the current threat that AI is posing are two. One, would originality go away? Because then things that are developed by AI would actually look fairly alike to each other, right? And the movie industry or the media industry really survives and thrives on originality. So protecting that IP and making sure that compensation for what is human produced and what is AI produced is on a different spectrum will be critical. What will also be important is lack of skills will lead to redundancy, which means people on the creative side also need to embrace the parts of their job that are repetitive and where AI can actually be an enabler rather than a threat. Because if I don't learn AI, then it's much more likely to disrupt me rather than the other way around. So possibly those three things, which is thinking about skilling in a better way, thinking about compensation differentially, and thinking about protection of IP, could actually make AI, make the media industry better rather than take something away from it.
And at the end of the day, as people, we always want the easiest route, right? Where we're designed to always go for the easy option. So if you take something away like that, yeah, how do people learn and keep that originality and keep that creative sort of spark alive? But as you mentioned, AI is always meant to be a tool at the end of the day. So Vipul, over to you. What are your thoughts? Is there a space for AI?
So again, you can't escape from any new technology that's coming, right? So we had an internet era. A lot of time, for a very long time, we were like worried that how this is going to disrupt us, and then you have Facebook coming out of there, right? So similarly with AI coming in, and if you look at the West, 65% plus studios are today using AI as a tech while producing movies, producing content. So I think escaping it is just going to delay the success that you can have by using it. Now, there should be a guardrail when you build these technologies. Like, are you focusing completely on a generative AI, or are you focusing it as an assistive technology? I think that's where governments across India, across European nations are started coming in, where they're making a lot of laws that how to safeguard these things. But I think the faster we start using AI as assistive technology, it's going to be better for us to be more productive and be more successful.
Very well said. Actually, speaking of the government, Shweta, a few months ago, India's Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology set up a committee to discuss AI and deepfakes in particular as one of the key stakeholders. What exactly is Meta doing differently, do you think, to deal with these issues?
Yeah, great question. So as you know, Meta is also the owner and founder of one of the biggest open source models that the world has seen. It's called Llama 4. We actually unleashed our most updated version as of yesterday, which now competes with the most powerful models out there, including DeepSeek. Now, having said that, one of the cornerstones of how we think about AI as a company is two ways. One, we believe no matter whichever AI model companies run or individuals run, their data has to be their own. So an AI model which takes or digests your data and actually makes it their own is not a good idea, as much as it is about making data transparent and totally your own on which simulations really run. So that's the first cornerstone. The second is inclusive and non-biased AI. Now, one big part of how we develop AI is our AI team actually is very gender discriminant, which basically means indiscriminate, which basically means that we have equal amounts of women as well as men who are defining the rules of that model. We have people from different racial ethnicities. We actually have a peer evaluation committee which judges whether the AI model is throwing up answers which might be insensitive to other people. As employees of the company, we actually have an open group where we can show where our AI is actually throwing up wrong answers. So it's amazing to see those two cornerstones come to life in our AI model. Having said that, deepfakes are a clearly big red flag. And in India, we face that far more because obviously as Indians, we are far more smarter in terms of using tech for the wrong things rather than for the right things. The first thing that we are doing right now, and this is something we haven't spoken about in a public forum, is the facial recognition technology. So what that allows us to do is by taking key personalities around which deepfakes are usually formed, use their facial recognition to scan paid ads which might be promoted or getting served to people, which are propagating, let's say, use or getting people to invest in scam schemes and getting them blocked at the source itself. So that's the first thing we are doing, which is using tech in a way that is helping root deepfakes at the start itself. The second thing that we are doing is we are working very closely with the Ministry of Information and Broadcasting, I4C, as well as METI, to figure out for key banks as well as large institutions, can we create a smaller timeline through which we can root out some of these deepfakes when they are formed. We get close to about 100 escalations every day, just to give you a sense. But we have a human-enabled, within 4 hours kind of turnaround team that is focused on doing the same. The last thing we are doing is in the UK and now in India, we have started a collaboration called FIRE, which is basically a community of sorts that takes all financial institutions, and those are the most prone to deepfakes, as well as scams that happen, and build a community where they inform each other on what are the sources of such scams, and that information is fed back to the platform.
Sharing that information is very important. I'm a little bit conscious of the time, so quickly over to Manisha. Looking at India specifically, how important is it to really tap into India's cultural heritage and identity, while also, making sure that you're aware of different audience trends and requirements and the evolution of sort of customer needs, I suppose?
Because the customer needs would be to figure out how to use Kama Sutra and AI together, I suppose. That's one way of making India mainstream. But no, very seriously, if you look at the country that we are, and we represent 1/5 of humanity today in population, I think we are extremely underrepresented when it comes to our cultural integration and acceptance within a global forum. And I think that being underserved is one of those bridges that we're going to be able to overcome using technology, using the powers that technology empowers creators and producers. And I think that's going to be very, very important for us moving forward.
Yeah, definitely.
So, yeah, I think it's a good thing, and I think I'm mindful of
I know, yeah,
the
thank
clock
you
in
so
front of
much,
us.
yeah, thank you. And Vipul, I wanted to continue with this rich tradition of verbal storytelling. How does your type of company keep this alive? And do you think that AI can really ever match that level of immersion that's required really to be able to compete? Because if you think about it, human expression and creativity is so precious.
Well, so our idea is not to generate stories from AI. So what we are building is an assistive platform. So in a life of writers, 80% of the work is a lot operational, formatting things, researching on things. If you can automate those things, you can make a writer more productive. So the whole idea at Mogafi is that two things. One is to make the writer's life more productive. So the writer who end up on writing, let's say, 5 movies in their lifetime can do a 50 or a 10 at least. And second is to make sure that more writers emerge, right, who do not have a know-how of screenplays or screenplay writing, but at least have a great stories or oral stories that they've been listening throughout, right? Can they publish those stories through a platform like this, which enhance their writing skills and which helps them publish their own ideas? So the whole thought behind this is that you can't create marvels by just talking in a group of 5 people. You have to have a 5 million writing at the same time to find that one great character which goes global. So if India have to go global, I think every family should have one writer or one character, where it's been thought through, and that's what Mugafi or Ved can do.
Yeah, 100%. As you mentioned, that's a very important point. It's all about productivity and ease of use and doing something, as quickly as possible, and it's all about output and things like that. I wish we had more time to talk, but I cannot thank you enough for being with us. Really interesting conversation. It's going to be so interesting as well to see how this progresses over the next 10 years. We've got to make sure that, AI is very much our assistant at the end of the day. So thank you so much. Really fantastic to talk to you all. Thank you so much. Thank you. Yes. Let's do a quick photograph, of course. There we go. Mark the occasion.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you so much once again. And now, yes, we are going to continue, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to move on now to the evolution of digital media, to the intersection of art, success, and global influence. So to tell us more, I'm now going to hand over back to Ben. Thank you so much.
Really fascinating panel. Thank you, Laura. Laura's right. Look now at how creativity and business go hand in hand, because there's no point having an amazing bit of creativity if you can't sell it around, because that fundamentally is what will pay the bills, isn't it? So in the world of entertainment, integrating creativity and business is really essential if you're going to deliver successful content. And so who better to talk to us about this than one of India's best producers and directors, celebrated for her contribution to not only film, but also to TV too. So please give a warm IGF welcome to Ekta Kapoor, who's a joint MD of Balaji Telefilms. Please welcome her. Ekta, can I ask you to come up here? That is what this event is all about, though. It's about meeting people. It's about networking. So you are very welcome. Ekta, please take a seat with me.
That's not really networking. That's catching up.
Do you want to sit with me here in the middle?
Yeah, I don't mind.
Nice to see you. Thank you for being here. I know we don't have a lot of time, so I want to get through as much as possible with you while we have you, because I know you've spared us 10 minutes. So thank you for being here. Talk to me, first of all, about the economics of entertainment, because so much is changing, I think it's fair to say right now. Of course, the advent of streaming has changed the business model for so many organizations. Things like theatre releases, ad revenue, subscriptions. How do you define success in what you do these days?
See, there are different metrics of success for anyone. We at Balaji and me as a content provider think that success comes in 3 or 4 ways. One, you have to have your economics worked out right so that you can have some profitability in the company. You have some kind of impact with your content that creates a certain kind of a fan base for your content. And another form of success is that you get recognized by awards, by countries, by people for taking your local stories global. So all these ways, I think, and we at Balaji think, are great ways to be successful.
What is a priority for you? When you have a project, how do you define the success of that project? Is it critical acclaim? Is it viewing figures? Is it financial success?
There's no critical acclaim unless there is financial buoyancy in a project, because I run a public limited company. The subjective parts of it can always be argued, but the actuals and numbers never lie, have to be met with when you are keeping the health of your company at the forefront. But having said that, I do think that you can marry both. And that's where the budgeting and the planning of film matter. If you have an extremely amazing story and you want to tell it, and you feel that it doesn't have a really wide audience, you plan it in such a way that one, you bundle it with your bigger, more commercial projects. Two, you plan it that you decide to make it in a very tight budget. And three, you see to it that you find various forms of exploitation so that that content sees the day of light, sees the light of the day. So if all these things are met with, then you definitely want to support some stories that need to be made. But mostly you have to think, if you run a public limited company, of how to make the economics work.
How do you stay true to that idea of a local story? You want to tell stories from here and tell those stories right around the world. It's very difficult sometimes, isn't it, to make those stories translate to a wider audience. You look at maybe what some of the streaming giants have done here in India, and they come here and they're finding it quite difficult to make a success of local stories. Is that because they're trying to find one size fits all, that one story will translate around the world just dubbed into different languages?
So
why
it's
do they
been
find it
our
difficult?
30th year in this industry. We've always made local stories and connected with the local audiences, who happen to still be our first audience and the main audience that we cater to. How does this story go global? Well, relatability. We all, in fact, actually just humans.
Yeah.
And for a world that actually eventually the political dynamics, the love dynamics don't change for anyone. It all remains almost homogeneous in the world. It actually means that somewhere we haven't taken our own stories that seriously that we take the giant leap.
Yeah.
And I think we are at the fulcrum of taking that big, huge leap. Our currency is stories. India has the best stories. And will it connect internationally? Will it be a global success? Well, time will tell. Or it is when it will happen more than if it will happen.
And I think, I mean, it's so true, isn't it? Put humans at the center of any story and there is, straight away, there is a connection. Do you worry that risk-taking in what you do is diminished? That too few producers, too few directors are prepared to take risks these days because they sort of play to a certain formula. We think this will be successful because...
So that's what I'm saying. We actually have to take what is called the calculated risk. An absolutely ad hoc plan to take a risk sometimes can affect the health of the economics of your company. So you can't really do that. But at the same time, there are these few stories that will come your way that will make you feel like, oh my God, this is so amazing, and the economics are not supporting it.
Yeah.
But I feel this story will work. There was one film of mine called The Dirty Picture. It was about this woman who decided to take on a full male-dominated film industry. It was a real story, and we couldn't buy the rights. So we said, there were many women like this, and we'll make this new character. On paper, it was a 10 to 12 crore loss, couple of million at that time.
Yeah.
And I still remember we did our job of first reducing the cost to working around it to see that we supported with 3-4 typically large scale films, and yet without putting our investors in danger, make this content. Because you see, at the cost of content, I don't want to downsize a company and make people lose their jobs. You see, art and economics have to go hand in hand.
Of course, yeah.
We made the film because we said we will take it on ourselves to compensate the company with better work, more commercial work, so that the economics are not affected. But in fact, that one film became our biggest ROI even till today. It resonated, it gave us a whole new identity and brought us back. So was that risk worth it? Yes. And have there been those which have not been worth it? Yes. But it told us that it's time to first feel something and then take a risk if you do.
What did that change then in your mindset as an organization? That you took that risk and it paid off? Did that therefore shape the projects that came after? Or did you see that very much as a one-off?
You see, like I say, it is what comes out of your gut is a one-off. at times your gut is cultivated to believe that this will work, and sometimes that does go wrong, and sometimes your gut goes against the system and that goes right. But at the end of the day, would you make many of the same thing? No, because the beauty of making an original story is that it has its highest impact if it is not, there are not many Me Toos.
The reason I ask about formula is that there's so many there's so many film production companies right now, or television, that will say, actually, we just need to fill, 8 hours, or we need to fill a 3-hour movie slot. And they almost paint by numbers. They say it needs an action sequence, it needs a Hollywood or a Bollywood star, it needs, a love interest, it needs, and you end up making a film that has no heart because it's just a box-ticking exercise. How do you avoid that? Because if you're trying to sell that to investors or to clients or to make it financially successful, you might think that you have to hit those metrics to make sure that you're ticking every box, you're reaching all the people who would go to the cinema or would pay for streaming subscriptions. How do you avoid that whilst also being successful?
I have never been able to tick every box. I think that's a problem usually with me. If there are many boxes ticked, I feel that this is too homogeneous for me to make. So that has never been oh, I have to tick all these boxes. There has to be a big Bollywood star. There has to be the last big success just for the last year, we gave it 3 big female actors. And everyone was like, no film without a male superstar has ever worked. And we said, like, we believe in this. We worked out the costings. Netflix supported us. On the other hand, we got the cost again. We got a lot of products because there were 3 legit big female stars. And we knew that this impact has never been understood by probably the old form of understanding the economics of movies. And it did very well. So I personally, in my career, have not ticked all the boxes. So, I mean, that pressure I never take on my head.
I wonder, the fundamentals are so different, be it about, the way that we consume media, but also the way it's paid for. And budgets, yes, I think it's fair to say, are not what they were. Maybe it's because that money is being spread more thinly over more projects. If you look at cinema right now, and it's not true just of India, it's true in America and in Europe and in other parts of the world too, there's not a lot of new movies. If you look at what studios are doing, they're either re-releasing old ones or they're reinventing, or they're kind of doing a modern twist on an old take. Some are just releasing the old movies that weren't even successful back then and they're back out now.
Yeah, in Imtiaz, and I just released our film that did very, very well now.
How, what is the reason? Is it purely down to budget that there is a glut of new films coming online?
I think it's cyclic. You see, there is a time when we used to make movies we believed in, and we worked out the economics in a way that we didn't really pay too much to the talent, or the above the line was not so top heavy that the film got burdened with it. Then came the buyers, they bought at better prices, so then the actors charged more and the content was now made for the buyers. Some of the films slipped and never did well because they didn't have really big casts. And then when there were no movies in the theatre, those old movies got a chance to release. The music had worked because they were played so often for the last few years. And people were like, wow, what an amazing movie. And we're like, why didn't I get this call 6 years ago? But whatever. But that gave those movies a chance. So I think it's cyclic. Yeah. And in a cyclic situation, while there are lesser films, old films get a chance. Now, when the buyers have become fewer, again people are going to come into the market, make stories they believe in, stars will charge lesser, eventually those movies will do well, the buyers will increase, and the cycle continues.
Do you really believe stars will charge less?
They have no option. They have no. It gave me identity, and identity then I had to fight a lot, to make other things, but it became what I was known for. But because of my problems as a production house and a company with the other conglomerate, the big corporate, the show or the program ended 160 episodes before it completed its big 2000. And it's emotional, it's a part of our creative process. We are emotional entrepreneurs, a dichotomy we live with every day, and the emotion, the love we have for this program has brought everyone who is attached to it back to complete just those 150 episodes to reach that 2,000. The show deserved that.
It does, it really does. What will you do differently, do you think? Because a lot has changed in that time.
You know, that's the problem now. A lot of people have seen it, a lot of people have not seen it. And I had so many conversations. Should we even do it? We'll ruin the brand if we are not able to be successful. And what we believed was there's an authentic nature to the show, which clearly is not the kind of shows that are being made now. And if we slip from our authenticity, we might not cater to anyone. So let's just do what we believe in. Give it that 150 episode of nostalgic, not reenactment, but a nostalgic form of storytelling that people remember their younger days, my younger days for sure, and come back just for that and not make it a part of the number game, not make it struggle to be a form of content that is being made today. So it's like we decided to be true to its nature.
So just between all us friends here and the people watching online, give us a little spoiler. What might we expect? What can you tell us? Your secret's safe.
We're bringing politics into entertainment.
Dangerous combination.
Or a politician.
Or a politician. Okay, you heard it here first, folks. Hector, so nice to see you. I know you have to dash, so I'm so grateful to have you here and to spend some time with us.
Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone.
Hector Kapoor, thank you.
It's my pleasure.
Thank you so much. Really nice to see you. Thank you. Oh. Do you want us both in?
I'm so much shorter.
Thank you so much. Thanks, Hector. You can hear me on this. Wonderful. Hector, thank you so much. Really grateful for your time. I'll be looking out for it. I want to see that combination of politics and film and TV. It sounds wonderful. Thank you. Now, I want to talk to you a little bit about Executive Circle membership. You'll have seen some of the ads. You'll have seen some of the advertising for it outside. What is it, you may ask? Why should you care about it? Well, what Executive Circle membership at IGF will give you is insider access to decision makers and policy makers. It's what IGF stands for, it's what IGF does. Also curated industry insights, masterclasses, market intelligence, all stuff that's kind of useful right now, you might think. Priority invitations to, of course, all of IGF's high impact events and roundtables right around the world. Once again, something that could be so useful in a really quick changing market. And most importantly, what you get is a chance to connect with that community. I keep talking about this today, but it's about that networking, that hand-holding, that sharing of ideas that is so important. So a chance to connect with the global community of business leaders, investors, innovators, all who are shaping the future of business and policy. So with a little more about what ECM, Executive Circle membership is, take a look.
Welcome to the IGF Executive Circle, an exclusive global platform for ambitious leaders who value meaningful... Welcome to the IGF Executive Circle, an exclusive global platform for ambitious leaders who value meaningful connections, real-time insights, and cross-border opportunities. Be a part of the next wave of leaders, innovators, and business pioneers leveraging India's global rise. An IGF Executive Circle membership brings with it AI-powered smart networking, exclusive masterclasses and industry insights, access to in-depth market reports and curated content, priority access to IGF events, and numerous other benefits and opportunities. Ready to lead the future? Join the IGF Executive Circle today. Sign up online at www.indiaglobalforum.com to join a vibrant and growing...
Do scan that QR code. It's available around here if you are interested in doing that. Now, time is against us. I want to get on to our next session. And we're going to hear, we heard there about what it takes behind the camera, the work that goes into getting stuff to screen. I want to talk about what it takes now to be the very best in front of the camera. And to lead that conversation, please welcome the film critic and journalist, Shaikh.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to this special fireside chat session titled Inspiring Journeys, the star behind the scenes. My name is Shaikh, as mentioned. We are kind of behind the scenes. And the star who's going to be with me is someone you first gave a shout out to back in 1997. You said, hey, that's the girl from Chachi 420. Then you gave a shout out again in 2016, said that's the girl from Dangal, by which time she'd become a star. She's done about 20 films since. The last time we saw on screen was as Indira Gandhi in the biopic Sam Bahadur. Ladies and gentlemen, please give it up for Fatima Sana Shaikh. Don't wrestle with it. Just take it.
No, I won't beat you up. Maybe afterwards.
It depends on the questions I ask you.
Yeah.
So,
Be careful.
If you're, if I don't want to do a wrestling bout already right here, although it does seem like a bit of a ring.
It does.
Yeah. But, I'm going to go back to the original topic of the session, which is the star behind the scenes, Fatima. And the fact is that you were behind the scenes looking at stars at an age when most kids haven't even watched movies.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you were what, all of 5 years old,
Yeah.
working with Kamal Hassan. You did a film with Shah Rukh Khan, that would be 1, 2, 4. Did you also do a film with Amir even before Dangal?
That was like a 3-second role.
Okay.
I didn't really do anything. I was just carried in the arms of an actor and I was just sitting.
And then you also worked with Amitabh Bachchan in a film that never released. That's something I just heard.
Oh, yeah.
What was that film about?
I have no memory of it. I just remember being in front of Amitabh Bachchan ji. And for me, at that time, when you're so young, you don't even realize how big a person is. It's the people around them when they react or behave in a certain way. So as a child, you're much more, you receive a lot more. So you realize that, acha, this person is a star. But the person is so kind. And the person is so nice. And, as a child also, he would tell you, ke bacha, ye mat karo. Acha, bacha, aise karke dekho. Which is so nice.
And you can't possibly be starstruck at that age in any case because you have no context to what's going on in front of you. Yeah. But what's it like when you actually are among peers or Mamaji, Chachaji and various relatives and you're this little child, but you're the center of attention as a child star already.
Yeah.
Does that mess with your head though?
I hated it. I hated it. So when I was a child actor, there were there was a huge thing that there were too many child actors. So it was like a small industry where child actors were the stars and the parents, validated them in a very, let's say, a toxic way.
Okay.
Because when you're a star and you're a child and you're working, say, about 13, 14 hours every day, and I think after 6 hours, you're going to get really cranky and irritated. So the parents would give them everything and the child is earning. So there is a lot of ego. I was lucky because I was too shy and I didn't want to work. So after a point, I stopped working. But I have seen a lot of peers like really losing it after a point. Because you're always around adults, you don't have friends of your own age, so you mature earlier, you sometimes what the understanding of what reality is slightly warped after a time.
So you've actually seen these child actors from that age with completely messed up heads,
Yes,
and
I
you can't
have.
even do regular jobs anymore, and many of them perhaps didn't even get into show business.
They're very dysfunctional, and like eventually everybody changes and they grow. It depends on what
Right.
kind of people
Right.
you are and what mindset you have. But then I've seen a lot of people just.
Right, and I see your point. I mean, there is a documentary on child
I've
actors
seen
in
it.
Bollywood. You've seen it, right?
Oof,
By Deepa
I've seen
Bhatia.
it. It's, I've not seen that one. I've seen the other one about the Disney kids.
Okay.
So the story is the same. You know, they are around adults, they are around predators, and even though there are parents who are very protective, पर पता नहीं चलता ना कि अगर आपका बच्चा आपके साथ है, अगर वो चला गया 2 मिनट किसी से बात करने के लिए, क्या हो जाएगा? A set is not really the most safe environment for a child,
Right.
if you think of it.
Right.
Because you're always around adults, you're working, so you're working a lot. And back then, working hours were not as defined. So a child wasn't as protected as they are right
which is
now.
not the case
Yeah,
today. But of
it's
course,
not the case
you
today.
went on to act in a lot of television serials. You went on to act in a lot of commercials, if I'm not mistaken. This was your choice after having given up when you were a kid? Is that something you said, okay, you know what? I can do this as an adult because it doesn't mess with my brain that much.
Yeah.
Because you love acting, you love
Yeah.
performance.
Yeah. No, as a child, I hated it. So then, but I was not good in studies. So I couldn't understand anything that I was reading. So I was like, shit, now what do I do? I'm not good at anything.
Try sport, try a sport,
Please,
try
I
wrestling.
couldn't do it. I couldn't even run properly. I was the last person in a race. So that was not my strength. Then I went to college. Somehow I managed, like I got about 50% in my 10th. Then I went to Mithibai College, and there are these college festivals. So when I went there, and I joined art department.
Right.
And that's when I realized that I could paint, or I could get into this world or this field. And then I told my parents, and my parents were like, what is this? What arts do you want to do? Acting has so much money. Why would you want to do this? Everybody wants to be an actor. And I was like, but I want to be an artist. I want to be a painter. I want to explore fine arts. But eventually, my parents couldn't really afford it. When you want to apply to an art school, you need to have a profile.
Right.
You need to have stationery. Even an application requires around 1,000 rupees. And you're not applying to just one college. You're applying to multiple colleges. So at that time, we couldn't afford it. Then I started doing TV again, and I started auditioning a lot. And I realized that actually I feel like I'm at home and I'm enjoying it. And the struggle is there. I'm not getting the roles. But in that moment of, say, 1 minute, when I'm in front of this small camera in the small room where there is no director, I'm really in the moment. And I realized that, oh no, I actually want to do this. So.
I mean, you did dabble in cinematography, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes.
That's something that you were thinking of pursuing at some point?
So basically, when I was not getting acting jobs, I was like, shit, I have to do something now. What do I do? So I joined this small company, and I was assisting a photographer, and they would cut wedding trailers. And they would shoot weddings. So I was an assistant there. So I've gone to a lot of rich weddings and shot a lot of people and enjoyed great food. And they were marrying in these 7-star, 5-star hotels, and I had a great room. But it was very interesting. I have a lot of stories.
I mean, I'm assuming that was a side gig while you were auditioning
while I was
for parts.
auditioning,
And you're constantly auditioning for parts, and then
Yes.
boom, you land what becomes India's most successful film ever. I don't think any film is past 2,000 crore. No film has seen that element of love also. I mean, it's one thing to do box office numbers, another to also be critically acclaimed at the same level. What was that like? How did you manage to soak in that level of success? Because that is genuinely your first film as an adult actor, before the screen, before a wide audience. What was that moment like?
When you're struggling, you think that there is going to be this one moment, one film that is going to change everything. So for me, fortunately, that was Dangal.
It had, I mean,
Yeah, fortunately.
Yeah.
Because what happens is when you're struggling, you would take any job that you get. If I would have gotten some other film, I would have done it. I was lucky that they were auditioning regular people and not actors or not people from the industry. So in that sense, they opened up gates for a lot of newcomers. And then we auditioned, and it wasn't like I gave my audition and I got the film. There were multiple rounds. There were physical tests, there were screen tests, there were other stamina tests, and then wrestling and everything, and you were auditioning for good 2 months. And then eventually when we got it, I couldn't believe it. And then I was like, shouldn't I be feeling a little more excited? Shouldn't I be feeling something more?
Yeah.
Because like I got the film, but then I started stressing about, oh no, am I going to be good at it? Am I not going to be good at it? Once the film got done and there was a screening happening before the film released, I started crying. Because I thought that I have given the worst performance of the world. They gave me an opportunity and I ruined it for them.
You couldn't tell how amazing the film is and how everything is just kind of worked out really well?
No, I was what about...
You're just looking at yourself and
you
didn't like what you saw.
And I was like, oh my God, I've ruined them. I've destroyed their film. I think I gave myself too much of an importance and I didn't believe in myself. I always I have a lot of self-doubt, and back then even more because I was very young. But that film changed everything. It opened up a lot of doors for me. Now I have a choice. Like if a script comes, I can say yes or no to a script.
Right.
And that's a privilege.
But I'm interested in what that does to you as a person when you see that level of commercial success, those number of eyes looking at you as an adult, of course, this time. Like, for instance, this film was a blockbuster in China. Did you visit China?
I did.
And what was that like?
It was amazing. They recognized me and I was like, oh, I'm being recognized. Up until now, the auntie in my next building didn't recognize me. Now the whole world does. So it was it was extremely humbling.
What do you think was in that film that really connected with the Chinese audience? I mean,
China is as diverse as India. There are many dialects. Region-wise also, it's very similar. It's got a lot of different dialects, different food, different culture. So even in their society is very similar to ours. So there is a lot of patriarchy. There is a lot of, taboo around fathers having a certain kind of a relationship with daughters. There are certain roles that are defined for women and that's what they're supposed to play. So I think in that sense, it really touched with their hearts too.
Right, so there's an Asian connect.
And
a rural connect.
Yes.
Asia-wide
Yes.
in that sense. And you get this kind of success and you can't possibly better it in terms of I'm sure you had lots of scripts, but there is nothing you can pick bigger and more grand than Thugs of Hindustan, my friend. I mean, it's got Amitabh Bachchan, it's got Amir Khan, first time together, it's got Yash Raj Films backing it, and it did not turn out that way.
So it's so interesting because I got to see this, and then I got to see
You can't get higher than that.
You can't get higher than that.
And you can't possibly get lower than this because of the expectations attached.
Right. But the expectation is on them, not so much on me.
Okay.
Like I made it about myself a lot more than I thought.
Did you?
I think so. I thought, okay, now my career is over. I won't get any more work. I did lose out on some projects.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
In what sense?
In the sense that I had signed 3 films.
Okay.
And one day I wake up and in the newspaper, I see, acha, the shooting of this film is starting with this actor.
Oh, damn, they can do that to you?
Of course they do that. Of course. Nobody calls you and tells you, oh, you're not there in the film anymore. They'll just...
But you just said you signed a film.
Yeah.
You've signed a film means you've signed a contract, right?
Yeah. And they didn't even give me like the token money. So that was sad.
And that's not just one film.
No, I lost 3 films.
3 films straight.
Yes, yes.
Because you were not lucky enough for them, or you were not suddenly not talented enough for them.
I don't know, but it's okay. I understand their mindset. See, if I'm a producer, I would want the best actors. I would want the best director, best everything, where I could get the return. The money that I've put in, if I don't get the return. So why would I invest? There are very few makers or producers who can see beyond that, who could believe in an actor or a maker. There are very few people. But otherwise, I do understand the mindset. I am not a resentful person.
I'm sure now looking back, you're understanding a mindset, but it's unethical, it's wrong, and it certainly disturbs you, frazzles you. Did that happen?
For a very small,
Okay.
for a very short time. Because I think I'm a little more understanding to the inner workings of the industry. And I understand it's not just about an actor and a director or the audience. There is a lot of money involved, and there is somebody who's putting the money. And maybe that person doesn't believe in you. So it's okay.
You know, Fatima, I mean, I see that you can work the, you know, your way around and see things for what they are. But you know, for someone who started out as a child actor, then became an overnight sensation as an adult, as a proper star in the biggest Indian movie there's ever been, up till even now, what have you understood about show business as a business? What have you understood about, I mean, I'll get to the acting bit a little later, but what have you understood? These are the rules, and that's how it works. I mean, you can read books on it, but you can't learn it the way you have, because it's literally everything has happened to you overnight in a certain way.
That there are no rules.
Okay.
So it's not that if this is how it has worked for one person, it will never work for the other person. Nothing is permanent. Your highs are not permanent. Your lows are not permanent. You can't get too attached to fame, and you cannot get too attached to your failures also. Your work is not your identity, you're more than that. I think that realization needs to happen, because otherwise you make your work your reality, your identity, your life. And then once that is taken away, say if tomorrow you meet with an accident, then what? You don't have the face that you have. Then you won't get the roles that you have. So one needs to realize you need to build on more skills and learn more, read more, meet more people, so that you can do other things.
Have you also realized that maybe next time you sign a contract, make sure that it's binding and that they can't just sack you because they didn't feel like
That's
it?
there, but then, I mean, it's okay. There are a lot of unethical things that happen. There are a lot of films you do where there are no paperwork, but they give you 100% bonus. So there are people like that also, and there is nothing that you can do about it. I mean, it's unethical, but then I think now people are much more aware. The Producers Guild is much more stronger. So there are, laws in place now.
For someone who started out acting at such a young age and also pursued it thereafter, not just films, but also in other media, as I mentioned, what have you learned about acting on your own? Because you did not go to an acting school. You should have, because that's what you wanted to pursue anyway.
Yeah, but I couldn't afford it.
Okay.
I couldn't afford it, and I was a child actor, so my parents didn't understand the merit of it. Eventually, what started happening is that I was auditioning a lot. So I was learning a lot by watching other people.
And what did you learn?
Just a different way to approach a scene. And I think the more you experience in life, the more you travel, the more you meet people, and if you observe a lot of things, then you can really apply it to your performance. Now I do take workshops.
Okay.
I went to Adi Shakti because now I can afford it. And
In Pondicherry.
In Pondicherry. I
Right.
think it has been one of the most amazing experience of my life as an actor. Because up until then actually, I used to feel that the way I performed was wrong.
Okay.
Because whenever I do a film, I am only acting between an action and a cut. I do not take the character back home. I do not sit with it. I'm not that person. So because a lot of other actors romanticize the idea of, oh, I've become this person and now I'm going to live like that for a year and now I'm depressed and I'm sad and falana dhimka. So I went to
They're faking it, no?
No.
I mean, they lose their mind if every film they were to become that person.
There are a lot of people who really go through that
Okay.
process, and I think I'm nobody to judge that. It's not for me. Some people approach it like that, some people approach it in another way. So when I went to Adi Shakti, they said, why is it that every time an actor plays a sad, depressed or a negative role, they take the emotion away. But when you're playing a comic or when you're playing a happy, romantic film, why aren't you like that every
all the time?
day?
Right.
Why are you not carrying that emotion? Because we love to be sad. Because we thrive in being depressed and sad and angry. So unka funda ye hai ki aap aao, kaam karo, your skill set should be so sharp and it should be in your control. Like say a cinematographer, he knows his machine, or a pilot, he knows his machine, he knows कि मैं ये knob नीचे करूँगा ऐसा होगा ऐसा होगा यहाँ से my body is my machine. I need to control that. So that's their funda and works for me.
which stars have inspired you most when you watched them on screen while growing up or even among your contemporaries?
I really enjoy Kangana's work. I think she's an incredible actor. She was...
You're not just saying that because you've played Indira Gandhi yourself and so has Kangana.
No, I've always loved her.
Right.
You know, when I got Dangal and I had once met her at a party, I ran up to her and I said, I'm a huge fan of yours. She's an incredible actor. She was one of the first people in the industry who came from the outside, जिसने बहुत ही अलग फिल्में की है. She's done Queen, she's done Tanu Mein Weds Manu. The kind of roles that, you know, as an actor, a female actor, you're like, oh, I can do that. I can have a film backing on me. So that was really inspiring.
Kangana Ranaut would be one. Is there any male star you worked with who you find equally inspiring? I would think you'd say Amir right away. I mean, that's your...
Of course, he's extremely intelligent and his choices of scripts, stories, I mean, he's changed the industry. Say with Tare Zameen Par, Rang De Basanti, Lagan, the kind of films that he's done, they've been the landmarks of our film journey, of our industry. So, of course, he is there. But I think I've realized with all the people that I've worked with, especially Manoj Bajpayee, AK, Anil Kapoor ji, Bachchan ji, Vijay Verma, Rajkumar Rao, Ali Fazal, and I've worked with such incredible people. They are so humble. They are so disciplined. And that's a takeaway that I've taken, that it doesn't matter where you are at in your position as an actor, but you have to carry that with you.
Well, you're right in the middle of your journey, Fatima, and I hope it remains as inspiring for everyone else. And I have this conversation 10 years later, and someone opposite me will say your name when I ask them who is the most inspiring actor. Thank you very much. On that note, ladies and gentlemen, Fatima Sana Shaikh.
Thank you.
I'm now going to hand over the mic to my friend, author, actor, administrator, Vani Tripathi.
Hello. Hi, Fatima. Only Mayank can call me an administrator and he gets away with it all the time. Thank you so much. What an endearing session. And Fatima, you know, with Fatima, it was like since last November, I'm trying to get her to come and speak to a hallowed audience. Can't be hallower than this because half the industry is, is here today in this. So thank you so much for coming. And I love intelligent people, and you're one of my favorite intelligent people right now. Really. Thank you. And thank you, Mayank.
Thank you for having me.
Cheers. Yeah. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Bye. Oh, goodbye. Bye. With me? They were the stars of the show. I'm just the ancillary. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Mayank. What a beautiful session. Thank you, Fatima. So without further ado, you know that the context to us meeting here is Waves. As I said, one of the largest content conclaves and summits which is going to happen from 1st to 4th of May 2025. The Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji is leading it with a galaxy of international stars from across the world. And of course, to tell us more about Waves, we have the CEO of Waves, Mr. Achal Malhotra, traveled all the way from Delhi to be with us here. Achal ji, welcome, and let's hear it from you.
So thank you everyone for having me over, and I think I've got a presentation which So I'm going to stand and sort of detail it out to you. I think this is really important that most of us have started hearing Waves very recently, but this was envisioned by our Honorable Prime Minister way back in 2019, and we've done a lot of look and see of the other trade shows that are happening the world over. We are all familiar with film festivals format, broadcasters, gaming exhibitions. And so therefore, we realize that with technology, the way we produce content and the way we are seeing content consumption and also content delivery is changing at a pace that we really don't know what's going to be the next tool that's going to come. There was long films, came down to short serials, came down to microfilms, and then you have short attention spans. So whilst we are always mindful of what legacy holds for us, we should also be mindful that some other disruption is going to change the way we are going to be adapting to that, mindful that we will always preserve the best because that's what society has accepted over a long period of time. And so therefore, the format of Waves is a plug and play format, which will give the opportunity to see the entire landscape of the media and entertainment space and also technology platforms, because it's really important that you have craft to commerce as well for craft to survive. I think the two somewhere go hand in hand, deeply unacknowledged. So therefore, we thought it's going to be a trade show with a bit of difference because we have a focus. Of course, the conferences help bring the best of minds. But what's different is that when you scale up the level of conference, then the best of the brains are there at the conference, and so therefore you get an aggregation of a thought process that is also derivable into a societal change. And therefore, this is a very important aspect where we hope to have some of our prized dignitaries from across the world. We've also got the Waves Bazaar, which is a very exciting model of how we've seen business being done online. So you have certain marketplaces, but I think it's not just at Waves. We had launched this on 27th of January this year. We've got about 1,000 projects, and I think it's going to be an year-long initiative, which is going to probably, with the entire market space onboarding, going to become an exciting market for us to see as we build it. The creator sphere is, of course, for our creators economy. We had the Create in India challenges launched way back in August. These challenges, season 1 has caught on really well. I'm going to detail about it. The accelerator program, exhibition, Bharat Pavilion. I'm going to be quite quick because you all have had a long day, but I think it's really important for us to understand that right at the apex level is our Honorable Prime Minister driving it himself. He's committing to the sector because he sees this as one of the economic pillars for Bharat. And so therefore, right at the top is an opportunity at the highest level. We want to also acknowledge that the craft and the creativity is now interspersed in our lives daily. So therefore, at a political level also, we have the global media dialogue, and that's really important. Some of us know it and some of us have felt it. The thought leaders track, the Bharat Pavilion, the Waves Bazaar. The Bharat Pavilion, I will fuse it with what we are building. I think it's going to be something that's going to be bringing out our legacies of past to where we are moving forward. The gaming arcade, we acknowledge this as a very important business enterprise. Waves Bazaar, WaveX, culturals and concerts, I think this has no borders. The Coldplay concert bears testimony in all our minds, but I think there's more to be discovered because I think we are a huge market itself, 140 crore people, and the young demography and the rest of the world population, internet penetration. I think this is really exciting. Creatosphere, we need to tell the entire country that this is a serious enterprise. This is not something which is an opportunity to be missed. We've seen global influencers make their mark, take our messaging forward, but the right messaging is really important. And so therefore, I think the whole circle gets completed when it's top-down driven. So we're going to have some amount of activity at the inaugurals to build in the kind of pitch that we are making. The first editions are always tough. I'm a startup. I'm as old as the launch was, but your excitement here makes it promising for Waves as an enterprise and the summit's success broadly. The global media dialogue, we've extended invites to about 100 countries, 60 plus countries participating, and almost 40 of them at the ministerial level is a good, healthy attendance. Bilateral meetings make good conversations. They need to be followed up subsequently. So it becomes more of a whole of India strategy. We've got some plenary sessions, conference tracks, which we are building. I think there'll be some exciting opportunities there. I think the exhibitions all sold out. So I think given the short notice in the first edition, I'm quite excited, because when somebody says that we want space and I'm trying to build in some pockets, I think that's really encouraging for us bringing this summit here. The gaming arcade, I think the states also have really lots to do, because finally whatever comes into the country has to go into the states. So we have got about 12 odd states already onboarded. It's all getting built up as we speak. This is going to be a very exciting journey, because I think we are going to recapture it in 4 zones. We had first the oral traditions. That means we had a rich cultural legacy of speaking out. We've been the land of storytellers, and stories were always carried Guru Shishya Parampara in that format. We had the written traditions. I think they're beautifully documented. None of us can refute our written traditions. The visual traditions, and then the globe is flat was one book which I read, but I think there is no globe now. I think everybody is now fusing into each other. So that's where the creator's leap is happening. I have already detailed out, but I really wanted to bring this slide to you, that just the fact that from January we've come down to these statistics, I think it's very organic. It's going to build on build, but more importantly, we need to keep curating it so that it's a market that stays and sticks. So it's what we're trying to say is Waves is just the beginning, and it's just the start of the summit. We are also bringing some of our exciting projects to Waves. If you're a venture capitalist and if you've been looking for something which you're already looking in a very informal way, I think this is something which we want to build up. Out of a total of 350 startups, we've tried to filter and bring in some of the best so that there's time on task. Culturals, I think that's going to be something that we will see over the evenings. Creatosphere, 90,000 registrations, 35 countries, 1,100 international participations. I think for a season 1, it's a decent achievement, but I think season 2, season 3 and all are good properties that will get built up. We've got the Creatosphere, and it's going to be the creators moment. Lots of influencers coming from all over the world, and also gives exposure to all of us collectively. With this, I have tried to detail in the short window of the attention span that I should have commanded. Thank you for being such a patient audience.
So tell me one thing. Most people will have a question to ask as far as the amalgamation of so many paradigms into one umbrella. If this is not an exhibition, what is the wish list? What are we trying to achieve for Brand India, by doing Waves?
So we must understand that we are a country which is fast imbibing technology, and every sphere of our lives is impacted by technology, and therefore the media and entertainment space, which is not just media and entertainment, it is creativity by large. So creativity will get impacted because of the tools that will come into the market, and therefore there is a need to understand that technology and creativity are 2 unmissable opportunities for India. It also helps in making this summit at an optimal scale, because then the creativity is controlled creativity. You do not put your generation into a direction which is it is non-meaningful. So therefore, the aspects of soft power, what we do with our creativity, what we do with our technology, all has to go hand in hand, and therefore Waves is, I think, just more than a summit in many ways.
And when you say creative storytelling, constantly we've been hearing about Waves. There is a Create in India challenge that you're doing. What is the wish list for young creators? We were talking about democratization of content a while ago when we were talking to Imtiaz and Monica. What is the wish list for those young creators who are waiting to be discovered and who want to be seen as, storytellers tomorrow in the content space?
So, this journey started with putting open challenges across the country, and then lots of children, youth, creators, whatever you may call them, they all onboarded onto the selection process. It has been a discovery of sorts. Then there was a filtration process. So you essentially are bringing lots of young talent onto a global platform, so that A, they can harness this opportunity, B, they can look at the other people's craft and fine tune themselves. So essentially it's a journey, and these icons in subsequent editions will become more in numbers, and therefore it sort of percolates into the entire country.
Ajilji, in a room full of storytellers, there are writers, accomplished filmmakers, producers, sitting here amongst us. What would you say to them if they want to become a part of Waves? What is in it for them?
So I think to all of you who have seen the space, something that we really feel is that if we had good tools, that means the human human contributors to this whole exciting creators world, if we had good minds, then the creativity would go to a different level. We draw comparisons inside sometimes and outside sometimes, and somewhere silently resent that why couldn't we have that journey. But imagine if I had 10 tools which were like top notch, and somebody else was having his own craft but one single tool. So our aim is to make more number of tools available. See the sector as a serious business enterprise, not something which is bounded by the boundaries of creativity alone, but mindful that technology, whether we imbibe or we are not, our technology is percolating into our entire generation, and therefore when you hand over a democratized tool to our young children, you need to hand over the responsibility to use it also well. I think that's the larger, broader message. But as the CEO of Waves, my job is to stitch up a good summit. My job is to make sure that you're all there, because you're all legends in your own space. My job is also for you to become messengers of Waves, so that the attendance at Waves is truly a reflection of what potential India holds, not just for India but also for the globe.
I'm seeing the venerable Ben Thompson standing right there, not trying to signal me to end. Obviously, there'll be so many more questions we will have, about the forum. But congratulations for the unleashing. This is like a curtain raiser that you gave to such an august gathering. And I'm sure the summit will be a huge success and something that the industry will look forward to year after year, this being the first edition. Thank you so much, Mr. Malhotra.
Thank you.
And
thank you so much.
Thank you, Isha, and this amazing team for, helping me curate the session. Manoj Ladvaji is still not here. I think the founder of IGF. And Ben, stage is all yours.
Thank you, Ben.
Thank you so much.
Friends. Thank you for being here.
What a way to end that Wave session. Thank you so much. Thank you to both. Fascinating insight there. I'll let you just take that picture. Because that brings us almost to the end, ladies and gents. Thanks for your attention. I know we have got through so much, through so many discussions, roundtables, dialogues and forums. Thank you so much. Lovely to see you both. Thank you. There's so much that we've got through over this last 2 days. All that remains for me to say is thank you. Thank you to the amazing team that put this whole program together. Thanks to our tech team who have made it run seamlessly throughout the day. Those who are watching at home online, thank you for your company. And thank you to you here in the room for your company over the last 2 days. There's been so much that we have got through. I can't wait to see as many of you as possible in London in June for IGF London, and then later in the year in the UAE. We'll do this once again. All that remains for me to say is there are drinks next door. That's the most important bit where the networking really will be done. I hope to see as many of you in there as possible. So thank you and see you soon.
We are all united in our desire for the same things. We want our businesses to grow, our careers to flourish, and our communities to thrive. We want to meet people who energize us, share exciting ideas, and discover new opportunities.
From India to the UK to the UAE and beyond, IGF is committed to bringing the contemporary India story. Amongst ongoing global turbulence, IGF remains at the center of limitless innovation, limitless possibilities, and limitless collaboration, harnessing talent, technology, and enterprise across sectors and geographies for maximum impact. India Global Forum is the gateway for global stakeholders to invest in and benefit from India's global trajectory. Hear from industry titans, build strategic partnerships, invest in the future. Only at India Global Forum. Join the conversation at www.indiaglobalforum.com.
I believe we need to focus on 3 key areas: empowerment, mentorship, and support.